You know, one of my least favorite things in modern day business is the modern day salesperson. They have lost me so much money. I call the type of salesperson that's the worst a fat cat closer, and it's a very simply defined term. They're this entitled rep that refuses to do anything other than take layup deals scheduled straight onto their calendar. Sure, listen, I'm a marketer and I have spent a tremendous amount of time, effort, and money turning salespeople into cashiers, helping to aid making their job as easy as I can possibly make it for them. I don't want to make it sound like that's not something that a marketer can help with. But at the end of the day, there's this entitlement that exists within a lot of modern day internet-based sales reps where all they expect is that type of deal to come onto their calendars. They've lost touch completely with what being a real salesperson is, what real, tangible, hard skills are when it comes to those sales skills that they need equipped in order to close a substantially greater quantity of people. There's so much like just weakness and financial loss that occurs when you have the wrong sales reps. There's a lot of different course creators out there and like modern day sales trainers that also contribute to this problem in a very vast way, some of them at such an extreme scale. There's still incredible sales training material out there. I don't want to make it sound like it doesn't exist. You're about to go through one, okay? Out of pure rage of just being so fed up and frustrated with some of the entitlement that comes from these like lower tier reps, I decided to put together an entire sales training library from some of the best lessons that I see clients making $1 million plus months, leveraging, using, and ensuring that their sales staff deploys in order to make the most revenue. This specific training that you're about to go through is, first of all, extremely serious, okay? I come off at times very aggressive because remember, I created it out of straight rage, okay? Doesn't mean I hate salespeople by any means. I wouldn't be making the amount of money I make without the salespeople that work with us in our deals. So to be clear, I'm a huge advocate for salespeople. I love salespeople. Once again, revenue in businesses that sell through salespeople obviously wouldn't exist without them. This entire training is meant to help lift up the skills of you, of your organization, of your sales management, of the owners who look over these businesses and the sales teams, and once again, everybody from the owners to the sales management to the salespeople themselves is going to get a tremendous amount of value out of this specific masterclass that you're about to go through here on YouTube with me. So I'm really excited for that, and I'm pumped to help your team, reform or just elevate whatever they're currently doing to that next level. There are a lot of things that are going to happen inside of this class. Number one, there's strategy, okay? So when I talk about the owners and the sales management getting a lot of value out of this, there are specific roles that you're going to learn about, such as the cleaner role. There are specific ways that we encourage structuring the team. There's certain incentives that we encourage. And to be clear, that's all mixed in throughout this. In addition to that, there's content specifically and majority-wise for your sales team themselves, the salesperson watching this. You're going to get a tremendous amount of value. There'll be tactics, there'll be specific lessons that, once again, I'd really encourage you take serious. This isn't like a pick and choose kind of video in terms of what you can pull from it and maybe like add. This is you should really try to implement an all-encompassing amount of shit that you're about to learn through this. Once again, incredibly high impact. Now, to be clear, I'm known as a marketer, okay? Because that's the role I've chosen to play as an agency owner in my life, and it is what it is. But at the end of the day, you can't be a great marketer without being a great salesperson, okay? I've closed substantially large deals. Most of you who don't know me or don't have an idea about how much I get paid off deals that I close, we routinely have deals that pay us 6 figures a month. I've closed some of the biggest in every industry that we operate, okay? I've gotten to the point where we're starting to work with big PE funds, people raising capital. We had clients that just worked with billionaires that were generated from our lead forms. And guess what? They hit us up and asked how they should go through their sales process with a guy like this to ensure they have a higher probability to close. My clients lean into us when it comes to sales tactics, sales skills, sales expectations, sales management principles, once again, sales team principles and tactics that can be deployed to make a fuckload more money. So my point is, okay, regardless of who you think you're getting this advice from, if you just look at me as a marketer, dude, I promise this advice is gonna fucking blow your socks off. More importantly, make you a ton more money than what you're making right now if you actually do this shit that I talked about in this video. So really excited for you. Once again, just to disclose, at certain points, I'm quite aggressive. I express myself very passionately, like to infuse emotion into my words to help emphasize the points that I'm attempting to make. think. So to be clear, don't take anything I'm saying the wrong way. Don't think I'm trying to attack any specific demographic out there. I just care once again about you having $1 million months, and that's what this video is intended to do. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you come back to it again and again. Remember, average human retention is unfortunately about 10 to 30% if you just watch all this and then don't immediately do something with it. Watch it, turn around and talk about it with some of your friends, some of your sales colleagues, your sales team, talk about it, share it, try to turn around and teach it, okay? And once again, more important than anything else, turn around and use it so your retention goes up. Otherwise, you're gonna have to watch this whole entire masterclass multiple times over, again and again and again, to actually get your retention up to 100%. So watch, do, watch, do, watch, do. Simple process, right? All right, without further ado, let's dive right in. Enjoy. Okay, so when we move away from the model of only dealing with leads who had booked a call, only dealing with leads who had already watched some type of sales-based video, and we move to the updated model, which is trending towards what consumers are currently doing. Filling out a form, they're fully willing to talk with you. They totally understand what the offer is, they understand the details of the offer, they filled out several questions, and you've got that data right in front of you. What do you do as soon as you get that lead? First things first, we have to address current consumer trends, okay? You yourself right now, as a salesperson, you're likely one of the few people left in the entire market of people who have cell phones that does not have do not disturb constantly on, and that allows any random number to call through to your phone. Most regular people in the world, just the general public as a whole, your potential buyers, what they've had happen to them over these past several years, they've gotten the absolute shit spammed out of them. They've had political numbers call them. They've had all these random scammers call them. They've had tons of people who shouldn't have their phone number just hammering their phone over the last several years in a row. They've gotten texts like that. It's gotten pretty crazy. So iPhone, as an example, has that little feature inside of your settings now that just simply says silenced unknown callers. And it just means if some random number calls you, your phone is automatically going to silence that call. It's not even going to ring through. The other instance is people like me right now as an example. If I filled out a form for your offer, I'm in the middle of filming right now. My phone's on Do Not Disturb. If you just called my phone, there's probably 6 or 7 other people that have also called my phone that I don't have saved in my contact list, by the way. There's not a chance. There's not a chance after I end this very session, I'm just going to pick up my phone and go through my missed calls and dial each random number that's called me. Nobody does that. It's an illusion if you think so. So what we want to do, that doesn't mean we want to give up on calling people. That means we also want to make sure that we're texting them. So as soon as an inbound lead comes in where I've got somebody who filled out a form and has expressed interest in working with the business, I'm immediately going to contact that person. Yeah, I'm going to shoot them a call. But here's a little trick. On iPhone, as an example, if I send the person a message that says, hey, it's Jeremy, then I call them. The phone will say the random number, but it'll also say maybe Jeremy below it. So a little trick to potentially get people to answer is just by shooting a text message to them first. In addition to that, if somebody does not answer the phone, or once again, especially if it rings through the voicemail the first time, I'm immediately going to call back. Because if I have Do Not Disturb turned on, if somebody calls me once, it'll go to voicemail. If somebody calls me twice, it will ring through. And as I mentioned, if you so happen to have somebody that rings through after that second call and it says maybe Jeremy as an example, I'm much more probable to answer that call than I am if you dial once and then simply never call me back again. Now, even if we get that second dial to go through and they don't answer, or even if they do answer, we want to make sure that we text people. We want to make sure that we are biasing towards text-first communication. So the big thing, once again, when a lead comes in, we want to text with our name, okay? The name is the most important, once again, because that tricks iPhone to potentially letting your call go through. We also want to make sure we text in what I refer to as a very open-ended communication. So we want to text like an open-ended question. We want to acknowledge the behavior, and then we want to ask an open-ended question. Let me give you an example of this. So I'm going to say something like, hey, Leo, it's Jeremy. Saw you just filled out a form of ours online. Would love to chat with you if you are open in the next 5 minutes. If not, I have some time later today. Let me know if that works, or shoot over whatever questions you have. Now, I've given them a few options in that example. And I want to tell you something very important, and it's so important you understand this. It's the ratio of reducing my no's, okay? So as an example, if I just say, hey, do you have 5 minutes? That's a 50-50. What do I mean? Well, it's 50% yes, 50% no. Do you want to talk now? That's just a 50-50, yes or no. That means I have a 50% chance of a no happening. Versus, remember what I just said. Hey, Leo, it's Jeremy. I saw you just filled out a form of ours online. If you're open in the next 5 minutes, I can give you a call now, or I can talk later. Maybe you just have some questions for me. You can also text me here. 3 options there. So what did I do? I reduced my no to a 25% chance, and I reduced positive communication to a 75% chance. You see that? So I want to reduce the no's as low as I can. In comparison to up here, I have a 50% odds of no. Hey, can you jump on the phone right now? 50% no. Hey, I got time in the next 5 minutes if you can talk to me. Or I can do later today. Or you can just shoot me over some questions right here via text. Let me know. 75% chance odds of a yes. So remember, if people are not really probable to answer the phone anyway, I want to make sure I bias towards text. Okay, I do want to be very clear. I do still want to call at least twice, because if I get voicemail first especially, there's a high probability that person's just on do not disturb mode. So I want to make sure I call twice. So remember, once I get a lead that is filled out a form, it's also very important that I reach out to that person fast. Now listen, I'm a marketer, guys, okay? I'm not a sales trainer. I'm doing all this to give you some additional perspective. I want to make this very clear. With the strategies that we run for people, they get very overwhelmed with the quantity of leads that they have very quickly. And I respect your day-to-day. I want you to know that. I know that if you wake up, you might already have like 4 to 8 scheduled calls on your calendar that day. You and I both know there's going to be some people that don't show up. And in that free time, when new leads come in, we all, the business owner, myself, hopefully yourself and your people in your sales team as well, we all expect you to use that time to reach out to people as fast as you can. Okay? If you're currently working in a very small team, maybe you're one of the only people that's currently taking all the inbound leads. Look, we all get it. You're going to get a little overwhelmed, and there's going to be people who don't get communicated to right away. But I want you to always remember, there's so many statistics out there that validate the fact that when you text people quickly or when you call them quickly, typically within 5 minutes, listen to this statistic. If you text or call quickly, there is a 50% chance, it goes up by a full 50% probability that they close, or that they're at least willing to communicate to you. And no, that's not a made-up statistic. It's validated by a fuckload of data. So to be clear, I would just want to reiterate, I totally understand if you are not capable of reaching out to somebody as fast as within 5 minutes as an example, but you want to make sure that anytime you have the availability to do so, that you do so, because there's a much higher chance that these people are actually going to communicate with you when you do so. So once again, when a lead comes in, simply put, I want to call at least twice. I want to text with my name to trick the iPhone to show up as maybe X. I also want to make sure that I text the open-ended question. I want to make sure that I'm going to reduce my odds of a no to as little as I can. I don't want to overwhelm people. I want to make sure I say, hey, I got 5 minutes open now. I'm open in the next 5 minutes. I got time later today if you can't make it right now, or you can text me some questions if you have any. Boom, I reduce my chances of no to 25%. That's what you want to focus on as soon as a lead comes in. Let's move to the next video to see what we should do next. Okay, so I get this question a lot from clients, which is, do I want a setter and a closer, or do I want a team of only closers? And it really depends based on your lead volume and based on the closer's day-to-day activity. So let me give you a few perspectives. We came into a business just recently, and in terms of activity, the closer, this is going to represent activity. This is just going to represent time down here. So the closer already had a substantial volume of day-to-day activity. So if we came in and we jacked up the amount of activity, it would far exceed what that person could individually handle in the business. So typically, when a salesperson already has a substantial volume of activity and we come in and we increase that activity, we're definitely going to push past that ceiling of what each salesperson or each closer in the business is capable of handling. The other way that this happens is if I first start, and let's say I have 2 to 3 closers in the business, once again, this representing activity and this representing time. What typically happens if we're starting at 0 is obviously we can come in and we can spend anywhere from like, $200 to $300 a day, usually as a test budget. And we'll get to the point where there's far more activity that each salesperson is capable of handling. However, let's use the example that this is just the first week, okay? So this is week 1. Well, 1 week into the deal, all the person really has to do as the closer is just look at the daily lead volume that comes in, pick up the phone, call those people, text those people. If you're getting like 24 leads a day, and you're only talking to maybe like 8 to 10 of those people on sporadic impromptu sales calls, they'll have more than enough time to handle that volume.
The issue becomes week 2. So when week 2 happens, typically in that first week, they're gonna get a few people that say, hey, I'd like to schedule calls, but I can't do it this week, I gotta do it next week, I'm traveling today. So then that following week when they wake up, what happens is they have all their scheduled calls, plus they have all the additional daily lead volume that just rolled in. So then what happens is we get a little closer to that peak just in week number 2. Because remember, in week 1, the only thing that the closers had to do was just call people who were coming in that day. Maybe they had a scheduled call or two, but it's not gonna be a lot. Then when week 2 comes along, they had all their scheduled calls from the week before that are now happening in week 2, plus they have the daily lead volume that comes in on top of that. Now you're gonna start looking at, well, is my closer gonna be able to do what a real salesperson needs to do, which is follow up with people from week 1 in week 2. Sure, they're still gonna have the time to do that, but listen, it's gonna add a little more activity. So now we have 3 things the closer's doing. We have scheduled calls, we have following up, and we have the daily lead flow that this person has to communicate to. Now we're getting to the point where we see that the closer's gonna be at their peak. This is when we have to start considering, are the closers capable of continuing to do these 3 things? Once again, these 3 things being scheduled calls. These are typically follow-up calls. It's very important that I point that out. These are people who could not talk in real time that needed to follow up at a later time with a scheduled call. They have to reach out to the daily lead flow. So reach out to the daily leads, and on top of that, they need to do what a real salesperson would do, which is follow up with past leads. Now, once these 3 things are compromised, or one of these 3 things is starting to get compromised, that's when you potentially need to start considering whether you need to move into a setter-closer model. It's all dependent on the daily lead flow, the total scheduled calls, and whether the person is still capable of following up with past undone deals. That dictates whether we can continue to operate with closers only or whether we need to move into the setter-closer model. Now, it's very important I point this out. I'm going to give you an analogy here. Let's say that I'm going to go buy a new McLaren, okay? The McLaren dealership guys, the sales guys that work there, if they're busy enough, there's a high probability they're not going to have a lot of time to call random internet leads that come in who say they want to buy a McLaren. So McLaren as a dealership is likely going to implement a model where the person who picks up the phone and says, hey, what's going on, Mr. Haynes? I saw that you had just inquired online about coming into the dealership and getting a new McLaren. We think that's awesome. When can you come in? They'll ask me when I'd like to set an appointment. Now, what if, in that scenario, I have a few questions as the potential buyer that I want answered on the spot? Is the setter going to be trained well enough to just answer those handful of questions I have? I'll give you a perfect example with that same analogy I was just continuing. Okay, Mr. Haynes, I'm glad to see that you can come in tomorrow at 9 a.m. Do you have any questions for me before the appointment? Yeah, actually I do. I was looking to get the new speed tail, and I imagine it's going to be pretty hard to do so. Do you think it's going to be possible? Do you even have that in your inventory? Or if not, do you have the ability to order it? If the setter does not have the capability to answer that, you might lose a customer. I want to be very clear on that. If the setter says something like this, where they say, sorry, Mr. Haynes, I actually don't know that information offhand. The person who I set you up with the appointment tomorrow, they're going to be able to answer all those questions. Why don't you come on into the dealership and we'll be able to answer everything for you when you're here in person. You might have just lost a customer. Mr. Haynes might not want to show up now because Mr. Haynes can't get his question answered, and if he's buying a $3.2 million speed tail from McLaren, there's a high probability that that customer values their time, don't they? So if you don't have that capability because you put a setter onto the initial contact point, you're potentially going to lose a customer. So it's very important that if you're going to do the setter-closer model, that we train our setters well enough to be able to answer real questions that are going to drive the person to actually show up on a closing call. Very important that we do that. Let me give you the opposite of a scenario, which would be much better in the McLaren example. So, Mr. Haynes, are you going to be capable of showing up here tomorrow at 9 a.m. for your appointment? Yes, absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. I just had a few questions for you. I'm looking to get the speed tail. I don't know if you guys have it in inventory or not. And if you don't have it in inventory, I'm wondering if you're going to be able to order it. Yeah, Mr. Haynes, the person that you're going to be speaking with tomorrow is going to be able to go through all the details with you, like what you're looking to get, what is potentially capable of being ordered, what's not capable of being ordered. But let me assure you, here at McLaren, we have a wide range of inventory. There's a high probability that we can get you in the vehicle that you're looking for. And I can take a few notes if you'd like, and I can have the salesperson that you're going to do your appointment with tomorrow, I can have them reach out to you right after this call. Let me just get a little bit of data from you. Are you looking for a specific color? Are you looking for a specific make and model? Are you looking for XYZ? And they can extract more information from me, which, believe it or not, even if they're not answering my questions directly, simply extracting more information from me and telling me that the person who I'm actually going to be doing the deal with is going to potentially contact me prior to me showing up tomorrow, that substantially increases the probability that I'm going to show up to that appointment now, doesn't it? So listen to what I just said. I don't need my setters to be closers. I need my setters to be trained enough to know that they don't necessarily need to know every answer, but they do need to know how to ask questions to extrapolate data, make the person feel like their questions are going to get answered, and relay to that potential customer that the closer will be contacting them prior to their scheduled appointment via text, some convenient way to make sure that their questions get answered so nobody's wasting their time. And you want to make sure that the setter reiterates things like that. Listen, we don't want to waste anybody's time here, Mr. Haynes. I'm going to make sure that all these data points that you've just given me are covered prior to your appointment tomorrow morning. We'll make sure you don't waste your time. We'll reach out to you here shortly. Is that fair? This model works great when your setters are properly trained. And as I mentioned, the closer-only model can work fantastic as well, as long as the activity is not too high starting out, because you're going to cross that threshold very quickly, and as long as our closers are capable of making sure they get to all their scheduled calls for the day, making sure they reach out to those new daily leads that come in, and making sure they can follow up with past leads. After about 4 weeks, I just want to put this in perspective real fast before we continue on to our next training, that activity compounds quite quickly. It does not allow you to keep a closer-only model forever, because if you fast forward several weeks, week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, it compounds past the point of where it's mathematically possible for your closer to follow up with everybody who originated here, and then in week 6, it's impossible for them to follow up with everybody from here and then here. So mathematically, once again, it does become impossible to follow up with every single person, and eventually your closers will break one of the 3 things that they have to do no matter what. So in this next video, we're going to talk about what you could do to solve that problem. Okay, so in the last video, I was just talking about the point our salespeople are eventually going to get maxed out. It's mathematically impossible to follow up with everybody, reach out to new daily leads every day, and deal with all the scheduled calls we have after several weeks of heightened activity in the business. So what do? We introduce the cleaner. The cleaner is one of my favorite roles. Let's say you have some new salesperson starting in your organization. Does that person deserve to just get on the phone and take all the new leads on a day-to-day basis? No, they shouldn't. Unless you have a substantial volume of new activity on a day-to-day basis that absolutely has to get handled, we're not going to start our people that way. What we're going to instead do is we're going to refer to the new role in your business called the cleaner. Now, the cleaner comes in, they have a very simple job. Remember what I mentioned. Math tells us that our salespeople will get maxed out. In the first week, they should be fine. In the second week, they should be fine. In the third week, this is when they cross the threshold where mathematically they can no longer follow up with everybody from week 1 and 2. They can no longer handle the additional daily leads that come in, and they can no longer handle their scheduled calls all at once. Somebody else has to come in and clean up where that person can no longer handle the volume. So what does the cleaner do? The cleaner's role is very simple. They're going to follow up. They're going to follow up with as many people as you can imagine. All your salespeople individually have this very scenario happening. So if you have 1 salesperson, this is happening once. If you have 2 salespeople, this is happening 2x. If you have 3 salespeople, it's happening 3x, etc. So as many salespeople as you have, you can essentially multiply the volume of leads that you get per week. You can essentially take that number and assure yourself after 4 weeks of activity, you're essentially, let's say you have 3 salespeople and you have 4 weeks of activity, all of the leads from week 1 are likely not being followed up with in week 4. However many leads you got in week 1, let's say that's 100 to be simple. You have 100 leads that have come in, split between 4 salespeople, that's 25 leads per person that are now no longer being communicated to. The cleaner comes in and they are going to follow up with those 100 leads. And then week 2 comes along. Well, now your closers are operating in week 6, but now the week 2 leads are no longer being followed up with. Here comes the cleaner again. The cleaner's role is to reestablish communication with the people who are no longer being followed up with. And their job is very simple. They are either going to attempt to close those people themselves. The cleaner role is typically a closing role. It's typically not a setter. It's okay, I want to point out, it is okay if you have some setters that are initially being trained up in the cleaner role. Totally fine. However, in an ideal scenario, remember, your main closers no longer have time to deal with all those leads anyway. They're dealing with all the new leads, all their new scheduled calls. They have a lot of stuff they got to do, and they're following up with the freshest of leads that they just communicated with last week or maybe the week prior. The cleaner is ideally a closer because those leads, they're not going to be contacted by the first closer who touched them anyway. So the cleaner comes in, they take ownership of that lead. Okay? They are the ones who are going to be responsible for working all of those old leads that are no longer being contacted, that need contacted because there's money there left on the table if they are not. Those leads get left in the dust. You and I both know how much money gets left on the table by that happening. The cleaner comes in, they train in this role, they get a lot of experience, they will get deals, and they will get a lot better at their job. In addition to that, they're not going to do one of the hardest jobs as a salesperson, but they're going to be dealing with a slightly more challenging role where they have to reestablish communication with people. You know, my agency, all we've done for literally the last essentially 7.5 years has been outbound sales. We don't rely on inbound deal flow. We reach out to people who have no idea who we are. We establish communication with them and we sell them on $15K a month deals plus rev shares. The cleaner can close leads that have directly expressed interest in your business and filled out lead forms very easily. They still count as inbound leads. They're just a little colder. No reason this person can't make a lot of money in what they do. And once they get really good at this, you promote them to either a full-time setter or you promote them to a full-time closer in your business and you bring on another new hire to fill the cleaner role. The cleaner role is one of my favorite positions. It makes a lot of money and it's one of the most unutilized roles inside of a sales organization. Get a cleaner in your business right away. There's a lot of money on the table. Are the fees or the profit share negotiable? No, they're not. Are you ready to get started with us? I find that being firm on these things, you don't really have to justify yourself. Typically, remember, if you've done the sales process the way that I articulate the sales process to be, you've started with the price, you justify the value after, and then you get to the point where you're talking about some of these buying questions like, hey, is the fee or the profit share negotiable? No, it's actually not. We're very firm on what we do. We have a long list of people who do it at this same price. It'd be very unfair to the people that we've already sold if we discounted it. And to be quite direct, you just wouldn't be as much of a priority to us if we sold it to you for anything less than what we already sell it for. Let's get started. I'll shoot you over the contract. Don't bend your back on this one. Stay firm instead. All these videos that have been on landing pages like mini webinars, full-time webinars, I mean really any other sales video that you've used to generate applications and scheduled calls into the business, remember what I said, there's a huge statistic to keep in mind. 2,000 people a day hit this client's page, less than 5% of people watched it. I looked at all the other clients that were running this same type of funnel and it was very similar statistics. At most, it was like 9% of people hit the page actually watched the video. And by watch the video, I literally mean just pressing play. I don't actually mean watching it through all the way. I just mean 5 to 9% of people press play. Now, does that mean these videos are dead? No. It just means we have to change how we use those videos. Okay, so as the business owner, as a salesperson in the business, you have to use these things as a sales aid now. They're no longer the entry point into the funnel. They're at a lower point in the process of buying. Okay, so as an example, if the entry point in the past has been videos, it's no longer videos. Now, consumer behavior shows people are very willing to fill out forms where they express interest, where they answer a few questions, and then they expect to be contacted. Once they are contacted via phone or text, you've successfully talked to this person. This is when the sales video comes into play. We can ask questions to people like, hey, I saw that you filled out a form online. I have 5 minutes to talk now, or I can talk later today, or you can just shoot me over a few questions via text. Let's say that they just choose the option to text you and they go back and forth with maybe 1 to 2 questions. My bet is your sales video probably answers a few of those questions that they're going to have in the initial contact phase. When they text you over a few questions, make sure you answer them. You know, make sure that even if you have a full video, that you still give them an answer. But make sure you also plug the video as an option to get a lengthier answer. So as an example, let's use a $40,000 product for an Amazon automation offer, okay? So I'm selling an offer where people are gonna invest $40K. They'll get paid a monthly amount based on the sales that their Amazon store produces. We guarantee that revenue comes in, or we'll buy the store back after 18 months. Okay? That's the type of offer that we've articulated in the ad. We've got a customer that just filled out a form about that offer. They said yes, they have 40K liquid, and they said yes, they understand how an Amazon automation business works. Now we've reached out. Hey, what's going on, lead? Saw you filled out a form about our Amazon automation business. I have 5 minutes to talk now if you're available, or I can do later today, or you can just shoot me over a text with any questions you have. Customer says, yeah, I actually just had a few quick questions. How's the guarantee work? I could answer the question by saying, hey, here's how guarantee works. Here's some details about it. And by the way, here's a short video that goes over how that guarantee works in a little more detail if you want to watch it. That is a great way to both answer the question and get the person to potentially watch a video. Now, to be clear, we want to consider that the most commonly asked questions that we get should be turned into videos with lengthier answers. So as an example, if you analyzed all of what you are asked in these text messages or on these phone calls with potential leads, you want to in turn give that feedback to people like me who are the marketer, so I can go tell the client what type of videos to shoot. Or you need to tell the business owner directly, hey, I'm getting this question a lot. This would be great if we turned it into a video. And then you want to have little, 1 to 3 minute videos that answer those common questions. Here's a short video on how the guarantee works. Oh, great. That was really helpful. Thank you. I had another question. How long does it typically take for the store to start making profit? Great question, lead. Typically takes anywhere from 3 to 5 months for the first sales to start rolling in and for you to really start making some profit. The average amount a customer makes is anywhere from a couple $100 in the first month. Sometimes they make a couple $1,000. It just depends on how well the products sell. Here's a short video going over that in more details on how the launch process works with our business and when you can expect to start making profit with your Amazon store. See, videos are extremely helpful, but we don't want to force people to watch them. We still want to give people the answers. I'm the type of buyer where those little answers that you give me, that'll be more than enough. If I'm not clear on it, then I'll watch the video and I'll appreciate that you put it there. I'm not going to expect, though, that you'd respond by only sending a video. So let's use the guarantee as an example again. Hey, I just had a quick question. How does the guarantee work? Yeah, here's a 1 minute video going over that. Dude, it takes me 10 seconds to read your text. It takes me 1 full minute to watch a video. I'm going to bias towards that short answer 10 times out of 10. Sure, different consumers are different. Typically, highly detailed people will be one of the only people that'll actually go through every video that you send them. Whereas most people, once again, they're going to be very conservative with giving your business a lot of time, especially when they're just going through the interested phase and trying to figure out whether it's for them or not. So remember, sales videos as a tool. I want to have my main presentation videos now used farther down in the sales process. I also want to create several smaller videos that can be used as what we call sales aids. These videos, simply put, are going to be individually sent out. They're typically the most commonly asked questions, and we're going to use them as well in our sales process after we've established contact and people start asking questions. Obviously, the more data we can get somebody to consume, simply put, the higher the probability is that they're going to buy from us or at least be willing to jump on a call. Make sure you develop all these videos. Don't be lazy about it. They help a ton with making more money and getting people on the phones to close. Okay, so a fun story real quick. This particular tip I'm about to give you, I actually had he's a head of the sales team in a client deal. This guy taught people how to start Airbnb businesses. It was a $15,000 information product. And the head of this particular sales team, he was already working on the deal before we started, which is a very common case. And we come in and we typically give all kinds of tips like what you're learning inside of this program. And this particular tip, this guy literally laughed at me. He said, oh, there's no way that we're going to be able to do that. No, that's not a scalable action. There's not a chance we're going to do that. And fun fact, that guy got fired about 3 weeks later because the business had been constrained at about $500,000 a month in revenue for like 2 years. We came into the deal. We saw very clearly, we were like, listen, this closer right here, they're giving us a ton of resistance to just basic ideas that don't take more than like 30 seconds that are going to make far more money off all the leads that are generated. Business owners want you to take actions like what I'm about to describe. They don't want you to make excuses about what I'm about to articulate to you. And the lesson is very simple, selfie videos. First of all, you get yourself an iPhone. Androids come through like absolute shit when you send or receive a selfie video text. All we want to do is we want to pull out our iPhone, and when we get a lead or when we're trying to follow up with a lead as an example, we just want to shoot like a quick 10 to 30 second selfie video text. It looked like this as an example. Hey, what's going on, Leo? I saw that you filled out our form on Facebook. My name's Jeremy. I just wanted to put a face to the name. I got time in about 5 minutes if you're available to talk. If you can't talk now, I got time later tonight if you're available. You can also just shoot me over a text if you have a few questions. I just wanted to put a face to the name, introduce myself and say that I'm very excited to help you out. All right, talk soon. Done. That's it. Less than 30 seconds. Send. On to the next thing. Don't make excuses about that tip. What it does is it substantially increases the connection rate. People don't like to let other people down. Think in your brain real quick. How easy is it to ignore an automated text? When you get those stupid reminder texts about some dinner reservation you got or a trainer appointment or even just a scheduled call that you booked, you don't even think about responding to them. A lot of people nowadays, they're not dumb. They know how the internet works. They know how automated texts work. They know how automated emails work. That's why nobody ever responds to texts or emails nowadays that look autonomous. Versus when I take out my phone, I take 10 to 30 seconds to send a very simple selfie video. I'm taking advantage of human psychology. There's a much higher probability that somebody's going to respond to me because I've initially established that I'm a real person who's actually trying to reach out to them. It's much harder to ignore a real person than it is to ignore an autonomous text. Do the selfie videos. Watch your connection rate go through the roof and don't make excuses about it. That's the worst thing that you could do with this specific advice. We're going to talk about a concept called value-driven follow-up. Value-driven follow-up is the greatest way to follow up. Like I said, I run a marketing agency, and in my business over the last 7.5 years, we've only done outbound sales to cold leads who have no idea who we are. And we've done so very successfully because we understand how to provide value in every communication that we have with a potential buyer. Okay, it's very simple. Rather than doing the annoying shit that most salespeople do, which is, let me give you an example. I made my initial pitch or I established my initial communication. The annoying way to do it would be following up. Hey, just seeing if you got my last message. Hey, did you watch that video I sent? Hey, just wondering if you saw my last message. Hey, do you have time to talk later today? That's annoying and provides no value for the person. It's selfish. Value-driven follow-up does the opposite. Value-driven follow-up, it's a very simple principle. We want to provide value every time that we're going to communicate with a person, especially when we're following up. Let me give you some examples for what we use inside of my marketing agency for how we follow up with people and do it in a valuable way. We'll go find a new article from Facebook. Facebook has this entire platform called the Facebook Newsroom. So does Instagram, so does Google AdWords, so does YouTube. Literally every major platform has this concept called a newsroom. This is where they announce like algorithm changes. This is where they announce like changes to the ad platforms. And we'll go grab these articles that talk about the advertising algorithm updates. And we'll be like, hey, potential client, didn't know if you saw this upcoming change on Facebook advertising algorithm later this month. Here's the link. Let me know if you need some help walking through it. We didn't have to say, hey, following up to see if you can get on a call about buying our offer. What we're going to do with value-driven follow-up, the intention of it is to communication by communication, establish ourselves with a level of expertise. We call this low pressure sales tactics. By simply staying in the mental view of a person, by simply showing up in a person's life, they know who we are. They know what we're there to talk about. They know what we sell. We don't need to directly tell them every time like they're a kindergartner who doesn't understand. We just need to be there so they think of us at least once a week. That's the ideal scenario with value-driven follow-up. Let me give you another. That selfie video I just taught you in the last one. If I just pull out my phone, very simple value-driven follow-up. Hey, what's going on, potential lead? I saw that you had watched that video I sent over last week. We just came out with another one, and it goes through a little bit about our investing process and some of the customers who have just recently put up some money with us and what their returns were. I want to send it over to you so you can get an idea of how well we treat our customers. Let me know what you think. Then I'm going to send a link to maybe a testimonial page, or I'm going to send a link to like a case study video, or I'm going to send a link to some like client interview that my business just recently did, going over the results, as I just said in the video, about what that person's experience with our company was. Maybe we get some new press written about the company, some type of article on a major platform, or maybe the business owner did a podcast somewhere. Hey, potential lead, my business owner just did this amazing podcast with this guy, and he talked about our buying process and how customers get results working with us. I wanted to shoot it over to you. Skip to the 57-minute mark. That's where the money is. Boom. I'm going to link them to stuff. I'm just going to have some type of, once again, valuable communication with these people. Now you'll notice with value-driven follow-up, you want to have like a library of tools and assets to use for the follow-up process, okay? I want an arsenal of articles, both from the company or from like what we call industry articles that just talk about the industry itself. I want to make sure that I'm ready to send selfie videos on the fly when necessary. In addition to that, I want to make sure that I have those sales aid videos that we talked about a few videos ago. Those become extremely helpful in the value-driven follow-up process. I just want to make sure, once again, that rather than just doing the annoying, selfish, self-centered follow-up that most salespeople do, that I actually just try to provide some type of value with the person every time I communicate with them. That's the point of value-driven follow-up, and that is a huge way that we get leads back into the communication cycle with the business. In addition to that, we can always use scarcity. We can say things like, hey, what's going on? Q4 is coming up and our costs are going up by about 10% in anticipation for all the activity that's going to happen throughout these next 3 months. I just wanted to give you a courtesy to let you know that you should do this deal with us sooner than later. That way you get a little bit of a discount. If you're not worried about the price, then disregard. Most people will respond quite well to that type of message. So value-driven follow-up can help get more people on the phone. In addition to that, real scarcity can help get people onto the phone. Incentives can also help get people onto the phone. We can use things like, hey, I'd love to get you on the phone with a past buyer of ours. Let me know if you're interested. I'd love for you to establish contact with somebody who's already gone through our buying process so you can see how great we are as an organization. Let me know if you're interested. The incentive would be, I want to make sure that the potential client I'm going to connect them with, who's already worked with us, I want to make sure that if that person ends up closing, that potential client who took their time to talk to that potential buyer gets paid a little bit commission in order to talk to that person. These are all ways to get leads back on the phone. They love results, they love value-driven follow-up, they love testimonials, they love case studies, they love learning more about your business, they love seeing that other people love your business, they love press, authority pieces, podcasts, content, they love all of it. Just do it in an authentic way where you're actually trying to give the person value. Don't just use random shit. See you in the next video. Okay, so whether you have book call funnels, whether you're doing outbound dialing, whether you're dealing with inbound lead forms that are then scheduling follow-up calls, you're gonna have to know how to keep your show rate high. So the most interesting feedback I ever get from sales teams is they just contact me as the marketer and they say, man, dude, like people are booking in, but they're just not showing up. Or, I'm reaching out to people, they're scheduling calls, but then they're not showing up. I then ask them, I'm like, well, what are you doing to get them to show up? And they say, sometimes I'll text and I'll confirm with them. That's about it. And there's a huge problem there. Besides marketing automation, the two main ways, here's how a typical, and I would say this is a below average organization, deals with show rates. Okay, so the typical show rate is dealt with by automation, which is going to be emails and texts. Okay, so emails, text messages, just simply confirming the appointment time, those basic reminders that Calendly, schedule once, just regular marketing automation will do. And in addition to that, they'll get the decent ones, the decent typical sales organizations, not the ones that are below average. They'll do a manual follow-up as well with the salesperson. And all that means is it's typically just a basic like, hey, just want to make sure you're actually going to show up. Now, what an above average sales organization does is quite different. The above average sales organization does not just rely on marketing automation. They do it, but they don't just rely on that. They also will do that manual follow-up attempt, meaning they'll simply, hey, just want to make sure you're actually going to show up. But in addition, when the call is being scheduled, they will sell the call. So what do I mean by that? Remember, what you're essentially asking when you're saying, hey, I'd love to get on a follow-up call with you. Do you have time at this time? Yes, I do. I'll make sure to show up. Great. You follow up with that person via marketing automation and text. Hey, just want to make sure you're going to show up at our time tomorrow at 9 a.m. Yeah, I am. The great sales organizations, the one that are above average, what I mean is they sell the call. They tell the person when they're actually booking, hey, I think it's going to be awesome when you show up for this call at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Just real quick, I want to make sure that we go through this. It's important you understand. The reason we do this call is because, and then we want to explain ourselves. We want to go through a process that actually sells the person on the fact that it's worth their time showing up. We can do this a few different ways. Some clients that we've worked with in the past, they'll create incentives that the person actually wants. Let me tell you some dumbass incentives. A random ebook that you think is going to be valuable for the person. A lot of them aren't, okay? A lot of them aren't, and a lot of people don't want to spend that extra time to read through it. Some people will say, hey, if you show up for the call, we're going to give you an ebook. Terrible idea. They probably don't want to read it anyway, and they don't want to spend that additional time. You want to find things that they actually want. Hey, potential lead, I think it's awesome that you want to show up at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and I'm happy to book that in. Just real quick, I want to make sure we're on the same page. If you show up to this call tomorrow, we incentivize action takers. We incentivize clients and customers who actually do what they're going to say. If you show up tomorrow and we end up doing a deal a couple weeks from now, we're going to give you X to sweeten the deal up a bit. Just show up for the call tomorrow. Like I said, we don't even need to close it tomorrow. If we do close it tomorrow, by the way, we have this incentive for the fast action takers. But hey, if it takes a couple days, that's fine. We have incentives to get you to do a deal with us that are better and better the faster you do the deal. So I just want to be clear. That all starts with you showing up to the call tomorrow. If you show up to the call tomorrow, we will do X for you. And it's something that they actually want. It could be a discount on the deal. It could be an added product to the deal. It could be just an additional onboarding meeting or some shit. It could be a software that you were already going to sell them anyway in your main offer. So let me give you an example of this. If I have an offer that has, let's say, 5 things in it, okay? It's a 5-part offer. This might be a bonus already. They might not even know that the 5th part of the offer exists yet. They likely know what you sell, but they likely don't know the details of what comes with what you sell. So what I mean by that is, under the guise that they don't know everything, I can take something that would already come with it anyway and make it appear as though I'm going to give it to them if they do something sooner. And if they don't do the deal, then I might remove this from the offer entirely. Now, to be clear, if your core offer has 5 things that they absolutely must have to get results with the offer, that's great. Add a 6th thing that can then act as the bonus. Likely every product and service, no matter what it is that you're sitting here selling right now, has something else that can be offered up that would make the offer more valuable, that can be used as the incentive to do different things throughout the deal. So that's one way to sell the call. There's multiple ways that we can sell the call outside of just discounts, incentives by adding additional things on, fast action bonuses. We also just want to make sure that the person gets generally what's going to happen on the call. Hey client, really appreciate you want to do the call tomorrow at 9 a.m. We want to make sure you understand why we do this call. So what we typically do on this is we show you a little bit about a presentation, how everything works, how the investment details are. We kind of go through some questions that you're likely going to have. We also ask you some questions to make sure that it's a good fit. If you don't mind, I mean, we can just knock it out now if you have time, and you could potentially do the call right then and there. But if you're going to do the call tomorrow still, and by the way, when we go back to this example, so tomorrow when we do this call, the reason we're going to do it is we have a few things we want to present to you. You're likely going to have a few questions for us. We're going to have a few questions for you. We want to make sure it's a good fit. Is that something that you want to do tomorrow? Or would you prefer that we knock it out right now? Most people are just going to say, yeah, I'm fine to do it tomorrow. Great. In that case, I want to just get a verbal commitment from you. Surprisingly, about half the people who say they're going to show up tomorrow don't. That's why we typically try to have the conversation right now instead of waiting until tomorrow. If you are going to do it tomorrow, I just want to get a verbal commitment from you. Are you actually going to show up? Can I get your word? We want to get the person to commit. People don't like to let themselves down. If you get somebody to commit to something, sure, don't get me wrong, they're potentially lying to you, and I acknowledge that, guys. But there's going to be a majority of people that, when they commit, actually end up showing up. It does have a substantial difference to the show rate. The other things that we could do, I taught you about the selfie video in past communications. I want to be clear. We want to do the selfie videos, okay? Selfie videos, instead of just the generic manual follow-up, work a lot better for the letdown bias. We want to do the selfie video to the person when we're manually following up. Instead of just saying, hey, wanted to make sure you're going to show up for the call tomorrow, pull out your phone. Hey, what's going on, lead? I wanted to make sure that you're actually going to show up for this call. Once again, I'm the guy that spoke with you yesterday that scheduled this in. If you have any questions, maybe you just want to get on the phone right now, I'm happy to do so. Let me know. If this time does not work out for you for whatever reason, also just shoot me a text and let me know. We'll get it rescheduled. We'll make it convenient for you. I'm excited to see you, and we'll talk soon. We can also use that selfie video to actually model selling the call again. We can reiterate the reasons that we might have already extrapolated from the person if we've gotten a communication line established with them prior to this scheduled call about what the reasons were for why they wanted to show up. We can also look at the lead form as an example, even if we've never talked to the person and we have a scheduled call with them. Hey lead, what's going on? I saw that in the form that you filled out for us, you said this. I'm really excited to talk about that with you. If you want to talk about it now, just shoot me a text. I'm happy to answer some questions, but we have our call time coming up at 9 a.m. Really excited to see you. Let me know if anything comes up. I'll see you at 9. You know, really simple stuff. We want to leverage the data that we have. We want to sell the call. We want to do selfie videos. We want to rely on the marketing automation. We can still do the manual follow-up as a secondary after the selfie video. But overall, once again, these tactics typically increase show rates anywhere from 20 to 30% on average. There is no magic pill. There is no one thing. I want to be very clear that increases it by itself 20 to 30%. It's really a combination of all of these that does it. See you in the next video. Get a lot of pushback on this one. I always say the price first, and then I justify everything that comes with it after. If you leave price at the very end of whatever you've justified to the person, it becomes a cliffhanger, okay? So let me be clear on this. If I say the price at the beginning of the conversation, I'm like, hey, I just want to be transparent with you at the beginning of this call. Our offer is about $40,000. We typically encourage people to just have that amount liquid. If you don't, we can get you approved for plenty of funding partners that we have. But in fairness, I just want to make sure that I say that. That way, everything that follows this point of our conversation justifies why it makes sense to move forward with us. But some people are really taken aback by that type of price point. They're not in the position to be able to work with us. So I just wanted to make sure we don't waste one another's time before we continue the conversation. If I show you why it makes sense to make that type of investment, do you think you could spend the next 15 minutes with me on this call walking through that process? Or is it too much of a sticker shock for you and you want to end the conversation here? Great way to start a conversation. Get bad leads off the phone, right off the rip. But in addition to that, I'm playing into a good psychology trick here. After I start with the price, the rest of the conversation that follows, I'm consistent. So I talk about a feature. I talk about another feature. I talk about another feature. I talk about another feature. I ask them questions. I get the data and the pain points behind why they want to do it. All of a sudden, the value, the perceptual value of my offer is much higher. And I started with the price so they can understand why it costs what it costs. Versus the opposite is also true. And unfortunately, it plays out negatively. If I start with the value, okay, I start with, here's what it does. Here's how it works. Let me ask you some questions. Oh, I understand your pain. Okay, we're on the same page now. Oh, here's the price. All of a sudden, there's a huge cliff there. Meaning now, they're likely going to have some potential objections. There's nothing that can follow the price to justify why it costs that much. You might think, oh, well, Jeremy, I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, you just said everything over here that has to do with why it's as valuable as it is. But once again, it's the sticker shock of the situation. If I'm gonna buy a $300,000 car, and I know right off the bat it's $300,000, let's say it's a new Aventador from Lamborghini. Well, I already know it's $300,000. Every other cool thing that I learn about it after I know that makes me think to myself, oh, it makes total sense why it's worth $300,000. Versus if I learn all of the cool shit about the Lamborghini Aventador first, I learn about the exhaust. I learn about how loud it is. I learn about that little window behind your head so you can hear the engine louder. You know, I learn about the fact it's a limited edition run. You know, I learn about the cool colors and all the paint stuff that they do. I learn about the paddle shifters and like all the transmission and the engine shit, the trunks in the front, you know, all that fun stuff. But then I hear it's $300,000. Oh, shit, sounds expensive. Nothing can really follow that makes it easier to digest the fact that it costs that much. It's a great psychology trick. It works extremely well. I'd encourage you to try it out, especially if you're not doing it now, because it's very, very effective at selling higher ticket products. Lead with the price, get the shitty people off the phone, and then add the value after you drop the price point. Try it out and let me know how it goes for you.
Hey, just wanted to give you a breather real quick. It's a lot of stuff that you're getting thrown at you right now. Just want to make sure you take a moment. First of all, hope you're taking notes. Once again, hope you're in the mindset that you're going to turn around, watch, do, actually take action on all this fun stuff. Make sure that you understand the impact that this can all have on you, of course, upon being implemented. Don't just mentally go through this and like take notes on stuff. Once again, it increases retention to actually take physical notes. Anyway, just wanted to give you a simple pause. Congratulations on even making it this far. I'm sure you're one of the single-digit percentages of people that even get this into the video. So congratulations. Deep breath. Okay, let's carry on into the next lesson.
So earlier today, my first client ever, Lee Haight, he runs a roofing business. It's nationwide. He's got 400 locations. He's one of those crazy guys like a storm chaser. Hurricane happened on the west coast of Florida just recently. He's over there right now just door knocking, deploying fleets of like hundreds of people into this location at once operationally on the sales side. And he has an education company as well where he teaches other roofers and contractors how to scale their roofing and contracting businesses. My first client ever. Long story short, Lee calls me earlier today. He was in the middle of a sales meeting and he wanted me to do some sales training with his guys, which I will happily do. So long story short, Lee essentially says, hey, we're trying to find a smooth way to be able to ask people what their credit score is and how much money they have in their bank account. Well, these are pretty direct questions, and you can imagine that you're either going to come across a lot of hostility or resistance or just dismissal if you as a salesperson ask that very set of questions to your prospects. If I as a marketer asked them those questions in a form, there's a high probability people would just lie about it because those are very personal questions. So we have to find ways where people will be more willing to disclose them. How do we do that? Well, we're going to categorize this in two ways: selfish questions versus value-added questions. Okay, selfish questions would be, hey, how much money do you have in your bank account right now? Hey, I'm wondering what your credit score is. I'm trying to see if you're worthy enough to get approved for funding. Selfish questions, There's no real value add for the customer there. Versus value-added ways to ask these questions. So I gave Lee and his sales team the example of a website called pipe.com. Pipe.com essentially takes recurring revenue, collateralizes it, and they give you a loan. So long story short, the first time I used Pipe, I had $100,000 that they gave to me as a loan with like 4% interest rates. And simply put, it's just like a normal business loan. They just allow me to make payments on it for 3, 6, 9, or 12 months. But the collateral source, kind of like some people take a mortgage and they'll get a HELOC, against the equity line of credit in their home. The home in that example is the collateral source. People will take stocks or any kind of equitable asset and they'll put it up as collateral and then a company will loan them money. Pipe.com uses the recurring revenue you have as the collateral. So if you fail to make a payment on the loan, they don't care. They're just going to take the recurring revenue that comes into your business for which recurring revenue customers you've put up as the collateral source. So Pipe asks you before they're willing to give you any money what your bank balance is. They need to make sure, they ask you before they're willing to give you any money how much money you have in your bank account. They want at least $50,000 in your accounts before they're even going to consider working with you. They also want to make sure that your books are currently reconciled, which means they want you to have a software like QuickBooks Online, and they want to make sure that your accounting is up to date to the last month. They also want to make sure that you have a credit score above 650, so if in the instance that, God forbid, your business goes under, you can personally guarantee any of these lines of credit that they potentially give you. Now, to be clear, they don't do that through just a simple form, okay? What they do is they first sell you on why they need the information. They say, okay, so you currently have $2.7 million worth of annualized revenue that we'd be willing to give you a loan for. The 3 things that we need from you in order to see if you qualify for us to work together: we need you to connect your bank account so we can analyze it for the current amounts. We need you to connect QuickBooks Online or some equivalent software for accounting that shows that your books are currently reconciled and up to date. And we also need to run a background check and personal credit history on you just to see where your score is currently at. That's going to give us a clear determining number that's going to dictate whether we get to work together or not. They give you a reason to give up the information. That's what we call value-added questions. So in Lee's example, when he's asking people for their bank balance essentially and for their credit card, for their credit scores, I told him to ask this instead. I said, hey, so roofer, we just need to know a few different pieces of information from you to see if it's going to be a good fit or not working together. A lot of what we recommend will cost money to do. We'll tell you to spend money on ads. We'll tell you to buy certain softwares. We have an upfront cost to work with us as a service provider. And there's certain vendors that we're going to refer your way that have certain monthly costs. So before we even consider working with somebody, we like them to be transparent with us in telling us 2 things: how much cash they currently have in their operating accounts for their business, and what their credit scores are, or even their business credit scores, so we can see if we can get you approved for funding if you do not have the capital in your operating accounts currently. Is that fair? See, just a simple reframe in the question. Instead of just saying, hey, how much money do you have in your bank account? What's your credit score? You say, hey, I want to make sure you understand there's a lot of costs to work with us, and we want to make sure that you're the right kind of person who can actually afford all these things that we're going to recommend so you can get results with it. We don't just want you to learn about it, we want you to do everything we're going to recommend. The average cost to work with us is X. The average cost of all these other things we want to get you approved for is X, Y, Z. And we want to make sure that you're going to be able to once again, use these things. We'd like to know how much capital you currently have. Like, use different words. How much capital you have in your operating accounts for your business. Makes it sound more sophisticated, easier to ask, and also has a reason to ask it. We also like to know what your credit score is so we can get you approved for funding partners in the instance you don't have the capital, or in the instance you don't want to use your capital and you'd rather use a funding partner. Is that fair? And we end it with, is that fair? That way it's an open-ended question. It's not necessarily just what's in your bank account, what's your credit score. It's a better way to ask the question. Value-added ways to ask. Make sure you tie a reason into why you're asking some of these harder hitting questions. Because getting answers to those questions is important. It helps you as the salesperson close deals. But you gotta have sophisticated ways to ask so you can actually get the answers. If I as the marketer do it, people typically lie on the internet. If you as the salesperson do it in a one-on-one conversation where it's private, there's a much higher probability that people will actually answer you honestly. See you in the next video. Okay, so in sales, one huge thing that makes a big difference to my total ROI, which is when I spend money on ads, on behalf of the business you're working for, the amount that comes out the other side matters a lot to how much more money that I can spend to scale the business up with you guys. So to be clear, we care a lot as marketers about this concept called AOV, average order value. I have a client as an example, he has an $8,000 product, but he typically sells for an average of $500 to $2,000 for the amount that they actually collect up front, okay? That makes a huge difference for how much more we can spend on the front end to get the sales team even more leads. Because as an example, if it costs, let's say $500 to get a customer and they're only collecting $500, you can't really scale that. You're just making money on the front end and then you have to wait 30 days to actually be profitable, which in fairness is sometimes a great way to run a business. But why not be as profitable as we can on the front end so we can scale the hell out of the business even faster? That's what works better. So to increase the average order value, I like to think it comes down to incentives. We have to give people a reason that they need to take action for a larger amount today. So just to be very clear, a few ways to go about doing this. In my business, I have an education company. We have a $5,000 information product. I'm going to use it as an example. If somebody is willing to buy the full amount at $5,000, they get the most product in comparison to anybody else, and they also get it right away. We'll give them not just what program they bought, we'll give them 2 extra programs as a bonus, and we also assure them that they're paying the least in comparison to anybody else. If somebody wants to do a split pay with us, meaning a split pay of 2 payments instead of just a single payment, that person pays 2 payments of $2,600. 2 payments of $2,600 comes out to $5,200 altogether. So that person's gonna get taxed essentially $200 to pay it over the course of 60 days rather than just making a one-time payment. And in addition to that, they will not get any bonus courses that the person who paid $5K gets. So right there alone, if you're in the consideration as a buyer, yeah, I wanna buy this, but do I wanna pay it all now, or am I positioned where I'm cash strapped and I wanna do the split pay? Well, if you do the split pay, you're not gonna get the 2 bonuses, and on top of that, you're gonna pay a little over $200 more than the person who paid it up front. So we incentivize the behavior that we wanna see from the customers. The incentives control what they're gonna do and what they're not gonna do. And the incentives have to be powerful enough, and the person essentially has to care enough about them to actually want to do whatever you're attempting to incentivize. It's very important I point that out. They can't be BS incentives. Now, at one point in my business, we had a quad pay for that same 5K information product where we split it into 4 payments of $1,325. That person ended up paying a little more than $300-ish in total tax to make it over the course of 4 months. However, the issue with the quad pay is that a lot of those people would make a single payment, then they wouldn't continue paying. Their card would fail the 2nd, 3rd, 4th time, and they would get removed from the course after the 2nd attempt at charging them would fail multiple times. However, the quad pay we got rid of entirely. We introduced financing partners, funding partners. We introduced companies like Coach Finance, FinFi. We even have funding partners who can help get people approved for 0% interest credit cards, where they can then use those to buy that same product and make payments over the course of 12 months with 0% interest. We also like to incentivize the funding or the financing partners that we have, because we're still gonna get the pay in full, okay? We're still gonna get the full $5,000 amount, and the person has the opportunity to make 12 payments on it, or 36 months worth of payments on it, or whatever works for them. We have funding partners and financing partners for our clients that go all the way up to $100,000 as an example. We have one funding partner that can get people approved for $150K on average through those 0% interest credit cards I just referred to. Those options are equally as incentivized as just paying it in full with cash. We're still gonna give the person the 2 bonuses. And we're also gonna give the person the other bonuses that we have in terms of like the discount. So we're gonna make sure that they only pay the 5K plus their interest that they're gonna have, but we'll give them the 2 bonuses since we still get paid the full amount. So to be clear, essentially, when it comes to increasing the average order value, there has to be a legitimate reason for why the person's gonna be spending more today in comparison to just using your funding options or in comparison to just using your own internal payment plans. Make sure you incentivize the behavior that you actually wanna see in the business. Okay, so one of the biggest issues that you're gonna have when you're actually scaling up is recruiting more salespeople, setters, closers into the organization. Now, what I do, and we've been doing this for a couple months now on behalf of our clients to help them recruit internal salespeople, is we've been going into a handful of Facebook groups and we've been posting about job opportunities that we have in a very descriptive way. I'm gonna go through a few of those groups real quick. I wanna make sure you understand what these are so you can join them yourself and so you can post the job opportunities. We'll go through how the job opportunity looks. We'll go through the process of what to do after you've started to recruit some people, and then we'll talk about the interview process. We'll go through it all here in this video. So first of all, the groups. The first one that I joined into that I've actually had a lot of success in is called High Ticket Ninjas, Closers, Influencers, and Lead Generation. These groups are built literally to post job opportunities. As you can see here in the description, this is literally for posting opportunities for closers, setters, people you want on your internal sales teams. There are several of these groups that I've found success in. Another one, High Ticket Closers - New Opportunities. You've seen both of these groups have about 6,000 members. The High Ticket Ninjas has 7,000. High Ticket Closers has 6.3K. There's this one called High Ticket Sales Jobs for inbound closers and appointment setters. That's 3.6K. In addition to that, we have another called High Ticket Closer - Free Job Opportunities, parentheses, no paid courses. This one has 12.7K members, also very good. And the last one that we've had some success with is High Ticket Inbound Closer Opportunities. All of these groups, I'm gonna give you some examples of what we've done. I'll show you some of my activity in the group so you could see for yourself. Here's a recent post for an Amazon automation offer for one of my clients, Elton and Pedro, who are very good at what they do. We've had success pulling, I believe, 2 or 3 people up to this point from this specific group into their sales organization who have done quite well. Here's how the copy reads. So, need closers for a $40,000 Amazon automation offer for a client with hundreds of qualified leads coming in weekly. Notice how I put it in bold, capitalized. This is what's referred to as a headline when you actually are editing the post inside of Facebook when you make the post. I would encourage that you go into the High Ticket Ninjas group, look at my activity in particular, and just essentially copy that and then fill in the blanks for what your specific offer is. I then describe a little bit about how much the client is currently spending per day, how many leads there are. I make sure that they're qualified. I go over a little bit of what we are asking. In this case, I make sure that they know we're getting people to say yes, they have $40,000 and that they want the Amazon automation offer that are currently uncontacted, which is true. I then describe what the offer is. Okay, so in this case, I just go through the offer details. I then add a little bit of qualifying criteria after I describe the offer. All of this that you see highlighted here is the offer details. From here, I then describe 2 different pieces of qualification criteria. You want to make sure you post this. You do not want a closing agency, somebody who is going to staff closers into the business. Those people staff absolute trash, and they typically staff fat cat closers and not real salespeople. We're trying to appeal to real salespeople here. So we make sure we say, this client wants in-house closers only. They are not looking for a closing agency to staff people into the deal. In this case, this particular client has all their leads coming from the United States. So we also want to make sure that we reference the fact that we need people who are in North America. That way they are on the same time zones, don't communicate with heavy accents because it does affect the sales process, unfortunately. We then articulate the commission. We also will sometimes communicate any potential bonus incentives if there's a certain amount of revenue closed here. And then we end with a clear call to action. The call to action is to drop a comment below, at which point we're going to transition to Messenger, where we are then going to communicate with people. I then put a few pieces of qualification criteria in addition to what I've already posted. In this case, I say, do not reach out if you are a noob. We are not looking for beginners. Do not reach out if you are not great in sales. This is not a job for lazy closers who only want leads who watch the video before getting on this call. This is an opportunity for a real salesperson who is great at what they do. And then I typically put a photo of the client. Now, as you can see here, this was posted, in this case, I'm filming this on October 20th. This was posted on October 18th in the late afternoon. They have 44 people who had already expressed interest, 43 if you exclude a comment that I had made. Now, what you're gonna get here is a few different comments, okay? In this case, this noob is complaining that he's a noob. We don't care about that. We start getting people who say interested or very short comments. What I then typically like to do, like here's Madeline as an example. If you hover over her name, we can see that she's in San Diego, California. We can also see that she's sent a friend request. we can go to her profile, and we always want to click on View Main Profile. We like to see if there's any radical behavior on their profiles or anything that just kind of looks amateurish or novice. In this case, Madeline's got a relatively private profile. We can't see much about her other than some photos that she has as her profile photos and her cover photos, and that she lives in San Diego. So to figure out more about Madeline, we're gonna have to communicate with her via Messenger to explore that opportunity further. Now, moral of the story, back to the post. I'm then just gonna kind of go person to person here, and I wanna get a general idea once again. Like here we got Anthony Moss. He says, let's go. He currently has himself listed as the COO of Fempire Media. Weird, but anyway, let's click to his profile to kind of see if there's more about him that we can learn. Looks like a family man. I'll tell you this, we've had a lot of success with guys specifically who have families. Same thing with women. They do extremely well, and they're typically very well dedicated. Right away, I see on Anthony's profile that it looks like he's posting some type of video that might be motivational from Mike Tyson, another one from Kobe. I mean, that's good right there. It looks like he's married as of May 27th. Motivational content. You know, I'm definitely gonna reach out to Anthony, and I'm gonna see, because he's consuming the right type of content based on what I'm looking at here, and he also looks like he is a man of God. Looks like he's made some posts as well about his religion with Christianity. I can also see some videos from this guy, so I'll give you an example here. Let's just play it.
Happy Wednesday. Sometimes you just got to get outside early in the morning, say what you're thankful for. I'm thankful for my family, thankful for my health.
Hey, that seems good. All I'm trying to do here is rapidly qualify. Is this a potential candidate? Is this not a potential candidate? Anthony seems like a potential candidate. What I'm then gonna do is I'm gonna reach out to people like Anthony. I'm gonna shoot him a message, and I like to typically, remember, I'm the marketer, and when I recruit people, what I typically will ask is, hey Anthony, appreciate your interest in the opportunity. I would love to know more about you. Can you send me over any flex data or stats that I can share with the client? Tell me about yourself. And I like to see how they respond. Now, I'll show you a few examples of this in a moment, but just to give you an idea, wide range of comments. Anthony says, let's go. George says, I'm interested and would like to learn more about the offer. Mike says, sold about 800K and done for you already. Interested to hear more and see if it's a good fit. Now, in addition to this, you will get people who will completely ignore what you have posted. Take Preet here as an example. Let's just check his profile real quick. And let's see if he's US based or if he's not US based. Because remember, I posted that we care about somebody who's in North America. So Preet, as you can see here, he lives in India. He completely neglected the instructions of the post, which is what you want somebody that's North American based. So you will get, I'd say about half of the people who are typically overseas who are novice and just not gonna be good fits. There's about 3 different job posts just recently that I've posted in this community that you can look at. They all model the same in terms of the format of the post. They all range. I typically get anywhere at the low end of like 40 people within the first 2 to 3 days that will comment on these posts, and about a fourth of them will be very qualified people. What we then want to do is we want to move over to Messenger, okay? Once we get into Messenger, I'll use Jason here as an example. So I said what I mentioned. I'm like, hey, can you send me over any experience that I can flex to the client about you? And then I kind of see where they go with it. In this case, Jason did a really good job. He articulated himself for how much revenue he generated, what his average closing rate was on his most recent deal. He even sent an Excel spreadsheet screenshot of his closing statistics from a recent deal he did and how much revenue was produced as a result of that. Could he be lying? Sure. But there's a low probability that he would go and make that up in the speed in which we were messaging with one another. Now, I go back and forth with him and I just ask him a few questions. In this case, I talked to him about what the price point of the offer was. He said it was an $8,800 product for a company called the Sales Mentor. I then looked up that company and I was like, hey, we have a lot of people who are in the information product space. In this case, I had 3 opportunities at the time, a funding offer, an information product offer, and an Amazon automation offer, and I let him pick for which one might be the best solution for him. I then referred him over to that specific client, and that was the end of it. I let the client take it from there. What I encourage the clients to do is obviously go through a formal interview process with these people. Most of them will set up a follow-up call after going back and forth with one another via email or text a few times. I'm typically introducing them via email. Obviously, if you as the client are going in here and recruiting salespeople, or maybe you're the sales manager and you're doing it this way, you could keep it in Messenger if you'd like, you could move it to email, you could move it to text, but the goal being we want to get this person on a call and we want to go through a formal interview with them. I typically like to do interviews via Zoom so I can see the person. That gives me an idea of how they present themselves. I also like to do 2 interviews when we interview salespeople especially. I want to see how they show up twice. Is their behavior different? Is their mood different? Do they present themselves in a different way? And I want to go through scenarios with them when I'm on these calls that I'm actually dealing with within my sales organization. I want to ask them questions about objections and how they'd overcome it. I want to do a little role playing with them right there in the interview. See if they're a good salesperson or not. that very first video within this sales training that you watched, I want to ask them questions about, are you a fat cat closer? Or are you a real salesperson? Those types of questions would be, hey, I have a lead list of 100 people. What would you do with it to get those people sold? Listen to what they have to say. Maybe they say something crazy and audacious, like, oh, I wouldn't do anything with those leads. I would expect them to be emailed and put through a booked call funnel, you know? Get them out of there. Versus other people are gonna say, I would text them all. I would see if I can re-engage them, and then I would try to get on the calls with the ones that engage. I'd probably ask you as the client if there's any videos that I could use to potentially follow up with these people and give them some additional education. I'd want to know how nurtured they are. You know, can you give me any ideas if they've gone through an education process via email or anything like that? When's the last time we communicated with them? You know, those types of questions and them expressing things that they'd actually do that are beneficial is really going to give us the information that we need for whether there's somebody who's going to come in and be great within the organization. That's what we care about when we're going through that formal interview process. Now, to be clear, after we get the person through the first or second round of interviews, we then obviously want to work them into the training phase. I will go through in a separate video how to actually go through and just get somebody trained up from the ground up. I'll leave that for another video. But for now, go join into all these groups. Start looking at the posts that I've made in them just simply by looking me up on Facebook there and seeing the activity that I've had within that group. I'd encourage looking at the High Ticket Ninjas group specifically. Look at all the people that comment. Look at some of those message examples that I've given you here. Go back and forth with people, get them on the interview, go through the interview process, role play with them throughout some different scenarios, and then once you're ready to bring them on the team, watch the next video. All right, this is a 3-part video. How to train a new hire, how to train your team on an ongoing basis, / how to keep your salespeople great. So first of all, I used to play sports when I was a kid, and my teams in high school, they sucked shit. It was really our coaches, in my opinion, that made us. It perpetuated the fact we sucked shit. They didn't do a good job bringing the talent out of us. Okay, now here's why. Basketball, football, baseball, all these different sports, they all had a commonality amongst my high school. None of them made us watch game footage. None of them really trained us on how to consistently run certain plays again and again and again and again. Sure, we'd practice. Sure, we'd do some plays, but we wouldn't do them as often as we needed to be great at them. We would just do them occasionally. A lot of the times, because we'd lose games, instead of our coaches coming back during practice and making us focus on whatever we were weak at or kind of sucked at, all they would do is just discipline us with negative consequences. They'd make us run a lot. They'd make us do sprints, you know? They'd make us just work out a lot more. Instead of actually putting us onto the field, putting us onto the court, etc., and making us better at, once again, whatever we needed strengthened, okay? There's a few things in that relate to our sales organizations. First of all, we have to have an ongoing training. We cannot just expect that there's a time where salespeople are all of a sudden trained. That's not how it works. Salespeople need an ongoing training regimen. Just as a professional athlete doesn't get to the NBA and all of a sudden just stop training. That's not how it works. If anything, they train harder. They do more activity in order to strengthen themselves against a greater level of competition that they now face. At no point has any great player you've ever known just stopped training. So first of all, when we look at new hires, let's compare it to a restaurant. How many of you have gone to a restaurant before? And when you sit down at your table, there's 2 waiters or waitresses that approach you instead of 1. That's generally when there's a new hire that's being trained. There's 2 scenarios. Either the waiter, the senior waiter who's been there a while, or waitress, is the one that's leading, and the new person is just kind of idling by, watching and observing how that senior person behaves. That's how it needs to be in sales as well. We need our new hires, upon being brought into the organization, they need to do the behind the scenes training on an ongoing basis. They need to watch all the past calls. But in addition to that, they need to just essentially sit back and tag along with the senior closers or salespeople in the organization for a little bit, at least for a week or 2, so they can see what goes on the calls live. Okay, now back to the restaurant analogy. Once the person who's the new hire starts to get comfortable in their new position, what they'll do is they'll typically start to lead, and the senior waiter or waitress will step back and just kind of listen and wait just in case they need to step in. They're going to let that new hire lead the table, you know, get everything done like the senior waiter or waitress would normally do. And the senior waiter or waitress is just going to, once again, they're going to sit back, kind of monitor the situation, and they're going to step in when necessary, if necessary. They're going to monitor and make sure everything's fine. Same thing, that typically happens for another 1 to 2 weeks before that person eventually is on their own and doing their own thing. It is unbelievable to me in most sales organizations how when a new hire comes into the business, they have barely any training that they do. They do like a handful of calls with the business owner, and then they just pop it on calls. Get the person to just follow along, to tag along with somebody who's already in the sales process that's doing good in your team. Let them learn for 1 to 2 weeks. Give them a base salary or some shit so they're not broke as shit just on commission only, at least for the first 30 to 60 days as an example, with a very small commission for any deals that they close. That way they have a livable wage. They can actually go through a training process where they can come out the other side good. Once they're actually fully ready to go, get them on a few calls with somebody who's in the sales organization to sit there and kind of listen in, or at least watch the call recordings after they're done, see where there was some potential need for improvement, or like I said, if you have a senior member that can tag along and let that salesperson lead the call, let the senior person get the full commission even though that other person closed the deal. Like I said, if they're on a base salary, they deserve a smaller commission in the meantime. It's a great training process specifically for new hires to come into the business. You can also have some of the new hires use the roles that I've talked about in some of these other sales training videos, such as the cleaner role, or you can have your closers start as setters, at which point they can eventually ascend to a closer. Now, ongoing training is a necessity, okay? We have to train our teams on an ongoing basis. Back in the day when I worked for Grant Cardone, I was very close with the sales organization because I had to work with them on a day-to-day basis to teach them how all the marketing stuff was working, how to use their CRMs, answer all these questions they had for them on technical stuff. And I got to observe how their organization worked from the inside out. Before these people even walked in the door, they had to watch 6 different Cardone University videos. When your people show up to the office, how many video trainings do they need to consume before they are allowed onto the field to play? Probably not a lot. Even if your team's fully remote, have them train before they actually go out there and start taking calls for the day. It matters a lot. If I'm playing a sport, I don't just show up in my uniform and the buzzer rings and I just start playing. I stretch first. I need to go and just warm up a little bit first, and then I go and play the game. It's the same thing in day-to-day life of your sales organization. They need to train before they walk into the office or before they start taking calls remotely. After they've trained, most of the best organizations I've worked with, including Grant's, they do a morning meeting, okay? So at 9 a.m. sharp in Grant's organization, all the people in the organization were on a morning meeting. They would walk them through, not just a bunch of bullshit, okay? They would walk them through the statistics of the organization. They would be transparent about everything. They would show people who are doing really well. They'd have those people share lessons with the rest of the organization. They would call out people who are doing bad, and they would ask, hey, why are you doing bad? Can anybody here help you do better? They would make all of that transparent and public. It wouldn't just be a bunch of bullshit once again where it's like, all right, guys, here in the morning meeting, really excited for the day, let's go out there and crush it. They wouldn't say stupid shit like that. They'd say real actionable data that can move the organization and the people a part of the organization to a better place before they go out there and do their jobs for the day. Now, the sales team specifically in Grant's office, what they would do next is they would role play. They'd spend about 30 to 45 minutes pairing up with one another, and they would role play. The sales management would walk around the people who are role playing, they'd listen in, they'd sometimes chime in, and they would add lessons and value when needed. Now, to be clear, that's what makes great sales organizations, okay? Before they even actually take calls, notice they did 3 things that would make them better for the day. Watch 6 training videos before they started, did a morning meeting that wasn't full of bullshit, and then role played. Then they'd actually go out and get on sales calls and do the sales activity. Your salespeople want this in the organization. People who want to make the most money working in a sales role will want to be pushed and held accountable to the highest levels of their performance. Like I said, compared to any professional sports organization that you've ever watched, there is not a single chance in hell that once these people reach that level, they just stop. They don't, I'm never going to train again now. I never need to practice again. I'm officially in the NBA or the NFL. That's the opposite of how it works, and you know it. Operate at a higher level. Stop being fucking lazy with your sales organization and your sales teams and get them to the point, once again, where you elevate the organization. Okay? In doing so, we make our salespeople great. But greatness is not something people step into every day with. Greatness is something that is developed consistently. Greatness is something that we bring out of the people within our organizations through holding them to higher standards, providing ongoing, consistent training, and making sure that we track everybody statistically, that we step in real time when needed. If I ran a sports organization and I'm the coach, I'm not just sitting quiet on the bench while the game's being played. I'm watching the game, I'm yelling from the sidelines, telling my players what to do. There's multiple points throughout a game where there's timeouts called, where everybody regroups. There's multiple points throughout a game Depending on what sport it is, where there's quarters, everybody regroups and reflects on what's happening while the game is being played. Okay? At halftime, at the end of the game, everybody just doesn't leave or sit around. They go recap on what just happened during the game. This needs to happen in your organization as well. Throughout the day, you can't just let your salespeople run loose. You can't just let them just go and do whatever the fuck they want to do. You have to be involved with them in real time. Salespeople are the most important role within your organization. It is what makes the most money. You cannot let them just go out there on their own and just expect them to perform their greatest. You have to be available for them in real time to answer questions, to make sure that you're providing guidance when necessary. You can't just let them go and do their own thing. You will not bring out greatness within your team and make millions of dollars a month if you just act as a mediocre, average small business would. You have to act with what great sales organizations would do. The biggest businesses that exist do everything we just talked about, and they do it day in and day out because they want to make a fuckload of money. So moral of the story is, to train a new hire, to train your team on an ongoing basis, and to bring out greatness, it requires a great system that extrapolates that greatness from each individual within your company. Don't sleep on this. In business, when you look at sales teams, there's currently a lot of business owners that are very lackadaisical in how they go about running their sales organizations, as you've seen throughout these last couple videos. And I want to be very clear when I say this. There's currently two options, and it depends on what type of business owner you are for which option you're going to lean into. Okay, and those two options are very simple. You're either going to build an in-house sales organization, so an in-house sales team, or you're going to use an outsourced closing team. Now, when it comes to salespeople, it's a very time and effort intensive job. What I mean by that is we can't have people who are part-time. We need people who are full-time in the organization to get the most results. In-house sales teams are harder, they take more time. They're a little harder to develop because you as the business owner are going to be responsible for hiring great people, training those people on an ongoing basis, and developing those people on an ongoing basis to bring in the most amount of money you can for your organization. That requires a level of responsibility that some business owners just simply they don't want to do, and they push it off onto what's called an outsourced sales team. Outsourced sales teams, they typically have all of those responsibilities handled themselves. They'll hire people for you, they'll train people for you, they'll staff people onto your account, and essentially the sell in that type of system is that the business owner can be a little more hands-off and just be responsible for delivering the result. Or once again, like doing operationally whatever it is that they're selling. Now, it sounds great, but in practice, it is the most limiting possible thing that you could do to your business. From my experience, and to be fair, I have had a few outsourced sales teams that we've worked with, I won't name names, that have done quite well through the years, but they've all been short-term deals, meaning I have deals that have lasted literally 7 to 8 years. I have deals that are multi-year relationships that make millions of dollars per month, and they continue to scale. I have some businesses that we've done with outsourced closing teams that have also gotten to $1 million a month, but then things start to plateau or things start to decline, and it's never a shock when that occurs because outsourced closing teams don't have the strongest incentive to continue growing your business. Their incentives are their own incentives. In-house closing teams are the company's incentives. What do I mean by that? Well, I just recently referred a client to an outsourced closing team. He was one of those business owners that didn't want to hire people, didn't want to train people, didn't want to take the responsibility to grow the team. He wanted to push all that onto somebody else. So I referred him over an outsourced sales team. That outsourced sales team came in, they charged $20K right off the bat just to start. After that, they took 20% gross of each sale. Somewhat fair when you're omitting all responsibility. However, in the first 2 weeks of that deal, that sales team did quite well. They were closing a deal every other day. Then, after 2 weeks, they fired the client and they refunded the original $20K the client paid. Client and I were like, what the fuck? What happened? And the closer, he's a friend of mine. He calls me, he goes, hey, I'm sorry I had to fire that client. We have another deal that we're doing that has 6 deals a day being closed. And simply put, I can't continue to put the time and attention into this client because they're only closing a deal every other day right now. So I have to take my closers off that account and I have to put them onto this other account that we're doing 6 to 10 deals a day on. That's very fair, in all fairness, that's very fair. Now, obviously that puts the client in a tough spot because then they have to go back to what they should have done in the first place, which is building an in-house sales team. As I mentioned though, not every client wants to take on that level of responsibility. Now, the other kind of negative incentives of an outsourced sales team is they're not going to be full-time for you. Naturally, right off the bat, they're gonna be part-time. Outsourced sales teams typically also are filled with fat cat closers. They will not follow up on your organization's behalf with old leads. They will not dial to people who have filled out lead forms. They absolutely hate those strategies, and they are terrible with them because they're fat cat closers. Most of these outsourced sales teams as well, the people who run these like closing agencies, the issue is they also just only will take scheduled calls that come into their calendar. And remember, they're gonna kind of, out of their entire day, let's say they have 8 to 10 call slots a day, maybe 3 or 4 of them are filled up with a different company, 2 or 3 of them might be filled up with a different company, and then they have, maybe 1 or 2 slots available for you. Some, in fairness, of these outsourced closing teams will staff closers specific to your account, and they won't allow those closers to work on multiple deals that entity has. That's good, but the issue is they still are typically only taking scheduled calls and not actually doing what real salespeople will do. In-house sales teams, on the other hand, do extremely well with everything that the outsourced sales teams don't do well. They will dial on inbound leads that have filled out forms. They will do cold pitching. They will do outbound dialing, if you will. They will take scheduled calls. They will follow up with old leads. They will spend their full entire day and their entire section of their career where they're working with you developing their skills around selling your offers, your products, and your solutions. Their entire focus goes towards being better at selling whatever it is that your business sells. I heavily encourage every client that I have to bias towards in-house teams. I am not a fan of the outsourced sales teams just based on an incentive perspective. So when you're looking for full-time closers, you're gonna have to take on the responsibility of hiring, training, developing your sales teams, tracking them statistically, and making them great. The appeal in the offer of what outsourced sales teams, I agree, is appealing, but in practice, very limiting. You as the salesperson, you have to have a sustained high level of conviction in order for a sale to occur. You cannot in any way, shape, or form capitulate to the other party's level, okay? So you as the salesperson going into the deal, your interest levels are going to be high. The potential client, they are going to have low interest levels, okay? So to be clear, a deal happens when both parties' interests are piqued. So you as the salesperson, your interest levels have to be as high as they can possibly be, AKA your conviction about your product. You're going to come across resistance, obviously, when you're talking to people. Now, to be clear, a client enters into the deal, they might have a little bit of interest. Maybe they have the problem that your product or service solves. Maybe they just have a general interest or curiosity around understanding what it is that you do. Maybe some of their friends bought your product, and they're trying to figure out why people bought your product so they can justify it themselves. Well, watch this. The client's interest level comes in low, okay? So when you talk to somebody who naturally has a low interest level and you have to get their interest level higher in order for a deal to actually occur, what does that mean? That means you cannot lower your interest level. You cannot lower your conviction rate to their level. You should be fully sold on why your product costs as much as it does, why it is the way it is, and why it's going to be beneficial for the client. And when you are dealing with somebody who has a lower level of interest than yours, and you continue to explain yourself, feature by feature, overcoming objection by objection, what happens is one step at a time, you're moving the client's interest level up. And you likely recognize this. All of a sudden, the tonality changes in the individual. You can hear it in their voice that there's a little more interest and a little more curiosity. There's a little less resistance than there was at the beginning point of the conversation when their interest was at the lowest. Their interest will raise because your level of conviction and interest was sustained. If you lower your interest level, the client will lower their interest level. It is a game of capitulating to one another. When they enter in, if you waver on the bar of interest you have set, you will be pulled down to their level and no deal occurs. The only time that a deal occurs is when you maintain your level of conviction about why the person needs that product, service, or offer. And in doing so, you will raise their level of interest in order for a deal to eventually occur. There is no other way a sale happens. A sale happens when both parties are at the same level of agreement with one another, then a deal gets done. If you capitulate to their level that they enter into the deal with, you will not get a deal. Keep your conviction insanely high about what it is that you are selling and why the person on the other end of that phone needs it. Otherwise, once again, a deal won't occur. Okay, so I get this question a lot from sales teams that we work with, which is, how do you actually get people to take an action fast? Okay, and it all comes down to one thing. That one thing is very simple. Incentives. Okay? People take action based on having a reason to take that action. So a lot of organizations that we work with, they don't do discounts. They don't do, any like time-based sales. Like they don't do Black Friday stuff. They don't do like themed holiday sales and anything like that. However, if we look at a lot of, let's use the example of the designer brand industry. So Louis Vuitton, Dior, Balenciaga, even watch brands like Rolex or Patek or Richard Mille, or any one of them, AP. All of these types of brands, they never do discounts. They have a recurring and revolving set of products that are limited, okay? So as an example, this very watch is a limited edition model. It came out, I think, sometime in the middle of 2012. It was manufactured between 2012 and 2015. It had a limited run of 250 pieces. And to be clear, after it was gone, okay? Then, it's not like they never made another watch again. They just made other variations of watches. So let me give you a few examples. If I have a $40,000 automation business as an example, or if I'm trying to raise $100,000, typically, especially for the investment niche, there's funds that only need a certain amount of revenue before they then close and they move on to another deal. So certain deals are more appealing than other deals to different types of investors. So let's say that I'm closing on some multifamily property in Texas somewhere, in Dallas, let's say. Well, I'm only going to acquire a certain property with that specific fund, and then once that fund closes, there is no other way to get into that deal. And then from there, I'm going to open another fund, or I'm going to open another syndicate, or I'm just going to focus on another property that we want to acquire. So once again, the essential time frame of, look, we're only raising a certain amount of capital. Once this amount of capital is raised, that syndicate specifically is going to close, and then we're going to move on to other deals. If you want to get in and you want to be in this specific deal, then you need to act right away. We have a handful of other investors that are putting up anywhere from $100K to over $1 million. And once the round is closed, the round is closed. We don't really know when that's going to happen. It could be literally tomorrow. It could be 2 or 3 weeks from now. But we want to make sure that we tell everybody who's considering to come in to get in sooner than later. And no, this is not made up. Once it's done, it's done. That's a good example of it. Or we can also look at the automation business where we have, let's say, a $40,000 Amazon automation store. Well, what's the reason that somebody's going to buy today if it's going to cost just as much next month or just as much the month after? So we don't really want to come up with discounts. We don't really want to come up with like random reasons for people to all of a sudden take action. We want to have literally real things for like why people need to take action in a certain amount of time. So as an example, maybe it's a tax incentive. So, hey, if you put the money up by this time frame, you're going to be able to write that amount off for this year's tax bill. It could be other reasons like, hey, Q4 is coming up. We have an unbelievable amount of work that we have to do in Q4, and there's a lot of sales that come in during that time frame. We have a 10% price bump that's going to start at the beginning of October. Just want to disclose that. Make sure you get in before then. Let's say that you're in the middle of Q4. Hey, there's an unbelievable volume of sales that are happening right now. We want to make sure that you can capitalize on it before the year ends. Let's get your store started today. That way we can try to capitalize on some of these holiday sales coming in. Or let's say that it's the middle of the year. It's like April, and somebody's considering buying that same $40,000 store. What is a real reason that somebody's going to buy it then versus the Q4 example I just gave? We have to be able to come up with reasons and ways that people are going to invest. Otherwise, there's no reason for them to. So incentives, okay? Let me give you an example. Fast action incentives. So hey, if you invest this $40,000 cost in your Amazon automation store by the end of the month, we're going to keep the cost at what it is. If you wait more than 30 days to do a deal with us from this conversation today, I just want to be clear, we have a 10% price bump. The cost will go up from $40,000 to $44,000 because we like to incentivize action takers. We found that through the years, all the deals that we've done, the people who take action fast are the best clients to work with. And we want to reward that type of behavior. We want to attract that type of clientele. The people who are slow with their decision making can also slow down our ability to help you as a client in real time. If I need you to answer some simple question and you end up taking 3 weeks instead of just answering it the same day that I asked, that is going to drastically slow down the probability of us being able to get you results. So we punish the people who can't make decisions fast by adding price bumps. Just for whatever reason, to be clear, if you wait in that 30th to 60th day and you still don't take action, I want to be fair in letting you know that we have another 10% price bump, and the price will go from 44K to about 48K and some change. Just to be fair, like I said, if you take action between now and the next 30 days, which will give you plenty of time to review the deal with partners, review the deal with your spouse, review the deal yourself, review the deal with a lawyer, and really see. We'll even get you in contact with some of our clients if you'd like, so you can see why it's a great decision. And like I said, you'll get the best price in taking actions with us sooner than later. A simple incentive for a fast action taker can make or break whether somebody's going to do a deal or not. And it's not like you have to raise the price 10% for every other person you're going to sell to. You punish the people who are not action takers. And that's an example of a real reason. It gives real scarcity and it gives real urgency in your sales process to get people to move. So anyway, moral of the story, look at what you got going on in your deal, right? Think of, are there certain time frames of the year where I could incentivize based on a tax deduction, or I could incentivize based on a heightened level of activity in comparison to every other year? Or, hey, it's the beginning of the year, let's get started on the right foot. Let's attack your financial goals that you have. Hey, we're gonna incentivize fast action takers. We'll give you the best price between now and the next 30 days. Otherwise, we punish you by doing this. And explain yourself. Explain why those incentives are there and why they exist. And make sure they're incentives that people actually give a shit about. That's the big difference. If somebody does not care about an incentive, they will not follow the incentive. Very simple. Any great sports organization that has ever existed reviews game footage. They don't make all these whiny excuses that sales management and business owners make when running a sales team. Most business owners and sales management say things like this: oh, I don't have time to watch all the call recordings. Oh, I don't have the ability to sit down and actually watch through some of the calls that happened today. I just simply don't have time for it. It's always time. Okay? Sports organizations, matter of fact, I sat courtside the other day at a Heat game. One of my clients, Brandon Rangel, bought me a ticket. Thank you, Brandon, if you're watching this. And we were sitting there, and there was a guy, a part of the Chicago Bulls. He had a laptop. He was sitting behind the player bench, but he was one of the coaches, and all his job was to sit there in real time. Literally, while the game was happening, he had live footage of the game right there on his laptop, and he's just sitting there cutting up clips. And I noticed that he's dropping them into a Dropbox. And they're all labeled different folders. One was labeled need to review. They even had individual player folders that they would drop the footage into. At one point, it's right before halftime, we tapped the guy and we're like, hey, what are you chopping up all the footage for like this? And he goes, oh, this is what we review after the game. We send it to all the players so they can individually review what they need to improve on. We also collectively have meetings within the behind the scenes here, kind of going over some of this stuff at halftime. And a lot of this stuff as well is going to be reviewed by the coaches later. And they had a whole fleet of coaches, by the way. They had like 8 coaches besides the head coach, okay? So the head coach and then like 8 individual coaches. They were like, some of these will go to the offense coordinator, some of these will go for the defensive coordinator, some of these will go to like the guys who deal with the big guys in the post. He's like, we're essentially chopping it up all in real time so all of it can get reviewed. It's not something to be made an excuse of. It's something that has to happen to make the organization better. We can't have all these calls happen every day in your sales organization, neglected and ignored. They have to be watched, they have to be reviewed, because there is improvement to be made in adding perspective about our own behaviors. This very video that I'm recording right now, I could watch it after I'm done recording it and I could see potential improvements in my tonality, in removing certain filler words that might not be valuable for you as the viewer. I can't think of that stuff literally right now while I'm thinking about what I'm communicating with you, can I? I have to be able to review it at a later time because I see it through a completely different perspective. It's the same for you and your sales team. You should be doing this on meetings with them, not necessarily every day, but you should have some time as the sales management, as a sales director, or as the business owner yourself to sit down and review footage, to be able to ask and answer questions about what can be improved in this person's sales process, to share calls around that were really good. Maybe somebody did an incredible job on a sales call, overcoming a shitload of objections, taking somebody who was essentially non-interested to literally closed. What an amazing piece of content to share amongst the organization for everybody to sit there and watch. Do not tolerate that weak excuse of, I do not have time to do that. That is so unbelievable. Imagine once again you were in the NBA and you said, oh, I don't have time to watch footage. They would kick you off the team. That's not a perspective that we can hold when we are trying to operate at greatness, when we are trying to make millions of dollars a month. We have to be in the perspective of, I have to watch myself. I have to be able to review that footage. I have to be able to review the footage of my team and my organization so I can see where the improvements need to be made. I have to be able to share the great calls with my organization to make other people see what greatness looks like. I have to be able to share the bad calls where things just went terribly wrong with my organization so everybody can see what lessons can collectively be learned. Imagine you have a bunch of individuals in your business. Let's just keep it very simple and say you have 3 people and then you have a business owner, okay? This is the business owner, these are the salespeople. If each one of these people is only taking sales calls and nobody's reviewing any footage, there's really not a lot of improvement there. If each one of these people is tasked with reviewing their own footage, there's individual improvement to be made. If each one of these salespeople and the business owner are reviewing each other's footage collectively, there is collective advancement that happens. It's a good lesson. It's a fool's game to learn the hard way. It is a wise man's game to learn hard lessons through others. There's no reason that each one of your salespeople or the business owner should learn lessons on their own. They should be learning lessons through a collective effort of all of the organization's calls shared amongst one another. It makes a huge difference for the performance of the team. Your personal life affects your professional life, okay? There's no doubt about it. I want to be clear. There's a lot of things in life that happens that, simply put, we can't control. Family issues, medical issues, maybe you have an issue with your pet, maybe something happened with one of your kids. Maybe you're just, you broke up with somebody and you're in a tough spot mentally. All those things are going to affect your professional life. One of my clients, his name's Brandon Carter. Brandon tracks his salespeople's daily moods, and he also tracks their macros, carbs, protein, fats. He's King Keto on Instagram if you want to look him up so you can see how physically fit he is. The point is, Brandon tracks, once again, his salespeople's moods, and he tracks, once again, their salespeople's macros. You have to have some type of opportunity for your salespeople to come to you transparently and acknowledge when they're having some type of issue in their personal life. So as an example, in my sales organization, one of my sales guys, he was having an issue with his car. He had this piece of shit Mini Cooper, and simply put, it was having all these issues. What I did is, for Christmas, I got him a new Mercedes-Benz. He's very happy with it, and it's drastically improved. I mean, literally that 1 month, he had an additional 300% in sales in comparison to what he had just that month prior. So when you see salespeople kind of struggling for a sustained period of time, it's likely because some type of personal issue. Now, once again, there's not a lot that we can do if something is drastically out of our control, like a family medical issue, a personal medical issue, something that happened with a death or once again, something like that along those lines. But there's a lot that we can do, especially for things that just relate to money. Maybe somebody's in the middle of moving. We can help encourage them how to expedite a move through having movers come in comparison to them doing everything themselves. Letting the salesperson know that, okay, you just moved to a new location. All your productivity habits that you previously had established were really largely due to environmental triggers that caused you to be productive based on, as an example, when you walk into your office in your home, there's a level of productivity that naturally happens there because that's where you work. Versus when you're in a new environment, all those existing productivity habits are uprooted by being in a new environment. Teaching people things like this. I had a mentor, his name's David Meltzer, and David runs a huge organization out in California. It's a sports marketing agency. He works with a lot of the professional franchises out there in the sports world. In addition to that, he used to be the CEO of Samsung Mobile at one point in the US. David is incredible in terms of how he operates as a business person and the level that he brings all the people within his organization up to. Every Friday, he does a totally non-business training, just a personal development training session on Fridays. He'll go over a wide range of stuff, from meditation to spiritual views to just asking people questions about how their personal lives are and kind of helping them through different things. Him and his staff have an extremely transparent relationship with one another about what's going on in their personal lives, and that gives David an opportunity to step in and help them in those areas if they're ever having issues there. Because once again, your personal life will affect your professional life in every way, shape, or form. If you as a salesperson are sitting here watching this right now, just be transparent with your boss. A lot of people are pretty cool about, dude, something's going on in your personal life, why don't you take a couple days off so you can recoup, deal with it, and then come back into the business so you can laser focus on the professional side of your life again. At the end of the day, it's a big waste of leads, and I hate to say it like this, but it is just an overall big waste of money for the business to fill up a salesperson's calendar with a bunch of opportunities when they're having a bunch of mental fatigue and a bunch of personal life issues. Those leads are essentially going to be wasted to a degree because once again, that person's in a bad mental position. So it's definitely a huge responsibility of the sales management, of the executive team, to not control our salespeople's personal lives, but to help make sure that we influence it to be as sustainable and consistent and as essentially thriving as much as possible, because it absolutely affects the amount of money they're going to bring in for the business professionally. There's a few different softwares and tools that you can use as a salesperson that'll help you a lot. Number one, Close.com. Close.com is essentially a CRM built for salespeople. It used to be Close.io. There's one caveat of using Close.com that I would not encourage you to do, which is to use the phone numbers that are built into Close.com. So if you use the phone numbers to like text and call people through Close.com, there's a much higher probability that it'll go to the spam inbox on iPhones for text messages, and that it'll also get automatically declined or show up as spam likely or scam likely on an iPhone. So you don't want to use the phone numbers from them. However, it is a good like salesperson focused CRM to use. Pipedrive is another salesperson based CRM to use. When it comes to like sales CRMs, those are really the only two that I'd refer to that I think are good. And once again, that are built like specifically for salespeople. Typically, some of the higher revenue clients that we work with, they'll have one marketing CRM, like as an example, ActiveCampaign, Infusionsoft, now known as Keep, HubSpot sometimes, and a handful of others. I've seen people unfortunately use Zoho, which I wouldn't recommend, but a few people use that. ActiveCampaign, HubSpot, Keep, otherwise known as Infusionsoft. Those are all marketing CRMs. Salesperson CRMs, Close.com, Pipedrive, those are very effective. There are a few other softwares and tools that I'd encourage that you look into that can be helpful for sales organizations. There is one in particular that is referred to as slybroadcast.com. Slybroadcast can essentially mass drop voicemails into people's phones, which can be very helpful as a trick to get a bunch of callbacks. There are also a few softwares built for kind of spoofing a phone number to look like a local phone number. I would just go on Google and I would type in softwares for local area codes. There's a handful of different options that I'd encourage you to look at. They're pretty much all the exact same. There's no real bias on my end towards which one to prefer. However, what we did notice is that the connection rate on leads that filled out a form being contacted from an area code that was local to their area code were substantially greater. Like we saw upwards of 60% connection rates when dialing from the local area code of wherever that individual was located in terms of their area code, versus the normal connection rate is anywhere from like 20 to 30% in comparison. So that made a huge difference. Besides that, that's all I really want to talk about in this video. There's not much else to go over on this. Don't overcomplicate the software side. I've seen huge sales teams do millions of dollars a month out of Google Sheets as an example. Don't overcomplicate it. This question comes up, which is when to fire sales reps. It's unfortunate, but sometimes it does need to happen. So I'm going to refer back to my times when I worked at Grant Cardone's office and what I saw in his business, and I'd really encourage that. It works quite well. So at one point when I came in, he had about 25 salespeople, and a lot of them were doing outbound dialing. They were responsible for building their own lead lists, calling those leads, and closing those leads. That's how they were judged. They were also all tracked statistically, meaning every day you came in, there was a giant set on the wall of graphs and statistics. Each one of those graphs was typically the person's sales revenue, outbound dials, connection rate, and whenever those statistics started to fall, that person would be brought in and they would be asked, hey, why are your statistics declining? Where are we lacking in the training that we need to provide to you? What's causing this? They would talk about it at the end of every week. Versus if somebody's statistics were good, they would encourage that person to help train other staff. They would ask that person about what they were doing well. They would ask that person what's creating the momentum. And they would share those lessons with the organization. Now, to be clear, when the person's sales statistics were declining, on Friday specifically, that's when they would bring everybody in. So 4 times a month, every Friday, they would bring that person into the office and they would ask them, what's going on with your statistics? Or, hey, congratulations on your statistics. Keep doing everything you're doing. What's going well? If 2 weeks in a row, the person's statistics were going down, they would then let the person know on that second week that if there was 2 more weeks of consecutive down statistics, that they were unfortunately going to have to be let go based on their performance. So they'd give the person essentially 4 weeks of leeway before they would cut the person off. Within those first 2 weeks, as I mentioned, they would talk about what they needed. If the person said, no, everything's fine, I expect it to turn around, great, let's see it. Most of the time, though, in fairness, they'd ask, hey, this is what I'm currently lacking, or this is what I'm currently struggling with. This is where I think I could use some improvement. And that would be provided to them. Up to 4 weeks was as long as they'd tolerate. Typically on a month-to-month basis, the bottom 10% of the sales organization would get let go. And that's just kind of how it continued to trend month over month. They ended up with more salespeople by the time I left there. They had about 40-ish by the time that I left. I believe they have more today. The salespeople weren't really against it, you know? And to be fair, I want to point out that if all of the sales team statistics were trending up, they would not cut the bottom 10%. Typically, there's at least 10% of the sales organization that does have statistics that are trending down. And remember, when you as a business owner are spending money on advertising to generate leads, it is not only a loss of the salesperson losing out, it's a loss of you as the business owner losing out on revenue because your salespeople are essentially wasting opportunities. So it's important that you get them out fast. About 4 weeks on average is what Grant would tolerate. I'd encourage the same for everybody else's organizations. But remember, you can't just guess who's doing good and bad. He tracked all of their statistics in order to judge who was good and who was bad. Don't forget that part.
Hey, shameless plug real quick. Look, I've got my Inner Circle program. I link it in every YouTube video I've got. My entire channel here is dedicated to helping you hit $1 million months. And you best believe my paid offers are obviously at a substantially higher probability intended to get you to do that. To be clear, it's in more depth, in more detail. You get access to all my training libraries, of course. But more importantly, you get access to me one-on-one, weekly group calls on Saturdays at 11 a.m. EST. You can request whatever topics you'd like. We typically have those calls range from about 45 to an hour long. And they're highly valuable. We do those every Saturday once again. We do quarterly masterminds. We do them here in person now at the Penthouse. In addition to that, we do them live streamed and obviously recorded just in case you can't make it in person, all good. And we do them 4 times a year. Do it in January, April, July, and October, top of each quarter, quarterly mastermind. And then lastly, we have our group chat. Our group chat's on Telegram. Look, there's a whole lot of us that are trying to get absolutely rich as shit, okay? We're trying to go from rich to a hell of a lot richer. No exaggeration. I know this kind of sounds biased because I run the mastermind myself, but I found nothing like it. That's why I love it so much outside of the fact it's my own. There is truly nothing more valuable when it comes to being around a bunch of people who are far above you, close to where you're at, and below the level that you're currently operating at, all with the same intention. Try to contribute, add value, get to the next level, and do anything that it takes ethically and morally in order to make that happen. One of the best things you can do for yourself. I would encourage that you take a look. Links in the description. Yeah, that was it. Shameless plug. Okay, let's carry on. On to the next lesson. All right, welcome to the objection handling section. We're going to be going through some common objections from a wide range of niches here. Information product niche, investor niche, meaning people who are raising money, the automation niche. We'll try to go through examples for all of these with common objections from a list that my clients and their sales teams have provided to me. Enjoy their perspective. Hey everybody, my name's Jeremy. This is gonna be a sales training delivered by myself. Listen, I'm a marketer. I give you all this perspective inside of this training because, simply put, I wanna help you make more money. I've done outbound sales now for the last 8 years in a row. We've done no inbound sales within my marketing agency, and I noticed that a lot of salespeople currently, especially in this internet-based business era, are only dealing with leads who have scheduled calls with them, and they've really lost a lot of sales skills because of that. So I give you a bunch of perspective inside of this training. I do come off a little aggressive at times. I don't do so to be disrespectful towards anybody. I do so to really emphasize my views passionately. So I hope you enjoy all the trainings. If you have any questions at any time, or if you ever need me, you're probably a client if you're watching this, or a staff member of one of my clients, you can always reach out to me. You likely have my email. If not, it's ceo@jeremy.expert. You can also look up me on Instagram. It's @Jeremy, just my name, Jeremy. And I'm always here to help. Hope you enjoyed the training, and don't take anything I say the wrong way. Can I speak to an existing client? Absolutely, we'd love to get you on the phone with somebody. Do you want me to ring them in right now, or would you prefer that I set up a call time for you later today? And to be clear, what we want to do when we have clients, there's a few things we could do. So in my business, we made people a shitload of money. However, a lot of the people we've made a lot of money for are very busy and rich. They're not going to be open to just randomly doing a call. However, we do have a handful of clients that will absolutely do that. Anytime I ring them, they will answer, and they will be enthused to talk to somebody in real time on that very call, if available, and to go over it with the potential client and talk to them about their client experience. In certain instances, depending on your business and how well of a relationship you have with your existing clients, sometimes you need to incentivize your existing clients to talk to potential new clients, meaning you let your existing clients know, hey, we have an awesome program where we'll pay you X amount of dollars every time a deal closes if you're willing to talk to a potential client about your existing client experience.
The other way to go about doing that, and as I mentioned, it's a wide range depending on who you work with. In my business, like I said, we work with a lot of busy and rich people. So we'll typically just get client testimonials, client experiences, we'll do interviews with clients and we'll document it well, and then we'll send over a long list that potential client can review, and we'll simply schedule a follow-up conversation with that person after they've reviewed that data. So we'll say something like this: hey, can I talk to one of your existing clients? I wish I could pick up the phone and just call somebody right now, but a lot of the people we work with are just like you. They're busy and rich as shit. So unfortunately, I can't just pick up the phone right now and dial one of them and get you on a three-way call. I can ask a few if they're willing to talk with you on the phone, but in fairness, it's gonna be pretty selfish on our end if we ask that of them, just considering we're very respectful of all our clients' times. I would hate to do that to you as an example, even if you've had a great experience with us in the future when potential clients ask, hey, can I talk to that client? What we do though, is we have very well documented client experiences, and we'll send those over to you in a long list. We'll follow up via email after this. I'll tell you what, how about I give you 24 hours to review all those testimonials, and we follow up with one another later tomorrow at 4. Does that sound good? And then we want to schedule a follow-up call with that person. All right, so the next objection is, are you amenable to changes in your service agreement? Well, it depends on what changes you're requesting. If you just want to let me know what you're thinking, we'll respond back and we'll let you know if it's something that we're applicable to change. As an example, in my marketing agency through the years, we've sometimes had people ask for like simple changes, like they want something that is specific to like their compliance regulations. Like we've started working with publicly traded companies recently, and they do require like certain compliance laws to be acknowledged within the agreement that we didn't have in there. So when they ask that question, it's not like what they're adding is bad or gonna change like how we operate. They just have to have something in there that discloses that we're gonna follow the compliance regulations for their specific sector since they're a publicly regulated company. It's like, okay, that's fair. In other instances, we're working with like a very high profile person and they want us to put an NDA in there because they don't want us to go around and just flex everything that we've done for them after we made them a shitload of money. Sometimes that's fair as well. Other times we're not gonna comply with like what's asked of us. We had a client, they asked for all kinds of changes specifically around like the pricing verbiage. So there's one section in our agreement, it's section 5, and it essentially just discloses like how we charge, how the rev shares work, like things like this. And they wanted it reworded in a way that like we completely disagreed with. And we just went back and forth with them, and like we're transparent with them and they were transparent with us. They said, hey, we want this added in there. So it's very clear that like this is the way it is. We read it and we were like, well, I mean, no, that's not the way it is. Like this is how it is, and that's why it's written the way it is. And then they were like, oh, okay, makes more sense. So it was just a discrepancy in perspective. That very client still moves forward with the deal anyway. Other times there's like just audacious requests, which are like huge changes to how the contract is written, which to be fair is typically very rare. But once again, you want to try to get what they're trying to add and just give it to a lawyer. You're typically, while you're watching this video, you're probably not a lawyer yourself, and if you are, great, you'll be able to review your own contract changes. But at the end of the day, you need to take what's being asked, pass it off to a lawyer, let your lawyer interpret for you and tell you if it's going to be good or bad for your organization or not, and go from there. Generally, you don't do that on a sales call. Once again, you're going to take that offline via email. What you can say on the sales call, though, is some expectations around how it's going to work. Hey, are you amenable to changes in your service agreement? We're open to it depending on what you request. What we typically do when people have questions like this is we're going to add you to an email thread with our attorney. You can go back and forth with them. We'll be mindful of the time frame on this. I don't want you to miss out on the fast action incentives in order to do the deal quicker. So just make sure you go back and forth with them sometime throughout this week. And how about you and I schedule a follow-up call to launch on Friday at 3 p.m. Does that sound fair? So try to get a follow-up call scheduled. Try to set the expectations for the whole back and forth. Control the conversation by doing the email intro to whatever legal organization is going to represent your business in that example, and get it done. Hey, so sometimes you're going to get this objection. Are there any discounts? Okay, so I'm going to give you a perspective real quick. Let's say that you are a Ferrari dealership or a Lamborghini dealership or even a watch dealer, and you are selling an appreciating asset, okay? If you sell somebody a Lamborghini at the retail price, it is already a discount because as soon as they leave the lot, it does not depreciate, it appreciates, okay? As soon as somebody leaves the watch dealer and they bought a Rolex at retail, or they buy a Vacheron Constantine at retail, or they buy an AP at retail, dude, once you walk out the door in certain instances, that watch is worth tens of thousands of dollars more. Sometimes with the smaller models, at least thousands of dollars more. You're already getting a discount by buying it at retail, sir. We'd love to get you this watch today because like I said, as soon as you leave the store, look at what it is on the secondary markets. This is an opportunity to buy it today. Or if you're selling an automation business, most automation businesses that are not drop shipping stores, okay, most automation stores that are not drop shipping businesses, you're building an asset that can be sold at a later time. When do you want to buy it? Do you want to buy it when it's just starting off for the cheapest it's going to be? Or would you rather buy an existing store that somebody's already made profit with for a higher sum of money? The discount is in buying it when it's first created. It's already discounted. If you want something that's more expensive, I'll happily sell you that. And I'll go through those options with you of what an aged store would look like in comparison. Or from one of our existing customers who's looking to exit their business, we can show you what kind of multiple they're looking for on their asset that you can purchase from them instead. The discount is already there. You can also talk to people about money in general. Let's use the example, you're in the investment niche and they say, hey, can I get the shares a little cheaper because I'm putting up such a large sum of money? Well, to be fair, the price that the shares are currently valued at today, I think is going to be the cheapest that they'll be. Over the course of the coming months and years, we know that our stock will continue to appreciate based on the activity that we have in our firm. We'd hate to see you get in at a later time when those shares are valued more than they are today. We'd rather get you in today, which we think you'll perceive as a discount after a couple months or a couple years go by. But it might not look like a discount today, but it sure as hell is going to be. You know, just little reframes to give people a better idea to understand. Like, this shit's already as cheap as it's going to get for them. And if they're adamant about a cheaper price, then start stripping parts of the offer away. Okay, so if I have 5 core components of my offer, and the person's like, well, instead of paying 50 grand, I'd rather pay 30 grand. Great, we'll just get you less shares. And you know, instead of paying 50 grand, I'd rather pay 30 grand. Hey, no problem. Instead of getting all these things, we're gonna take away these 2 things, and then we'll happily sell it to you. Oh, but I want all 5 things at that price. Oh, that's not gonna happen. All 5 of those things cost this full $50,000. If you want it for $30,000, then we're gonna have to strip those 2 things away. That's how it works. I'm not a big fan of discounts as is, okay? But remember, timing, talking to people about how it's gonna appreciate through time, talking to people about how the existing asset is already more valued in comparison to the ground floor that they're getting in at, all these perspectives are gonna really overcome this in comparison to actually giving a person a discount. That'll never work. Next objection. I have some other X that I'm looking at too. I'm gonna get back to you after I talk with them. Hey, that's great. Just to be clear, out of everything I've covered today, was there anything else that you needed clarity on that would help you in your pursuit of getting these results that you're after? Hey, I've got some other people that I'm also gonna talk to about this. I'm gonna get back to you after I talk with them. Hey, that sounds fair. If anything comes up or you have any questions in the meantime, feel free to let me know. We're excited to do the deal with you. And I hope everything I've covered today is everything that you need in order to get these results. I'm gonna shoot you a follow-up email that goes through everything that we've talked about today, and I look forward to talking with you later this week. Do you wanna set a follow-up time now, or would you prefer me follow up with you and get a scheduled call after you talked with these other people? You know, try to get a follow-up call scheduled if you can, because in fairness, it's totally fine for them to shop around. There's this good perspective you want to have as a salesperson. You want the deal, but you don't need the deal. There's a level of desperation that sometimes comes out if somebody can't close a call, like close the sale on that very call. From my experience, high-ticket sales typically don't happen like on the very first call especially. They typically happen on the follow-up calls. It's A-okay if somebody's going to shop around. If you've done a good enough job and you're working with a good enough company, they will come back to you and they will close that deal if you've been articulate enough to show them why they should. So to be clear, go over everything with them, try to get a follow-up call scheduled, and send a follow-up email reviewing everything that you just talked about on that call. Want the deal, but don't need the deal. I can't afford this. Cool, what makes it unaffordable? Let's try to get that data out of the person. I can't afford this. Great, does that just mean that you don't have the cash or the credit lines available? Because we can get you approved for some funding offers that we have. Are you open to getting this financed in the instance that we can get you approved? You know, and then start going through the funding options with them. Use tools like coachfinancing.com, finfi.com, finfi.com. You could potentially have other funding partners. To be clear, if you're a salesperson working with one of our clients, or if you're a student or a client watching this, we have a referral partner. His name's Giovanni. He does an incredible job at getting people approved for funding for 0% interest credit cards. He gets them approved for about $150K on average. And it's 0% interest credit cards where the person doesn't have to make a single interest payment for 12 months. They can just pay down the principal and they have an entire year to do so. There's all kinds of solutions out there. Talk with the people about that and make sure you have those options available in your business in order to be able to close the most deals. Because if somebody says, I can't afford this, it's either, once again, they don't have the capital in their account currently to be able to pay for it, or they might have enough cash, but they can't justify making the lump sum payment to you and then have enough left over to do everything else they want to do, or they just didn't know you have funding options. I would encourage going through the funding options. If they still say, no, I'm not really interested in doing the funding options, what else do you think I could do? Maybe you have some internal payment plans that you could go over with the person. So in my business, as an example, for our information product education company, we have a 5K product. We give the most incentive to people who pay it in full in cash. The people who provide funding options and get approved for it, we'll give them the same incentives for the people that get approved for the 5K, because we still get paid 5K if they go through the funding option. They're going to pay a little more in interest, but they're going to have a much smaller payment for a longer period of time, and they're, once again, making those payments to the funding company, not to us. And then if the person does not get approved for funding, and if, once again, they don't have 5K in cash, then we have our own internal payment plans, like a $2,600 split pay, where they'll pay it over 2 months instead with $2,600 a month. Well, at one point, we even had a quad pay. To be fair, we no longer offer it, but it was 4 payments at $1,325. So there's always plenty of solutions that you can offer to people. Just make sure you actually have those options available. That way, when somebody says, hey, I can't afford this, you have a long list of all the options that you can walk them through to make sure they can easily afford it instead.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Jeremy. I appreciate it. Yeah, Jeremy's a good friend. We've started working together a couple years ago. Like he just said, we've worked on a lot of accounts together. It's been a lot of fun. All different types of acquisition models. So yeah, WFS Group stands for Wires from Strangers. And the name sounds badass, right? But it refers to much more, because to actually extract a wire from a stranger, we're talking about taking cold traffic and converting them into a trusted, raving customer, right? And so that's what I love about high ticket sales. And there's so many things that really have to happen to scale a sales operation. So today I was talking to Jeremy, and he's telling me, when we're going to speak to this mastermind, he said, dude, bring your best stuff, bring some good stuff. I want to give them some really valuable stuff here. And I know you guys are an elite group. And I'll be honest with you guys, that's hard to do. I'm going to try to keep to like 45 minutes. That's hard to condense a lot of different trainings that I have. I have over 700 slides, and I love sharing stuff about sales ops and marketing strategy. So what I ended up doing for this, I call this presentation a handful of the most high leveraged tips for scaling integrity-based sales ops. And you guys might be thinking like, why did he feel the need to mention integrity-based? And guys, I'll just tell you this. Having an elite sales operation that operates with integrity is so much fucking harder than lying to people, right? And so I just want to be extremely clear here. I only talk about integrity-based offers, integrity-based sales operations, and all of the basics have to happen first before you can scale an offer. You have to have good intentions, right? You have to have strong fulfillment. And like Jeremy and a couple other people mentioned today, even Ryan, you want to make sure what you're selling has a lot more value than the money that your customers exchange. And so today, I'm just going to run you guys through a few things, some of the most valuable things that I've seen. I'm going to talk really fast too, because it's a lot of information, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or talk to you guys one-on-one while I'm here. Quick background, won't go much into it, but I started my first company when I was 21. And I really cut my teeth on outbound sales. It was all outbound. I loved outbound sales. I used a bunch of outbound intelligence tools, and I would make a lot of cold calls, lots of dials every single day. And I'll tell you guys this, when I first started cold calling, I got good through getting hung up on hundreds of times. I've been hung up on more times than a lot of you guys in this room have made calls, right? And I don't say that to brag, I say it actually for the opposite. It was a very hard journey to learn this skill set of really high ticket sales, right? And so anyways, I started with outbound because I believe that that's the truest definition of generating money out of thin air. People that are intentionally reaching out or scheduling, like Jeremy said earlier, that's why I love his new strategy. What do you call it? The Hydra. I also love the fact that he brands like all his different strategies. It's funny, but great name. I love it because it compounds outbound strategies and tactics with inbound. I actually like it for a bunch of other reasons. But anyways, that's what I did. I've scaled a lot of different sales operations. different offers I've been involved in, different companies across different industries. Last thing that I'll say is that I was a partner in a commercial real estate investment firm, and my primary responsibility, I was in charge of investor relations and capital management. And so I've raised millions of dollars from cold traffic through things like webinars, and it's kind of similar to the automation space. There's actually a couple automation clients in here that I've consulted and I've built and designed a lot of their different sales processes, and really just ultimately, how do you take a lot of money from someone that you've never met before in a way that feels good to all parties involved? By the way, guys, this is my Instagram, troy.joshua. If you guys see anything today that you guys like, it's solid, I'd love it if you guys follow me and share my stuff. I just love getting connected here, and it's an easy way for me to connect with you guys after the fact. Okay? So here's the thing. I just did a quick intro. I'm going to go over the first principles of sales ops. Basically, like, what are the fundamental things that you really have to understand about sales before you even talk about scaling? And I don't come from the position that everything that leaves my mouth is profound, but this is designed to be a very advanced training here. So I'm not going to say a bunch of the basic stuff that we all already assume if you have a little ounce of knowledge on sales. So basically, some of the things that we want to assume first before even scaling, I'm going to talk about kind of like a scalable model framework and a bunch of the boxes that you'd want to check before even knowing that you're good to scale, or things that will prevent a lot of bottlenecks down the road when you're scaling. Then I'm going to talk about sales architecture and engineering type things. Hopefully we'll have some time for a Q&A after. I'll tell you guys this, scaling sales ops has very little to do with sales. Okay? It always shocks people when I say that, every time I talk about this stuff, but here's what I mean. That's like saying that a professional race car driver needs a car. It's like no shit. That's the most basic bare minimum thing that you could have, right? Scaling a sales operation actually has a lot of other skill sets that you'll want to get at, and we're going to go over them on this training. Things like offer design, things like financial modeling and forecasting and tracking and measuring and analytics and transparent data, different things like this, right? I could pick up a phone. I'm always the person to get in the trenches to set an example from my team, and I lead a lot of the process on new offers. However, even though I scale sales operations, that's what I do best, I don't spend a lot of my time selling, right? It's all around the process stuff and everything else that I'm going to go over here today. So, when I was brainstorming, what am I going to talk about to really provide a lot of value to you guys here? How do I brainstorm the most high leverage things to speak on? And so what I basically did is I just came up with the main variables that we're always measuring ourselves against as a sales operation, right? These are pretty much the main ones here. We're going to have lead velocity, right? Lots of leads. Lead quality, right? Most of us understand that that's a trade-off between the two, right? You could have more lead velocity by decreasing friction, but then you have lower lead quality. You could have higher lead quality by increasing friction and qualifications, but then you have less lead velocity, right? That's a balanced relationship. Then we're going to go over one of my favorite things called pipeline velocity, right? How many people in here have had a lot of good metrics on the front end of marketing and you close a lot of deals, but your sales cycles take forever? Right? We've all seen that. You want to collapse the sales cycle, because here's the thing. I heard something a long time ago. I think a mentor said it at me at one point, and he said, if you make $1 million in a month and $1 million in a year, you guys made the same amount of money. The only difference is the component of time. So collapsing sales cycles is something that I spend a lot of time focusing on and implementing a lot of process to do so. Obviously, we'll talk about close rate, but I'm probably going to talk about it in a different way that you guys usually hear. Then we'll talk about average sales price, overall volume, and profitability. Okay? Just because I was giving some context around it, I'm going to read them through once more. These are basically the main metrics for sales operations. You have lead velocity, lead quality, pipeline velocity, close rate, average sales price, overall volume, and profitability. In other words, you want to do all those things profitably, or it was a waste. Okay? So here's creating a sales operations from the foundation. Okay? From a foundational perspective. Before we even get into like selling or whatever it is, these are the things that I would want us to understand, okay? These are fairly straightforward, but it's also questions that I get all of the time, and I think people overthink it, and we have to go back to the basics, okay? The best sales strategy is a great offer. Okay, I'm going to read some of these, and I'll give examples in between. Ryan, I love what you said. He was talking about the fact that the value exchange has to be so effortless and mindless in the lead or the prospect's mind. If you guys don't have a great offer, you could be the best closer in the world. It's going to feel like you're rollerblading uphill, right? Best sales strategy is a great offer. The best offer sells your avatar's problems where the desired and preferred mechanism is aligned with willingness to pay. Okay? Here's an example of that. Let's say that you guys are taking a trip and you want to go to an island, right? Literally, I talk about current state and desired state. The sales process is just the bridge. Your current state in this literal physical example is you're here. The desired state is you want to go to an island, okay? Do you guys want to go on a private jet for free? Yeah. Or would you rather take, whatever, what do they even call it, economy? Or what would you rather do if they're free? You want to take a jet? Okay, thank you. But a jet is 50 grand actually. Now which one do you think you're going to do? Right? In this example, the common sense tells us economy. So in other words, we're solving their problem. We're getting them from point A to point B, right? Their desired mechanism is actually a jet, but the willingness to pay isn't aligned with that. So you see how the simplest thing makes it so your offer doesn't scale there, right? So we're going to come back to this later, but the best offer, it solves their problem, but the desired mechanism is aligned with the willingness to pay. A lot of people misunderstand that gap, okay? The best price point is elasticity of willingness to pay versus net profit, okay? People ask me all the time, what do we price our offer at? They overthink it constantly. Should I increase it? Should I decrease it? Such a dumb question. Just take it to a spreadsheet and it will tell you. It's all going to be about elasticity, right, and price sensitivity, but it has to do with how much can I raise the willingness to pay where the frequency of buyers still nets me more profit. And you could only really calculate that with data and financial modeling, so I'll come back to it later. Price sensitivity will largely depend on market comparables and ability to differentiate. Who has any type of limited knowledge on real estate, single-family real estate? Just very limited, basic stuff. How do you value a house? If you're going to price your house, what do they typically, an agent will tell you how you base the price upon? Comparable sales. What have similar homes sold for recently in my area? Then they compare it. Same with the used car. You go on Kelley Blue Book, right? I'm selling this car. They have you put in all of the information, the mileage, the year, the model, the make, whatever it is, right? And then they spit out a price that's comparable to that, okay? So I want to tell you guys something. The market matters. If you guys have an offer, and you better believe that people are using the same type of targeting that you are, and if they have an offer at 25K and your guys' is 80K, and you fail to differentiate, your offer will fail because the price sensitivity, they're going to be too sensitive to the price because of market alternatives. So it's largely dependent on the market comparables and the ability to differentiate. I cannot tell you guys how important that is. I've consulted with so many clients and I dive into their stuff and I'm looking at their offer. And by the way, a lot of us are dealing with ROI-based offers and info product or alternative education, however you describe it, doesn't matter, it's the same thing. And so I'm going to use a lot of those analogies today, even though this is true for all sales and lead generation. I get under the hood, right? They'll have an offer, say, hey, 25K. And then they'll ask me this. I just met him. I always get asked this. This always comes to the price. They say, is that a good price? I don't know. I don't know anything about your offer. Then I look into it, and I tell them no. It's not. But the reason I say no a lot of the times is because of comparables. If you just compare the value, the type of content, the quantity, all of these other things to what other people are selling it for, it doesn't compare, okay? The best platform or funnel is determined by data. A lot of people overthink this. Where should I advertise? Wherever's producing the best results, most efficiently, right? Obviously, there's more things that can be said around that, but it's going to be determined by data. Sometimes YouTube performs better than Facebook for certain offers. I don't know why. Maybe Jeremy does, but it's just how it works, right? The best upsell strategy is to over-deliver. Again, guys, these are first principles to sales. These are things that are just boiling it down to things that we don't want to overthink, right? You want more people to accelerate and upsell, right? You got to over-deliver. That's obvious. And we could go over a lot, by the way, if you guys have questions on upsells at the end of this presentation, because there's a lot of strategies around that. I call it integrated acceleration, right? The best optimizations are informed by won deals and lost reasons. I pay a lot of attention. I spend a lot of time analyzing the end of the sales funnel and what happened. I want to know exactly who bought and why. I want to know exactly who didn't buy and why. Okay? Most of my optimizations all the way back to the top of the funnel in marketing have to do with those things, right? Messaging, resonance, tweaks in the offer, feature benefit things, like why didn't they buy, and I attack that, right? Lastly, Nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care. Okay? It's true. And by the way, I'll tell you guys this. The days of like insophisticated or non-sophisticated, that's not a good word to mess up because it means not smart. But the days of reps not knowing a lot about what they do are over, right? Consumers are educated online. I see a lot of actually different closer pods or whatever it is these days. And they talk a lot about like, well, if you know sales, you don't even need to know the offer. Put them against my guys. Put them against my guys, right? There's opportunity loss. Product knowledge is highly important, and how you communicate that matters, and you have to do it in a way that they feel good about. Okay, good so far?
Can you go over that point, your best close is the strong open? I think we missed that.
Oh, I did miss it. Thank you for that. It's very self-explanatory, though. A best close is a strong open, okay? If you didn't open well, and what I mean by that is discovery, finding the pain points, really listening, building rapport, having connectivity, and establishing that connection, you're going to have a hard time closing, right? So many people, so many trainings I see, sales trainings, they talk so much about the closing techniques. But I'll tell you guys this, it's about the open, and it's about the framing, and it's about the objection blocking. If you guys are taking notes, this is a good one to write down. A bad salesman avoids objections, right? Their thoughts, their hopes is that, you don't have to write all that part, just the first part, okay? Write this, a bad salesman avoids objections, just that, okay? Their thought, their hope is that maybe it will never come up, and they'll just buy because of that. Whether they vocalize it or not, maybe that happens or not, but it's in their head, believe that. A good salesman overcomes objections, right? You guys all know that though. A great salesman knows the objections before their lead and they beat them to it, okay? I tell leads why they're not gonna buy or why somebody wouldn't buy way before they ever tell me that crossed their mind. And I overcome it, and I rationalize it, and I justify it, right? That's what that means. The best close is a strong open. Okay, so here's what I call kind of prerequisites to scale. These are all things that have to do with scaling a sales operation, but they need to be addressed kind of from the beginning, right? First of all, I'm going to read through them, and there's some that I have examples and we'll talk about, okay? First of all, market validation. Market validation is not the same as product market fit, okay? It's not the same. I ask people when I take offers, by the way, I only want to take offers when I'm scaling it with my team that have product market fit. I do consulting on things that aren't there yet, but if I'm going to scale something, it has to have product market fit already. A lot of people think they have product market fit and they don't. They have problem solution fit. Here's the difference, okay? Product market fit, and I have a slide on this I'm going to show you in a second, but product market fit solves for a lot more variables and means that your actual offer is legit and ready to scale. Problem solution fit just means that you've identified a pain point and your audience wants you to solve it for them. So a lot of people get that confused because they have all these questions on why am I scaling? Why aren't I getting more sales? I know that so many people want that. There's so much demand, but I can't close them. It's because you have problem solution fit. You don't have product market fit, which takes into account the method that you actually deliver it and the price point. We'll go over there in a second, right? So you have to have those two things.
Wait, incorporates what?
I'm going to show a slide on it, but it's like the method and the mechanism that they want to deliver it at the price point. That's when you have product market fit. Okay, I'll show you in a second. Scale will not solve for unit economics. Okay, won't solve for it. So what you basically are going to want to do is you're going to want to figure out what is your profit margin on an individual unit level. Okay, it's really highly important, guys, because if you don't have a great margin and if everything doesn't pencil on one unit, scale does not solve that. That's when your sales go up and your profit margin goes down, right? Lastly, on this side, NOPMD. This is a slide I'm going to take some time on. NOPMD, okay? So this is something I created right here, this whole entire chart. This right here is maybe the quickest way to explain how to build a scalable offer. It refers a lot to offer design, right? That's kind of the main concept that this is on. But what's so interesting about this, NOPMD, it stands for Niche Offer Price Mechanism Distribution. What's really interesting about this slide that I'm going to share with you guys today is the relationship between the variables, and depending on which ones you cluster together, they solve for different things. Check this out. On the top, by the way, if you guys can't see it, it speaks to business strategy. On the bottom of those 5 variables, it speaks to business economics. Strategy, economics, right? Different things. Okay, we're talking about market validation and problem-solution fit, right? If you look at this chart right here, that's NOP, that's niche offer price. Those variables together, okay, let me demonstrate. If you guys have an offer that a certain niche, a certain market segment or audience or avatar wants to buy, and they are willing to pay the price for the offer that you're exchanging with nothing else involved, no other factors, you would have problem-solution fit. Okay? So again, NOP is market validation, right? But check this out. It's not product market fit, because that's going to solve for a niche offer price and mechanism, okay? It factors in mechanism now, okay? Here's the example. Niche offer price mechanism. I'll give you an example, and I'm just coming up with this one right now, so it might not be super compelling, but it will make the demonstration work. Let's say that I have a training that I'm going to do. It's a piece of content, right? Or it's a crash course. Call it 6 hours, and I'm going to put you guys through a boot camp on this marketing knowledge that you guys all want to learn, right? And it's $1,000, okay? And so you guys are the right niche. Let's say that you want to learn that, and the offer's okay with you guys, and all of you guys can afford $1,000. I technically have problem-solution fit. But let's say that the entire presentation is on a chalkboard, okay? And I tell you guys that. I guarantee there's a lot of you guys here that don't want to buy it now, right? But let's say that I give this to you guys on a webinar, and you guys are sitting on your couch, right? It's the same niche, same offer, same price, but now I'm delivering it virtually. I'm coming straight to you in your home, you're on your couch, and you're sitting in your pajamas. It's a different mechanism, right? And now you buy because you like the mechanism that I'm delivering the content. Now we have product market fit. You're getting what you want at the price you want it in the way that you want it. So it's really interesting because the mechanism makes a big difference. I mean, I'll tell you guys this, video content, courses, that's a mechanism. That's a way of delivering your value proposition. So to make this extremely clear for some of you guys who might understand the concept, but you're struggling to have the application of this information, it would come down to like the pillars in the offer. All of the things that your offer comes with, right? How they're receiving the information if it's an info product. Are they happy with all of the deliverables that they actually get? Because they might like the price and they might want the offer, but they're not happy with the actual mechanism that you're communicating the value through. Now, when you have niche, offer, price, mechanism, and distribution. Distribution is customer acquisition, how you're generating these clients. Now you're going to have a scalable business because you've solved for all 5 of those variables. Okay? Check this out. The bottom 3, offer, price, mechanism, solves for unit economics. If you have an offer and it costs a certain price, based on how you deliver it is going to change your cost of goods. It's going to change your fulfillment costs, and it's going to indicate your profit margin. Am I right? Right? So that's the mechanism, that's the method. So the offer, the price, and the mechanism is what you're going to want to evaluate when you're solving for unit economics, and you're going to have something called contribution margin. And contribution margin means what is your profit margin on a variable cost level without fixed costs. So in other words, let me say this simpler. How much money do I make from selling this one unit without the rest of all of my fixed cost, right? So you want to have a strong contribution margin to be able to cover the rest of the business. The first 3, niche, offer, price, represents solving for willingness to pay. Because you have to figure out with this niche and with this offer, how much are they willing to pay for it? Okay? And lastly, the entire equation, again, solves for the business profitability. The way that you did all of that, and then you take into consideration cost per acquisition and all that stuff, now you can solve for business profitability. Is that stuff pretty cool? Yeah. Yeah, we're following. Is this different than most sales types of content? Cool, guys. It's funny. I don't even really talk about sales when I tell people how to scale a sales operation. Yeah.
For the sake of these graphs, is it cool to send this slide out after?
Yeah. Let me get with Jeremy with the best way to do that. But yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
What are some other examples of distribution?
So distribution is it's customer acquisition. So maybe it's an affiliate program, maybe it's Facebook ads, maybe it's YouTube ads, maybe it's a webinar model. Maybe I'm going to talk about acquisition models. Maybe it's a crash course, maybe it's a challenge, right? Maybe it's a live event. It's the way that you're bringing in customers. So we all know that some of them are more cost effective than others. So you don't have a scalable business until you actually have, a distribution model that works for you profitably. Okay? Next is MSP, okay? Who here has heard of MVP, minimal viable product? By show of hands. Most of us, right? It's a pretty popular entrepreneurial term. A long time ago, I came up with something called MSP. It stands for minimal sellable product. Minimal sellable product. It's one of my favorite things. I'm telling you guys, this one thing has changed the way that I do business, and I've been doing it for a long time. Minimal sellable product is coming up with the bare minimum that you actually have to have developed or established or ready to be able to take to market, get a response from the market, and make some sales before you have to incur a bunch of other costs for something that may or may not work. So I'll give you guys an example of it. And by the way, it's okay if this is you. You don't even have to raise your hand, but I know it's either you or someone you know because this happens all the time. How many of you guys, whether it's yourself or somebody that you know, you spend a lot of money developing a product, maybe it's a course or a mastermind or whatever it is, you spend all this money developing it, you take it to market and it doesn't sell, right? We've done that. We know people that have done that. And the reason why is because they're building the entire product, they don't have market validation and they don't have product market fit. So what we want to do before we actually have those things and we figure out what resonates with our audience is we want to build a minimal sellable product. Fair enough? So here's some of my favorite ways that I like to do that. Acceleration models. Are we familiar with acceleration models? Jeremy's Master Internet Marketing is a good example of an acceleration product. I'm not saying he does this, by the way. That's a good example, though, of acceleration model. You have a bunch of information. You're delivering it over a course of time. It's usually like 4 to 8 weeks, and you're doing a training every single week, right? The cool thing about that is as long as I know the content that I'm going to go over and I come up with some pitch design and I know how I'm going to sell it, I can take that to market and start selling it with nothing. Because let's say it's an 8-week acceleration model. I have 8 weeks after point of sale to actually build out that product, right? Yeah. I could build out one per week.
So when I worked for Grant back in the day, he had this course that he called like something about cold calling, like master cold calling, and we sold the shit out of it. Like we sold, I want to say at least a couple $100,000 worth of the program, and he didn't even develop it until like 6 months later. And everybody was always freaking out. The staff were always the ones that freak out. They were like,
yeah.
Dude, like, we gotta get this shit done. Like, we've been selling it to people, and like, Grant didn't give a fuck. It's like, you guys don't understand. Like, it doesn't matter. It's like, we're developing. But they knew that when they bought it.
That's exactly right. And I like how he said that at the end, too. They knew that when they bought it. Sometimes you can be really transparent around that, but a lot of the times you don't have to because you have 8 weeks. Build one training per week, right? Here's why that's powerful, though. If it fails, you can refund some people. Right? Instead, it's way better you refund $5,000 or whatever it is because the offer failed, we're assuming, so it's not going to be a lot of sales, rather than you spend a ton of time, energy, and money developing this whole thing and then it failing, right? So I've done that before. I've just refunded people. I'm like, this offer sucked, and then I fixed it, right? But what's even cooler that's more common that happens is it's not converting, and so you start tweaking and optimizing it, and adjusting the pitch and adjusting the features and adjusting the content, right? You start changing that in kind of real time, and your marketing starts improving, and then you nail it, and you didn't have to redo anything because nothing was built yet. You're just adjusting the offer, right? Weekly pod coaching or one-on-one coaching, waiting lists, right? Pretty much anything with a delayed or dripped fulfillment will give you a lot of time to be able to build it after the fact. And so the idea is you go to market with your pitch design, right? You adjust the offer design based on the resonance or the feedback that you get, and then you invest resources for product development after you've been able to generate a lot of money. Okay? Does that make sense? And by the way, guys, do you understand why this is so important? It's not like I'm over here like, I need to make some money right now. I'm just going to sell something and I'll figure it out. That's actually different because people do that, right? That's different. This is strategic because I know I'm not going to go spend a ton of money. And by the way, This is very similar to MVP. I'll tell you this. I know this guy from Silicon Valley. He's made a lot of money building softwares and apps and all this stuff. If you see the first version of it, it looks like shit. It looks like a little website, and he's telling me it's some big app, right? But it's because he goes to market with it, he adjusts the offer, he figures out what his audience actually wants, and then he starts to build it all out. Okay? I'm going to speed this up a little here. Next is financial modeling and capacity mapping. Okay? So here's all I'm going to say. You have to do financial modeling to scale a sales operation. I don't understand this. I'll say that this is the most confusing thing me and Jeremy work with. We talk to new clients all the time. We're like, so what do you guys want to spend? They're like, I don't know. $250. How's that sound? I'm like, I don't know. Like, well, what's your cost per acquisition? You know, what's your profit margin? What's this? What's that? We ask all these questions. They have no idea. And it's just weird to me. It's so weird to me. You have to I have financial models and spreadsheets for every funnel that you guys can think of. Me and Jeremy plug them in all day long, right? And so I know, and guess what? Here's what's really cool. I projected, this one challenge this week, I projected that we would have 76 applications on day 3 of this event, and we had 72, right? It's accurate, because I've done it a long time. It's very accurate, and so that's how we measure everything that we do, right? But not only that, when you're able to build financial modeling and different assumptions, I have other presentations where I show people how to do this. We just don't have time today. But when I do that, what it also shows you is the amount of reps. The number one thing that sales and scales operations is what, Sean? Reps. How many reps did you just have?
We had 4.
How many do you have now?
We have 30.
In what period of time?
Like 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. And a lot of people are going to struggle finding those reps. So here's the thing. Based on, if you guys say, so I don't even talk in terms of revenue anymore, guys. I talk in terms of the stuff that matters. I don't tell clients, hey, we need to be at $5 million this month. I tell people, hey, we need 60 reps this month. Because that's the actionable thing that matters, right? The revenue is going to come based on having all these other things in place, right? So you want to know what your capacity is, namely your rep capacity. Then I look at all the other operational lags and bottlenecks to also scale. If you have large fulfillment, Mike, you guys are crushing it at Wealth Accelerators. You don't have a problem with sales, right? If you could sell twice as many trucks right now, don't you feel confident that you'd be able to sell it?
Dude, we could sell 100, but the hard part is just to fulfill.
Okay, and he has a great offer. So this is not the greatest example because he has a strong offer, but there's a lot of fulfillment. But the point is this. You want to look at all the other things, the variable fulfillment and COGS, that once you sell it, what are the bottlenecks? What's going to be the hardest things to fix? And put strategies into place to overcome those. Because I'm telling you guys, you can't just scale a sales rep by making more, scale a sales operation by making more deals. What are all the other things that are going to be the constraints as you start to do more volume, okay? Reduce the amount of constraints. When you draw up your offer and you're looking at the unit economics and everything that comes up with your offer, look at all the things that you need more of. If you have one-on-one coaching and your goal is $2 million a month in revenue, how many hours of one-on-one coaching is that? Okay. You know what's funny? Sometimes they're like, yeah, I'm going to be at $2 million a month. I'm doing one-on-one coaching. I'm like, so you're going to do 5,000 hours of coaching this week? You know, like a lot of the times you'll find stuff like that. And so you have to adjust your offer. Okay, maybe I can't do one-on-one coaching. I have to do pod coaching. And then you go back to unit economics and it's more profitable anyways. My point is you have to limit the constraints. Lastly, OTE modeling. Does anybody know what OTE is? On-track earnings. Okay? Earning potential for the sales rep. So basically it's saying if we forecast out and our sales team hits their metrics and their quotas, this is how much they're expected to make. The reason that's so important is because if you don't model out your on-track earnings when you're forecasting all this stuff, you might say that you want to be at X amount of dollars per month, and you have a model that means that your sales reps would make $50,000, and you're expecting to have great sales reps to sell it, right? Well, now it doesn't work because no sales reps are going to work for you. So it's really important you consider that and pay your reps well, okay? Like I said, usually the main things that actually prevent sales operations from scaling are not actually sales. They're all the other constraints. Okay, I don't have that much left, guys. I'll go through this quickly. Sales architecture and engineering. Okay, so I have something called the pitch design canvas. Pitch design is everything. Pitch design, by the way, if I just spent my time on sales calls, my value is going to be limited to the amount of calls that I can take, right? That's it, and then I'm maxed out. However, pitch design is how I sell through every other rep. because I'm designing the entire pitch and training on exactly like the ingenuity, the innovativeness of how we're selling this, and then I train all the reps on it. And pitch design, by the way, is how you differentiate, is how you increase your prices. It's how you do all of those things client-facing, right? And you're really illustrating how good your offer design is. So these are just a few variables that I solve for in my pitch design. So if you have a pitch and you want to make it a little bit better, these are just a few things that you're going to want to work on. The first is existence narrative. A lot of people don't, in their sales pitch, share why you created the product or the offer. Like, how did that happen? It's so compelling, right? It's so, especially because a lot of people in this space, guys, we all know it, they think that you just want to get rich, you want to make a lot of money, and while for most of us, that is also a goal, right? There's more to it. And so you want to illustrate how you got to this point, and while you share your story, it's blocking a lot of objections, right? Second thing, current state versus desired state. That's the entire point of your pitch. It needs to clearly demonstrate how you're getting them from the current state to the desired state. I have something called 3 Ps of pain. Starts with pain, you have to identify the pain. You have to identify the problem that the pain's causing, and then you have to identify the pressure that's creating urgency for them wanting to solve it. If you can't identify those 3 Ps early on in the sales call, chances are you're probably not going to get the deal because they don't have enough pain to actually want the solution, right? So I spend a lot of my time on that. Elevator pitch is obvious. You have to have a way to explain your offer in a really sexy way. I mean, for Mike, by the way, just so you guys know, we ended up calling it an alternative investment opportunity, and we came up with all these different ways, and dude, was it not freaking awesome? It smashed. I mean, you have to figure out, like, what is the sexiest way that I could explain this? And don't focus on it being super gimmicky, but you can't just articulate what it is. You have to, in your elevator pitch, share why it's the best thing that they've ever seen, unlike anything else they've ever had, right? Unique enforcement frames are what I call different little bits, different things that you could explain that really justify why your offer is the best. So, this one's kind of hard to articulate, and I wish that I had an actual example in this moment, but basically I take everybody through a closing deck. It's a slide deck when I actually extract money when I'm on a closing call, and I have visualizations or concepts or stories that help me land certain points other than just simply reading through the details that the product has, right? Lastly, sell the main pillars, not details. I'll tell you guys an interesting fact. It's just an interesting fact. We have a new client, okay? Sold hundreds of thousands of dollars in the last couple weeks on this new mastermind, okay? So it's a $30,000 mastermind. So we got a good amount of buyers on it so far in the first couple weeks here. Not a single person asked me the dates or locations of the mastermind. I just found that so fascinating. I'm like, not a single one of these people even asked me where or when it is. And they bought, and they wired $30K. And we're at 100% collections, by the way, not a single payment plan. So that really is a good example of sell the main value pillars, not the details. I don't even get into the details. Because a lot of people, what they do is they talk themselves out of a deal. Because they think that they know every single little intricate detail that the lead wants to see. And then you say something that they're like, oh, that's my cousin's bar mitzvah that weekend, I'm not going. But if it doesn't come up, and then they buy, and now all of a sudden they're down the road, and they're going to go to the mastermind, they're going to figure it out at that point, right? Point is, it's just interesting how a lot of people don't care about the details. So sell the sizzle, okay? Buying gradient. Here's the topic that I'm going to end on. This is content funnels, right? A lot of people, and by the way, this isn't a slash to anybody that has name for these funnels. It's just a way that I communicate them better, because certain people refer to certain funnels with different names, and then it gets confusing in semantics. So like Jeremy, he calls them mini webinar and mini webinar 2.0, and then there's like VSLs and regular webinars and all these other things, and crash courses and master classes and boot camps. I call them content funnels because it's the same shit. You're just doing content in different styles and different lengths of time. The important thing to understand about content funnels, regardless of what you're putting people through to sell your stuff, it's all about the buying gradient. We call it a buying gradient. You have to take people up the gradient to the point where there's enough value, trust, and credibility where they're willing to pay for what you have, right? It's called the buying gradient. And so here's something we call the heat index, right? From the top of the funnel, they're not that hot of a lead. They go through everything you have in all of your content. They're problem aware, they're solution aware, they're brand aware, they're product and service aware. Now they're the most aware of your solution and everything that you have to solve their problem, and you took them through this valuable gradient with the time that they spent with you, and now they're ready to buy and they're a hot lead. A lot of the times I'll tell you guys this, if you're saying, how do I have a cold lead and how do I make them a warmer lead before my sales team talks to them? It's content. That's literally it. Have them watch more content. They'll be a hotter lead by the time you talk to them. So the way that we look at content is every piece of content is getting your audience closer or further away from doing your business with you. So it obviously depends on what type of content it is and how it's designed and what it's supposed to do. So when we talk about indoctrination sequence, he's talking about the Hydra, if I'm remembering that name right, the Hydra strategy, and he's saying he's slamming them with 3 emails a day. Jeremy's smart and he knows a lot of this stuff, and we work together on a lot of this stuff, and I'm willing to bet you guys that in those emails there's lots of content. It's not, hey, are you ready? Hey, are you ready? Do you want to jump on a phone call? Hey, did you get my last email? Hey, did you get my last 3 emails? That just annoys people. You have to get them content. So I'll tell you guys this because it's interesting and it speaks directly to this point. When I was raising capital online from people that I never met before, and they're wiring me $250,000 to $500,000 at a time. Obviously lower amounts, but those were the bigger ones that I would get, between $250,000 to $500,000. Never spoke to them before, right? What was so interesting about this is that 90% of the questions that I would get on this call, and again, Jeremy ran the ads for this, so he's familiar with all this stuff, guys. We would do a lot of this stuff together. Here's what's super interesting. 90% of every question that I would get on every call was the exact same. So I decided, this is bullshit. I'm not answering these questions anymore. So then, in my indoctrination sequence, I told them I don't talk to people that haven't watched these videos. They jump on the phone, and I'm polite about it, right? I'm just being blunt with you guys, but that's what I say. They jump on the phone. Have you watched these videos? No. Let's reschedule. That's what I do, okay? So what ended up happening is people get on the phone. This is a good one for you, Sean. We'll talk about it later. When people get on the phone, and they already watched all this content, and they already watched the pitch, and I have a 45-minute video on exactly what the investment opportunity is, and they jump on with me, and they say, so how does the wire work, right? That's the question. That's the first question I get, and now I'm just closing them basically at that point, asking those last couple questions. So you want to use content to push them further down the gradient. Only a couple more slides, Jeremy, just as an update. Cool. So again, key acquisition models, content funnels, right? Challenge models, crash courses, webinars, even sales pages. It's the same concept. It's the same concept. So what you guys really got to look at, because again, people overthink it. What type of content should I do in this challenge? How long should my sales page be for? Has anyone ever been, you guys are agency owners, has any of you guys been asked that before? Like how long the sale, or have you thought that to yourself? Like how long should the sales page be? I see some people's are really long. It's a funny question because there is no right answer. It's set for understanding this concept, okay? All of your content, I think I have a slide on it. I do. All of your content, the amount of depth and information of the content has to be balanced out with the weight and size of the decision or the type of call to action, okay? Here's an example. You have a free webinar, have an opt-in page. You guys ever seen them? It's like it'll be like a webinar jam landing page. It's not even branded, right? You've seen that? People, there's no risk. Such as, hey, it's free, sign up, watch it. There's no risk, okay? If it was a $5,000 offer and it was just a credit card form, they're gonna get exactly 0 sales, right? So the reason why is because it's the amount and depth of the information and the weight of the risk of the decision that you're asking. So naturally, if you have a long sales page, you're gonna have to have content that is doing all those things that's taking them up the buying gradient. It is the exact same with your different content funnels. So as marketers, as salespeople, we really have to look at this because sales operations, I'll tell you, this is why Jeremy and I work so closely together. I can't do my job well if marketing isn't done right because we don't even get the opportunities. We won't even end up seeing them. So I'll give you guys one example, and I won't say any names, but Jeremy and I work on an account, and they had a challenge model. And what they initially did is they had a challenge model where they ended up selling a $1,000 offer at the end of the week. And it smashed it. They did that a bunch of times. Then they said, Josh, we need you because we want to sell a $25,000 offer. I was like, perfect. First question, how do you guys feel about the content of the challenge? We got it. It's dialed in. It smashes. Trust me, we feel so good about it. Cool. We get on the challenge model, and I had a heart attack. Day one. It was the most basic, fluffy type of content that you guys could see, right? With respect to what they have to offer. They're talented, sophisticated individuals that I respect a lot, but compared to what they could have shared, it was very fluffy, it was very watered down. This was gonna bomb, guys, right? It was gonna bomb, it was gonna bomb because that content was enough to get the weight of a $1,000 decision. But this would not take them up the buying gradient to be able to get them to pay $25,000 a few days later. Okay? So what do? Emergency, change your entire content. What were you guys thinking? These are the conversations we have. And they did. Here's what's so interesting about it. I love to see this stuff in real time. We grade our applications. People apply at the end of these different models. We grade them. We talk to the most financial qualified people first. This is obvious, right? If you guys don't do that, you have to, right? We want to talk to the people with the money first and the most qualified. It's not always just money. It's like, do you guys want this? Yes or no, right? So what was interesting is on, excuse me, we didn't change it until day 3, I believe. Day 1 and 2, a majority of our applications were all C's and D's, which I'm not going to share all my criteria right now for time reasons, but it's low financial qualifications, okay? We changed all the content. All of a sudden, we got a shitload more A's and B's, financially qualified people. It's all about the content, the buying gradient. I actually saw a couple confused looks, so let me break that down for a second. What happens is, so we always say as sales speakers, you have to speak to the A's in the room. I remember when I first started speaking at things like this, I would get really nervous because I'd think to myself like, neglecting this side of the room, sorry, speaking of speaking. I would get really nervous that like some of the things I would say are going over certain people's heads. And I had a mentor of mine who's actually a business partner of mine, and he'd say, dude, don't even worry, you speak to the A's. You don't want to cater content that is speaking to the D applications that aren't qualified because that's why you're going to get all these people on the phone that can't afford what you sell. You want to cater to the A's. You want to speak to the A's, the main perfect fit, and your content has to do that. So it was just interesting in real time that we change all the content, all of a sudden the A's start coming on. But the reason it's more particularly important and interesting is because they were all already on the same training. We didn't have a different audience. It was the same people there, but they received information a different way and they were now interested in what we have to offer. Okay? Last 2 slides here. Assignment selling and nurturing. Guys, there is 2 ways when you're using content funnels and your different acquisition models, there's 2 ways that you can deliver content to people. You could do it through marketing automation, or you do it manually, okay? And so sales reps that are divas that say, I'm not gonna do that because they should have already watched, whatever. And again, I just talked about setting expectations though, right, with content. But that was because I have the content to share with them, right? My point is this. If they didn't watch a mini webinar, right, and they come into your funnel and they don't have a bunch of information, now it's your job as a sales rep to still take them up the content gradient. So you have to understand that based on where they're at, you have to give them the content as you're working them through the funnel. Hey, by the way, I think that's a fair point. Let me send you a video. I think you're going to really enjoy it, and let's set up another follow-up after this, right? So assignment selling is really strong, and then what I would say is make sure you have commitment over compliance if you're taking notes. Commitment over compliance. People will do stuff if you tell them to do it, but you want them to want to do it because of the value you have on the other end. So you want to be careful about that when you're talking about watch this video. You really want to make sure that it's, they're actually with you, okay? And then a closing deck and a pipe cleaner. A pipe cleaner just means, guys, so here's a really good way to increase sales. I do it all the time to organizations when I come in. If you guys want to increase sales and you have a bunch of leads in the pipeline, I call it a pipe cleaner. Based on the time that you could commit to whatever you're doing, either it's once a month or it's every week if you could, or it's twice a month, I have a pipe cleaner event where I just have a Zoom or a webinar or whatever it is. I prefer Zoom where it's more intimate. You invite everybody that's currently in your pipeline that your sales reps are working onto a call. You do a customized training specifically for those leads, or you just do an open Q&A. It's a pipe cleaner. You invite everybody on, you give them more content, and your sales reps invite them to it, and then they try to close them afterwards. When I'm actually on the sales call, or when I'm actually get on one of these pipe cleaner calls, I say, hey, by the way, guys, I know a lot of you guys are right there on the fence. You're saying, hey, Josh, it looks like you guys have a ton of value, but we're just not sure. And that's a fair thing to say. So let's make sure that you guys find that certainty, and today I hope we're able to do that. And then I go into whatever it is. So it's specific to whatever, we're going over. Or to wherever they're at. That's a pipe cleaner event. What do you guys think about that one, by the way?
It's really good.
It's solid, right? Because it's so easy. Everybody could do that today, but barely anybody does it. So just have a pipe cleaner event, okay? Now, me and Jeremy, the reason we work so well together is because no gap exists between us. I talk to him every single day, right? My girlfriend's jealous. No, I'm kidding. But we talk all the time. And the point is, marketing and sales has to work in tandem. It has to work in unison. And like I said earlier, our best ad ideas, messaging, copy, landing page ideas, mini webinar type stuff, and content in these different funnels, it comes from won deals and lost reasons. Okay? Most of the best messaging tweaks or ideas that I get is from listening to sales calls over and over and over and over again. That's where it happens, guys. If you listen to enough sales call recordings, your leads will tell you exactly what you have to do to get more of them. Okay? All right.
Say that again. That last part.
Can't remember. Oh, I said, if you listen to enough sales call recordings, your leads will tell you exactly what you have to do to get more of them. In other words, the information's on the call. You just have to listen to it, and you're going to be like, aha, that's what people care about. Or you're like, oh, shit, I keep hearing this question coming up all the time. Or you say, wow, literally the last 5 people said no because of this one thing. It's all on the sales calls, but people don't listen to sales calls. I'll tell you guys this. I go to Havasu often. It's a river or a lake or whatever it is where I live, and it's like a 5-hour drive, there and back. I listen to sales calls the whole time. Drives my girlfriend crazy, but I do it because that's where the money is. Okay, 4 types of rep trainings. Okay, 4 types of trainings that I give. If you're training your sales reps, sales training, obvious, everybody does it. Process training, maybe half the people do it. Train them on the process and the CRM and everything that you guys have going. Product knowledge training. If you have an info marketer, if you have an info product or an offer, right? Educational, whatever, and your sales reps have not been through the entire program, that is a mistake. That's a mistake. They need to be, and I'll tell you this, we have a client that actually has an offer where you have to be certified on, and all of our reps are getting certified, because that's how they're going to sell. Lastly, a training that almost no one does, Mike can attest to this one, is POV training. This is really cool and it's super unique. You have to regularly do this. Your reps need to pretend that they're your leads, and you send them off onto the internet as if they were looking for you but didn't know who you are. What are the things they find? What comes up? What are the other offers, right? What are the questions that you have when you're looking? And then what usually happens if you have a main few one that comes up is you have battle cards where you know exactly how to sell against those alternative offers. They have to get really good at that. But you guys get that, right? It's like if you don't even, most reps don't even know what the person saw after they scheduled a call with you. It's really interesting if you think about it. Think about how powerful Facebook is. It's the reason we all use it. So what happens when they schedule a call with you and they're on your page and they got put into this interest-based category? They're going to see 5 other automation offers or whatever it is. So you better know what those ones are that they're going to see. Last slide of the day, and I'll pass this back to my dog Jeremy, is capital and credit. When you're actually closing, our reps are highly trained extraction experts. Part of why I say that is because it's true. The other part of why I say that is because it sounds cool, right? Just being honest with you guys. But they're extraction experts, and here's what that means. Capital and credit, okay? So remember, we have lead qualification. This is the last slide, Jeremy, just as a cue for you. So when we are grading applications and we're actually measuring lead quality of our different apps, right, it's largely based on financial capability. A D lead means that they do not have the financial capability to purchase what we have. They don't have the money in their account, they don't have the income, and they don't have the credit available. Okay? We had 2 D leads yesterday wire $25,000 in full. Because what you guys want to know is that people don't know this stuff. So they think they don't have access to money because they don't have very much financial education. So we get on the phone with them and we start asking, awesome, I mean, so if you guys are comfortable with it, if I have your permission, I'd love to go over some personal questions just so I could see if I could help you kind of get creative and get into this community with us. Would you like me to do that? Always ask for permission, be polite, whatever, right? Yeah, sure, okay, great. And if they say no, say, well, it's kind of hard, it's kind of hard for us to help you with limited information because you're telling us that you would like to go where, and you're not telling us where you're currently at, so it's really hard to give you maps to a destination if I don't know where you're currently at, right? And a lot of them will be like, okay, I guess that makes sense, and then they tell you. There's all of these conversations around it, but here's what happens. We start asking them if they have 401ks. We start asking them if they're in the stock market. We start asking them if they have financial advisors. We start asking them if they work with a wealth management company, right? We start asking them all these questions. And all of a sudden, oh yeah, I got 800 grand in the stock market. You have zero money. Well, yeah, it's in the stock market. You know you could send one email and get all that money right now, right? That's a good point. And then they send that email. So you have to know like how to actually get the money where the money's at. And so we do it. So guys, we get big wires from people that say that they have no money all day long. Also, credit. As long as they usually have like a 600 credit score, they can get financed. We also have a lot of training on how to get a 0% credit card for 12 months. Okay? And then you ask them, hey, is it your intention, is it your belief that you're going to want to pay this off over the course of the next 12 months? I frickin' hope so. I do too. But in that case, it's interest-free, right? We show them how to get a new credit card, boom. Same day, put the full amount on the credit card, okay? My point is this, and again, I started this presentation sharing about integrity-based sales operations. So the thing that I say is I'm never gonna do anything that's gonna take the cheese off someone's macaroni. I'm never gonna do anything that's gonna shut off your hot water, right? So the point is not to take advantage and put people in a worse financial situation. But dude, you gotta know how to find money with people that are willing to pay it if they knew how to find it. And then we just tell them how to do it, and that's how our average sales price and our overall close rate goes through the roof. Okay? So with the time that I had here today, this is what I prepared for you guys. I hope you guys got a lot of value out of it. But yeah, I'm happy to do any questions if we had any time for it.
Would love to know a little bit more about the pipe cleaning that you do. So for like automation-based offers, would that just be like another webinar instead of like a training? Or would it be a training on what we do, and then how would you do that?
Yeah, so again, remember content from first principles. The content has to be designed to take them up the buying gradient. So how do you take them up the buying gradient? Value, rapport, trust, credibility, likability, authority, all these things. So if you're, to your point, an automation, what did you say, an investment firm?
Like a automated YouTube channel.
Yeah, I would screen share and show. By the way, guys, this is what it looks like. This is like some of our client stores, so this is how it works. I'd break it down for them and spend some time. And then I'd say, hey, here's some case studies. This is what we've done for some of our clients. Things that they actually want to see that are going to build trust in them. Yeah, not another webinar. It's not meant to be like emotional and state of mind and all this other stuff. Like you want to show them the content that's going to get them from not ready to buy to ready to buy. And in that situation, I would show them the things that they want to see, and it's going to be results. It's going to be how it works. You have to remember this. A lot of people don't invest in things they don't know about, right? If it's confusing to them, a lot of them don't do it. So break it down. Show them how it works.
On that note, for the pipe cleaner events, are those closed, lost, and follow-ups, or like what's specific?
I don't do it from closed loss because I do find that that's not the most leveraged use of our time. We put them into other automation stuff and things like that, find other ways to re-engage them. But these are leads that are currently in the sales cycle. So they're being worked. They have not been marked lost yet. They may have ghosted, and you haven't heard from them for a few days, but for whatever reason, they're not closed out. They're still there.
Nurture a follow-up date,
yeah.
How often do you do those pipe cleans?
So it's going to depend on the amount of people because you want it to be high leveraged. If you have one lead, I'm not going to do that often. But if you're scaling up and you have 20 to 50 people and your offer is $100,000 or even $15,000, $10,000, and you can get that many people on, I would do it every week, as often as you can commit to it. But to answer your question, I typically have clients do this twice a month. Every other week is a cadence that makes sense. And I don't advertise it at all. It's a private invite from the sales rep that's working with them. If people know that you do it all the time, that's where your show rate gets destroyed. It's like, hey, dude, by the way, I was talking to my manager about some of the things that you were saying, and like they're valid, and we want to answer them. So we were actually thinking about doing a special training for other people that were kind of in the same position as you. Is that something that you'd want to come to? I think it could answer a lot of your questions, and you invite them. So yeah, once or twice a month. There's someone here, yeah.
Yeah, for the existence narrative, is that generally philanthropic, or is that can be any premise that makes sense? Or
I mean, people want to know that you're good people. I don't lead with that. I also find it's kind of patronizing. It's like, I don't tell them like, right before I started this company, I went on a mission trip to Mexico. And the look on these kids' faces made me decide I need to start a new offer to donate more. Like, I don't like when people do that personally. It doesn't feel right. So I don't do that. But I'll give you an example of a real one that I use right now. I have a client, and they already had a very successful community. Very successful. Almost all of you guys in this room would know it, and I'm just not going to mention it because I don't know if I can. But point is, they had thousands of people that have already purchased one of their offers. And it was basically around, I won't even say, it did a certain thing. And what happened is they got really good at that. I'm just answering a question real quick. They basically were successful there, but they had all these thousands of people that started reaching out and saying, dude, this was so great, but I wish we had the next step. Like, yes, this worked, but now all of a sudden I'm successful in this part of my business and we're experiencing problems in other places. And then we said, now at the same time, we were already building all these other things for our portfolio CEOs because we want them to know how to run their businesses more efficiently. So on one hand, we had a community with people begging us to do this. And on the other hand, we were already doing it internally. So we just made the decision that we weren't going to be selfish. All of these proprietary methodologies that we built to take advantage ourselves, we decided that we're going to go ahead and offer it to the public. And so I take them through all this whole timeline that shows them that, and they're like, oh shit. So, there's so much framing in there. I showed them how many people want it. I covered how credible we are. I covered how many other people, thousands of people have already given us money. I covered how proprietary it is that we already were doing it for ourselves. So you see how there's so much value in just explaining why we created it. Thank you. That's an existence narrative. Cool. I'm here all weekend, so I'll talk to you guys more. But yeah, Jeremy, I'm done. It's all you.
I want to talk to you guys about, obviously, marketing and how it goes into sales. So this is going to be beneficial for you if you are on the phone on a Zoom call, you're doing the meetings, or you have a sales team. I'm going to give you guys a process-driven approach to selling people stuff. Because at the end of the day, it's important to do so that you can make money. But first, real quick, I'm Jordan. In case you guys didn't know, we didn't meet, didn't connect yet. I live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I built a multi-million-dollar sales training company in about 18 months using some of the things that I'm going to share with you guys today. And I'm here to help you crush sales. Jeremy called me. He was like, hey, man, you want to come down and you want to speak to my team? And I was like, yes, I do. That would be awesome. So I'm pumped about this. And I will say, I have never done this presentation before. I actually made this from scratch on an airplane. And ultimately, this is going to be the most info I've ever dropped at one period of time. So if you pay attention and listen carefully, this could very well help you guys print money. First and foremost, I started my business and I ended up creating a product that some of you guys have been talking to me about. Some of you guys already have them. It's called Cash Cards. It's a little deck of cards that has an objection on one side and kind of what to say on the other side. I ended up putting that on my Facebook account, my personal one, and I ended up continuously selling out of these things. So I started like making them really good, and I've been marketing them. I've spent, it looks like, I don't know, close to $250,000 marketing this product. The beautiful thing about this product is that I get paid to generate leads. I know a lot of people have a lead form or a VSL or whatever, and obviously there's a lead acquisition cost there, and then you're looking at your lifetime value to figure out what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong. At the end of the day, this product has been insanely profitable for me. I run about a 93% profit margin on it. That little blank spot right there, I'm missing out on my second comma on this because I switched off of Shopify into WordPress. That was a horrible mistake. I'll never do that again. But the point is that it's a profitable lead generation source. And while most people look at the revenue number, That's that fancy thing that a lot of e-com people put on their, Instagram stories to impress people. I'm busy looking at that number, the 13,414 people, because that's 13,414 people that have raised their hand and said, I need at least some help when it comes to training objections and closing deals. These are people in every single industry. There's not a single industry that I haven't sold a deck of cash cards to. I've got contractors, HVAC, roofers, solar, SaaS, insurance, car dealerships, you name it. And at the end of the day, because I don't have any specific niche, I have to figure out how to tailor my presentations and my sales pitch to each one of these different industries, overcome their objections, and ultimately close business. But I've done really good at that. In the last, this is just year to date from like a couple days ago, we've done over $1.1 million in sales from people that have already transacted with us. So whether you guys are doing that Hydra thing that you learned from Jeremy, and you guys are just getting a lead form, and people don't really know about your company, they don't really know about your service, they don't really know about your product, and you're there to take them from, I'm kind of interested in what this is, and learning about it, you obviously have to have a process-driven approach to getting there. But one thing, I was gonna take this slide out, but I think that it's kind of useful. Back in the day, when Jeremy met me at Grant's office, I didn't have any leads. I was just like going onto Google, typing in car dealerships Houston, going to the maps, clicking on the blue dot, going to the website, writing down the general manager's name, the phone number, and trying to cold call that person. That's where, obviously, I have to prove a solution or a problem to somebody and help them become aware of a problem that they might have. For those of you that have sales teams, that's where all the money is in commission, because you're not really providing them with any leads. You have to go sell somebody on a problem that they didn't know that they have, and simultaneously make them aware of a solution that they didn't know exists, and get them to actually do it. So that's one place to be. Another place to be is warm leads. That's where people are like, hey man, I've got a problem. I need more leads, or I need more sales training, or I need this or that or the other thing, and they become part of where they're actually gonna be looking for a solution. Then you have hot leads. These are pretty much the people that I'm calling on with my cash card sales. These are people that are aware of a solution. They see an Instagram or a Facebook ad. They're like, hey, I'm gonna buy some objection flashcards. And now they're considering potentially getting a little bit better or using some of that training. And then of course you have all those people turn into customers. Those are people that have solved a problem, purchased a product, because we can all agree that the main reason somebody buys something is to solve a problem. So with that being said, either way, if you're gonna be converting leads, whether it's somebody that is in your VSL, whether it's somebody that's on your calendar, whether it's a cold call, you have to have a process-driven approach. I'm from Wisconsin originally. I spent 5 years here in Miami. That's how I met a couple of you guys. And in Wisconsin, we love our Green Bay Packers. How many of you guys like football? I don't really watch it anymore because I don't have time, but I enjoy football, usually the playoffs, if the Packers are in it. Other than that, I don't really give a shit. But the Packers, back in the day, you guys know that the Super Bowl trophy is named the Lombardi Trophy. That was our coach from back in the day. And the Packers were famous for running one play. It was called the Packers sweep. And during practices, Coach Lombardi ran this play every single day, no other plays. It went to the left of the field or to the right, and it was the same fucking play over and over and over again. And the point of doing that play is to get so good at that play, even if the defense knows that you're running that play, you can still run it better than them and you can still get some yards and get into the end zone. So I've been thinking a lot about that over the years, and I was like thinking about my sales process. What helped me have success at my sales jobs? What helped me build some businesses? And ultimately what I'm gonna do is give you guys the game and give you the playbook of what this actual process-driven approach is. For those of you that have sales teams, this will be gold for you, because your sales team, unless they're on a unified front doing the same things over and over again, you can't really track and measure why Tom did well and why Susan failed, or vice versa. You can't really track anything unless you know your people are doing the same things over and over and over again. So I'm gonna give you guys exactly what works for me and what's worked for literally hundreds, if not thousands of our clients. So whether you guys get a lead in or not, I wanted to talk about this real quick. You have a scalable way of reaching out to a lead when they get into your funnel, your calendar, or whatever, and you have a scalable way. Obviously, the non-scalable way that I like to do this is I grab Jeremy's info, hopefully a cell phone number. I type it into my phone and I literally shoot out a selfie video. What's up, Jeremy? It's your boy Jordan over here up in Wisconsin. Wanted to put a face to the name, let you know I'm a real guy. Look forward to speaking with you at 4 o'clock on Tuesday. My job is simple. I just want to give you all the information that you need so that you can make a decision. If you have any questions, hit me back. This is my personal cell phone number. Obviously, that's not very scalable, especially if you're getting a ton of leads. Scalable way of doing that would maybe be pre-recording something like that that's a little bit generic, uploading that to like Vidyard or something like that, and using some type of automation software like Zapier to text message that video out to somebody's phone with that link so that they can actually open it and they can actually see it. I'm switching softwares for that case because 14,000 leads, 1,200 leads a month, I can't very well do a personalized video for every single person when they come into our funnel. So I'm changing some software, so if you guys are getting involved in any of my stuff, you're probably not going to get a personalized selfie video right off the rip. With that being said, you're going to do 4 things if you do decide to take this approach. The first thing that you're going to do with a selfie video is you are going to make sure that you increase your ability to convert them by 50% if you can get to them within the first 5 minutes. Chances are pretty good that if you guys were all recently on the internet shopping for something, looking at something, an ad popped up, you put it in your browser, you probably forgot exactly what that thing is. You probably forgot the name of the product, the company, the website, or whatever it was. Because our attention, it goes everywhere, right? You guys know that. You guys are marketers. So at the end of the day, if you can get in contact with that lead within the first 5 minutes, statistically, you will increase your odds of converting that person by 50%. Also, you guys are going to be able to differentiate yourself from competitors. There's going to be people out there that don't send a fucking video because they're too lazy, they think they had a bad hair day, they don't speak very well, or whatever. So if you are well-spoken, you look halfway decent, shoot somebody a video real quick and humanize that experience that they're not going to get from any of your competitors. The third thing that you're going to do is increase your customer engagement by 400%. I'm saying like they're going to text you back, or they're going to ask you a question, or they're going to say LOL cool, or whatever. It doesn't really matter. All that I want to do is get in communication with people, because if I can't get in communication with somebody, I can't do shit with them. Can't sell them. Can't book an appointment. And then the final thing is that you're giving people an experience that they're just unlikely to find anywhere else. And I've implemented this in pretty much every industry. And the results are phenomenal. When you get a lead, if you can do something with some type of video, the results are absolutely insane. And this is something that I've been doing since 2014, when you could actually like send a video to somebody's phone. It's been one of the critical drivers of my success in sales, is just getting this first little portion right. If you don't automatically have somebody just, go to your Calendly or your Schedule once and book something for you, and you have to get in contact with this person to book something, it is worth mentioning that you're going to have to book an appointment with them. You jump on the phone or you're texting with them or whatever. A couple of tips that I have for you is never be too available. I want you guys to be like high social status. People that have money don't have what? Exactly. And if you have money, you're busy, you've got appointments, everybody wants to see your product. So what I usually do is I just tell people like, dude, I'm booked out for like the next week and a half. I got something like the 29th of this month at like 4 o'clock. Does that work for you? Sometimes I use option closes. Does the 24th work for you, or does the 26th? And I like to narrow things down. If you ask people what time works best for you, Jeremy's going to be overwhelmed. He's going to be like, I don't know. Like, it's too many options that he's thinking about. But if you can narrow things down to 1 or 2 different things, you're going to increase your chances of somebody being able to say, sure, 3 o'clock on the 24th works best for me. And also, of course, you're going to want to reiterate what type of highlights or things that they're going to be able to take away from your call. So if I'm talking to any of you guys and I find out that the thing that you have attention on is following up with customers, I'm going to reiterate at the end of that scheduling the appointment phone call that you're going to walk away with at least 3 different techniques that you can use for free for the rest of your life to follow up with customers that are going to be highly converting. And I'm going to leave a little hook right there because I want you to understand that this appointment that you have with me is important and that you should show up, and here's why. Finally, after I schedule an appointment with somebody, again, if I'm manually a part of that process, that's where they're also getting another selfie video. Hey Tom, Jordan over here. Obviously, I got you locked in on my calendar at 4 o'clock on the 24th. I genuinely look forward to it. Again, wanted to remind you that if you need to reschedule, have any questions, or need anything from me between now and then, feel free to reach out. This is my personal cell phone number. Again, you're doing everything that I just mentioned by increasing conversion rate and also increasing your customer engagement. But sooner or later, and I wanted to get to this part pretty quickly because I know that this is the one thing that we all do, is we pitch the deal. So sooner or later, 4 o'clock on the 24th pops up. It's time for me to get on a Zoom call with Tom and show him something, or at least have a conversation. And so what I want to do is I want to give you guys my sales algorithm. I've been doing the sales training thing for a long time, and a client in Tennessee, he's a marketing company. They do all the Airbnbs and Verbos in the Smoky Mountains, pretty dope little business. And I was talking to him and his team about the pitch. And he's like, dude, it doesn't really matter what the customer says. Like, you're always in control, know where to go, and it's like an algorithm. If they say this, you say that, and it just doesn't fucking matter. So that's what I want to give you guys, is as close to the details possible of how you guys can just have a controllable process that you can duplicate over and over and over again, like the Green Bay Packers back in the day, and win a lot of Super Bowls. So you start off your pitch. The first thing that you're going to want to do is be high social status. If you're on the phone with Kim Kardashian and she's trying to talk to you about some makeup, are you going to pay attention? Probably. 1, because she got an assload of followers. 2, she's rich as hell. And 3, she knows what she's talking about when it comes to makeup. A lot of us, and I spent a lot of my career doing this, jump on and we prize our customer. It's like, man, if I could just get a deal with Jeremy, I'm gonna kiss his ass when he jumps on the call. Hey man, thank you so much for taking time out of your day. I know you're super busy, and I'm just really excited that you're gonna take a look at this. That's a low social status thing. People with money, people with affluence, people with wealth, they don't want to talk to people that are on a lower level than them. They'd like to reach up or at least be on the same level. So the thing that I always do, first thing is I say, hey Tom, I'm really happy we were both able to take some time out of our day to take a look at this. I know the one thing that we both have in common is that neither of us have enough time to discuss probably every single thing that it is that we do. So to make best use of your time and my time, I want to give you the price of our product up front so you can justify it as we go. Fair enough? I'm getting straight to the point. I'm putting myself on their level. I'm letting them know I don't have a whole lot of time, and I'm going to give people the price of my product up front. For those of you that have a ballpark or a range, like it could vary from $10,000 a month to $50,000, give them a range. Hey, I want to let you know, completely dependent upon what you value and what you see inside here, you could expect to invest $10,000 a month up to $50,000 a month. Not saying that you will, not saying that you should, but if you were going to make a $50,000 per month investment today, what would be the 1, 2, maybe 3 things you would absolutely need to see here today in order to justify an investment like that? That right there is gold. It's absolute straight fucking fire if you guys caught it. I've been using this on every single sales pitch for years. And what this does is it gets to the point, it increases my social status, it puts me on a short time limit, and I'm getting to price quickly. And instead of me actually guessing now for the next 20, 30, 40 minutes what somebody might need to see or hear in order to be impressed with my product enough to buy it, I'm asking them with a back door out. Hey, I'm not going to say that you should do this or that you will. But if you were going to blow $100K with me today on your Amex and get a bunch of points, what would be the 1, 2, maybe 3 things you would absolutely need to see here today in order to justify a decision like that? Now I put the ball in their court and they get to tell me the 1, the 2, the 3, the most important things that they're hoping to find out on this call. Again, I haven't given them any information. I haven't given them shit. I've given them a price and I've asked them, if you were going to do something with that, what would you need to see? And that is your intro. It goes super fast, keeps you in control, high social status, and gets to the point. By the way, introducing pricing details up front, you're going to shuffle the jokers out of the deck. Occasionally, there's going to be people that can't afford your shit. Why talk to them? I don't want to waste 40 minutes talking to somebody that ultimately is going to be like, dude, really? I'm not authorized to make that transaction. I don't have that type of money. I want them off the call like in the first minute. I don't want to talk to people that don't have money because that's just a waste of my time. I'm not going to educate people that can't afford what it is that I do. So that's the additional side of that. And also, again, you've gotten pricing out of the way. a lot of people tend to wait to drop price at the end, but really at the end of the day, when you have that pricing at the end, that's the main reason why people can cop out of receiving all the value that you just spent 30 minutes showing them. So now that you've gotten it out of the way, now you can move on into the rest of your pitch. One thing that you're also going to want to do is shut the hell up. Statistics and reports show that top closers, the top 1%ers, the people that close deals, are going to spend less than 40% of the entire sales interaction doing the talking. Statistics show that average closers, people that are probably, barely meeting or kind of around quota or whatever it is that they're trying to accomplish, are going to spend about 58% of that conversation doing the talking. Worst sales reps, the ones that you fire, the ones that are at the bottom 1%, well, they talk a shit ton. They just jibber jabber over and over in what I call like word vomit about how excited they are about their product and about what it does and how it's going to be beneficial, and they never ask questions, and ultimately those are amateur salespeople. So be mindful of how much time you spend speaking. And one tip that I used back in the day when I was really wordy is I just grabbed my iPhone, went to the little timer thing, and I would just watch a stopwatch. And I would just wait till it hit 30 to 40 seconds. And then what I wrote down was a massive list of questions that I could just pop in at any time just to do a little ping pong with my buyer. And then finally, I got it kind of set up now where it's like, I know I've been talking too much. What'd you like about that? Simple question. Does that make sense? And I can just at least get my conversation finished and allow them an opportunity to do some speaking. But again, a lot of what I practice is question-based selling, and it's just a long list of questions essentially that sound conversational, which I can talk about in a little bit. I'm sure that you guys have heard, I need to frame the rest of this, the tactical parts of this sales pitch. I need to frame it. And so you guys have probably heard that people buy off of emotion and they close on logic. Does it make sense? Can I afford this? Is this in the budget? Is this responsible? Do I need this? So let's talk about emotions, because I don't think that I know any sales trainers, books, people that ever really talk about this and unpack it. So I'm going to give you guys a pretty good idea here of why people buy your shit. I want you guys to think for a quick second though. What specific emotions come to mind that you believe your buyers feel that cause them to say, here's my credit card number, send me the contract, I'm ready to do some business with you. Think about that real quick. You can write a couple of ideas down. I'm going to give you guys some game here in a second, but think about what somebody feels when they're purchasing something. And also maybe think about the last time you bought a car, or you bought a house, or you bought something. It's like, what did you feel that caused you to do that? There's 6 emotions that drive purchasing behavior. The first one, and they're not in any real order or anything like that, these are just the 6 different emotions. The first one is confidence. I rented a Porsche 911 because, well, there's a lot of emotions that are going to be tied into why I decided to spend money on a car when I could have just Ubered. There's a Porsche 911 out there. One thing that I wanted to do when I pulled into Jeremy's inner circle, when I see Urises and all these nice cars out here, is I wanted to feel confident about parking my car out front and being that type of person to walk in the front door with the silhouette of a sports car behind me. I wanted to feel confident. Does your product or service give your buyer an emotion or feeling of confidence? I've built a multi-million-dollar business on ultimately sales training is sales training, but what am I really giving people? I'm giving them what to do next. And when people know what to do next, what to say next, they have confidence. And ultimately, when I'm asking my students, my clients, how do you feel about the training? I want them to drop that C word, confidence. Because then I know that I've done my job and they're going to get the results that they need because they know what to do next. So think about your products and services. Do your buyers feel more confident in any type of way, that they have better performance or that they are able to look better than somebody else, whatever. The next thing is creative. Apple built a $1 trillion business on this. They help make people feel creative. And there's obviously a lot of softwares out there, a lot of different things that help people express themselves or do things that they otherwise couldn't do without that product or that service. So do your products and services help people feel creative? That might be an anchor that you can use in your communication with those buyers. Third one, and probably the most powerful one, is relief. People make all sorts of decisions because they've got a pain point that they want to fix. And they will pay money, they will do business to experience relief. I know some people that don't do business with my company because they want more sales. It's a growing business, and maybe the owner or the director of sales is getting too busy to actually give their team attention and the training that they need. And so the main thing that they're just looking to do is get some of that sales training off their plate. And I have to make sure, obviously in our onboarding process, that I understand that, or else I'm going to be watching the wrong metrics. So be thoughtful and be thinking on, does my product or service, is it being marketed, is the reason why people purchase it based on the fact that you're really solving a pain point for them versus trying to give them an advantage? Because a lot of people will do things to avoid pain, and I know that you guys would agree with that. The fourth one is competent. There's a Porsche outside, like I mentioned, but I don't have I'm assuming they don't have $100 tires on there. I'm assuming that they have the actual tires that belong on a Porsche 911, so that the Porsche 911, when I'm taking a 1G turn on the freeway on-ramp today, that I don't go and hit a wall. I feel more competent, like I'm a better driver because I got better tires on that car. That's why they're worth more money. That's why I would want to purchase those. Does your product and service help people do things that they otherwise can't do, or get results that they otherwise can't get? Do they feel more competent, more effective, like they're more autonomous? That's going to, again, be a critical emotion for somebody to experience that's going to help them make sense out of giving you their hard-earned money. The fifth one, savvy. Walmart built a huge business on this. When you walk into Walmart, you know one thing. You're getting the lowest fucking price possible for those products and for those things that you're going to pick up. You feel good that you're getting a deal there. Payless Shoe Stores built a huge business on this, that you're getting a deal. This is your favorite coffee shop that's not Starbucks, when they give you the little punch thing. You know, you're feeling pretty savvy that, yeah, if I go here every day for my coffee, I buy 10 of these fuckers, I'm gonna get a latte for free. I feel pretty good about that. And then, of course, you have accepted. Accepted is a strong critical driver because people want to be accepted. This is why you might forego being savvy at Payless, and you might end up going and buy some Yeezys for your kid for school so that they can feel accepted if all the other kids at school wear Yeezys. The main reason I bought an iPhone years and years ago, I had an Android at one point, that was a low point in my life, is because all my friends had one. They're all like, dude, blue messages. I'm like, what? I want to be a part of that. So I went and bought an iPhone. So the point is that acceptance is also a really big thing as well. So think about what you really sell. Think about the products, the services that you represent, the things that you're getting people to do. And ultimately, be thinking on what is the main character, the one big emotion that people probably experience. And then, what are the other supporting cast emotions that you might be able to pull on a little bit inside your pitch? I know for me, confidence is that main thing. Hey man, I'm gonna teach you how to sell, how to close, what to say, so the next time you get on a demo, you fucking slay it. But I also might mention a couple of other things where you're like, oh, thank God, man. I don't have to be the worst salesperson in my team anymore. Relief. I might be giving you guys the ability to say, hey, we got networking or whatever. Now you have accepted. So be thinking on the fact that there are multiple emotions that people can experience throughout your sales pitch and help them buy into the reasons why they should do business with you. And just for proof, you guys can take a quick minute, look at your neighbor, look around the room. There's, 30, 40 of you guys here, maybe more. I'm not good at counting. I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, but before you guys gave a credit card number to Jeremy and you're like, hey man, I want to join the inner circle, you were feeling something. Some of you guys are here because you just want to be part of these quarterly events. I think they're quarterly, yeah? You just want to be part of the quarterly events. You're like, man, I just want to be accepted. I have 3 marketer friends that I know that are part of the inner circle, man. I just want to be a part of it. Because they talk about how fucking awesome these events are, and then you're sitting off and you're not part of it. That's a main reason why somebody would actually give some money. So be thoughtful and think on what were you maybe feeling or experiencing when you're on the phone trying to figure out if this is the right choice for you. Because everybody in here had some type of feeling going into this. So now that we've kind of got the framework set up of how this actually works, I'm gonna give you guys the sauce. I've never actually done this for free. This is part of my expensive shit. So I'm gonna give you guys the game right here, something that you guys can actually use because I wanna bring some value to you guys. So let's get back into the actual sales pitch. We've already done the whole like, hey, what are the 1, 2, maybe 3 things you would absolutely need to see? Guy on the phone tells me I need to see X, Y, and Z. All of the things that you guys sell have hundreds, if not thousands sometimes, of features. A feature is one of the components of your product or service that allows somebody to do something. Porsche out there, dude, there's so many features on that car. You got an engine, you got blind spot monitoring, you've got PDK, dual clutch transmission, you got dual exhaust. Those are all features. People don't buy shit because of features. They don't, because they don't get anybody emotional. They don't get anybody to actually feel anything. It's like, I know that there's a 400 horsepower engine in that car. Whoop-de-doo. The advantage, every feature has its own advantage. The advantage is the thing that you can usually do because you have the feature. If I have a 400 horsepower engine, I might be able to go pretty fast. If I have dual sport exhaust that sounds nice, I can make some noise. If I have a really great camera on my phone, I can take really good photos and 4K video. Again, nobody's gonna buy anything from you because of the advantages. Every single advantage has its own benefit, and the benefit is the intangible feeling or thing that somebody gets because they're able to do or have. I've got a 400 horsepower engine that allows me to go fast, which means that, dude, if I line up with another car at a red light, I can take off and I can beat him off the line and feel like a big shot, feeling confident. Or maybe I'm feeling relief. Man, all my friends have sports cars. I'm feeling relief and acceptance because every time I'm at my friend's house and we're peeling out of the driveway, dude, I'm the last one in line because my car is slow. I'm gonna go buy a faster car. So the benefits, again, are the thing that you want to uncover with every single feature in what it is that you're explaining with your customer. Horrible salespeople, and I've been one before when I was a newbie, I just show off features. I was selling alarm systems. I'm like, hey man, this one's got this thing called two-way voice. Didn't even explain it. They're like, okay, cool, sounds good. I'd be like, do you want it? They're like, no. Can you get the fuck out of my house, please? Good salespeople, they know this little thing called FAB, feature advantage benefit, and they'll explain it. Hey man, I got this two-way voice thing that allows you to actually speak to the police. So like, if it's a false alarm or if it's the real deal, the police show up. Which obviously is gonna make you feel a little bit more peace of mind. Would you agree? That's a good salesperson. Kick-ass salespeople are gonna do what I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna show you. This is the secret sauce right here that just you guys can't find nowhere else. The inner circle is the live events here at Jeremy's place. That's one feature of what you get as an inner circle member. So if I'm on the phone with a customer and I'm like, hey man, we got these quarterly live events at Jay's mansion down here in Farmland, Miami. A horrible salesperson is gonna stop right there. Be like, hey man, you want it? They can be like, I don't know. A good salesperson is going to continue going on. They're going to say, which means that you can meet, you can mastermind, you can network with other people, and you can actually meet Jeremy yourself. That's the advantage of these events. And then the benefit is the opportunity to really connect, establish real relationships with people that are probably more successful than you, that can help you grow, help you learn, and ultimately hang out in a nice 10,000 square foot mansion in Miami. 12,000, sorry. I stand corrected. And that's the main benefit, so that you can get better and you can have the benefit of becoming better with other people. Now, what you're going to do after explaining the benefit is you are going to ask this. What are you currently doing to help ensure that you have the opportunity to continue to meet, network, mastermind, and establish relationships with people that are maybe more successful than you so that you can continue to grow and get better? Open-ended question. What are you doing right now? More often than not, your customers are going to say, nothing. You just bitch slapped them with something that creates a gap. Some people might tell you, yeah, man, I do Zoom meetings every week with this other group. It's like, cool, man. Doesn't really matter what they say. What you're doing is you're creating a gap between what they are mentioning that they currently have or what they currently do and what you just explained as the benefit. So now there's a gap. And that's why that question is called an emotional gap question. Again, you're just comparing what you just explained the client gets with you to what it is that they already have. And that's going to create desire. Then you're going to finish off this whole little process with, you would agree that if you were able to meet each quarter in person with a bunch of other successful, like-minded individuals that are fucking crushing it in life, you would probably feel more confident, more competent as a marketer, and in turn make a shitload more money and get richer, right? And every single person you talk to is going to say, yeah, I would. Yeah, dude, I would. I would feel confident. I will feel competent. You can literally take those 6 emotions, insert them into this statement, and get people to agree with you on it. This is borderline manipulation. I do this all the time. That's called what I call it an inarguable yes question. It's inarguable. What are you going to tell me? That if you were really part of all this, that you wouldn't be better off? You wouldn't make more money? You wouldn't feel at least a little bit more confident? You wouldn't feel accepted because 3 of your friends are already in this? Of course not. People are always going to agree with that statement for a preferred emotional state. What you're going to do is tie all this stuff together. So maybe you're on the phone, and I'm on the phone for Jeremy, and I'm like, hey, what are the 3 things you would need to see in order to make an investment in Jeremy's inner circle? Well, I'd like, to meet some people and do some networking. That's feature number 1, advantage, benefit, emotional gap question, inarguable yes question, the end. The second thing that they might mention is something else, in which case I would say, in addition to having our live networking events where you can meet other people, become the more successful version of yourself, and kick ass as a marketer, we also have next thing that they mentioned that they wanted to see. That could be an online course, it could be an accountability feature that Jeremy has here, it could be anything. And you're just going to bullet point this 3 to 5 times in your sales pitch and make sure that you check the boxes of the 3 things that your customer told you that they would need to see. Now I'm going to step off from the slide real quick. I'm a salesperson. If you tell me that you need to hear or see 3 things, and I make good on that and I show you the 3 things, guess what? I want to get paid. I did my job. If you guys were working at McDonald's and you were flipping burgers for a week and on Friday, what are you hoping for? Paycheck, because you did your job. I'm a sales guy, and I want to get paid because I did my job. I just showed you the 3 things that you already agreed to that if I was able to show you, you would at least consider doing business with me. So what I'm going to do real quick right here after this 3 to 5 times of feature, advantage, benefit is I'm just going to step back and say, hey, man, I know that we've only been on the phone here for like 15 minutes, and obviously there's a whole lot of other things I could show you. What have you liked most about what I've shown you so far? Or what do you like most about what you've heard so far? And get your pen and pencil ready. This is the ammunition that you're going to need in the close to overcome any of the objections that we'll talk about here in a second. Oh man, I really like the idea that Jeremy opens up his house and he's got a master griller out here, and he's got people for networking and guest speaker. I love it. That sounds awesome. And you just jotting all those things down and try to do it verbatim. Use their language the best that you can on them because it's their language. You want to speak their lingo. So what did you like most about what you've seen or heard so far? You're either going to get a list of things that they really liked, or you're going to hear buying questions. Buying questions usually start with the words how or what. Well, how does it work, if I signed up, yada, yada, yada. How do I, get into the next inner circle, or when's the next time that it's going to be? Whatever. Those are buying questions. They're trying to take mental ownership now over the next steps of this process And you want to be alert and you want to be privy. Can't believe I just used that word, privy.
I hope you're enjoying the sales training masterclass so far. Another shameless plug. To be clear, I don't monetize my channel with a bunch of random ads, so I hope you don't mind, me dropping in here and just plugging my own stuff instead. Okay, anyway, listen, if you're in the market right now for trying to increase your skill sets when it comes to digital marketing, I have an entire course. It's not a recurring thing, it's just a one-time transaction with us. It's called Master Internet Marketing, okay? It's a 7-week class, and to be clear, you get lifetime access to it. So typically on an every year or sometimes every other year basis, we do the class live, and it really just depends. If the current class that we have in there is up to date and nothing's really changed, that's what we have you go through. To be clear, if something does change, there's something dramatic that occurs inside of the marketing and advertising industry or the sales industry, we add a new live class date and we go through the 7 weeks once a week together. Once again, fresh. You get access to the immediate recordings that are available that are up to date, and you also get access to all the future live classes. Each week is a specific class dedicated to a topic in the digital marketing space. So to be clear, first week is foundation. We actually give the first week away for free if you want to check it out. Should be a link in the description if you want to go through it. I got to disclose, these classes are long, but you're going through a video like this that's super long. They're about the same. They're about 3 to 5 hours in length. To be clear, extremely valuable. One of my favorite authors that I've ever learned from, his name's Richard Bandler. And Richard Bandler, he makes books for psychotherapists. And one thing that he always says at the beginning of every book that he writes is, listen, this stuff's going to be super advanced. I'm not going to talk to you like you're a beginner, an intermediate, or even an expert. I'm going to talk to you at the highest level that I'd talk to myself at. And you got to trust yourself that this information is eventually going to land, whether it's today, whether it's tomorrow, trust yourself a bit. So this class, dude, it's taught at a high level. Second week, to be clear, right after you go through the foundations of digital marketing and getting to the point where you just understand, not like some bullshit cheesy mindset stuff, really the foundations of how you have to think as a master of internet marketing. Week 2 is all strategy. It's like 5.5 hours of just straight up strategies. All ad strategies, organic strategies, funnel strategies, it's a ton of shit in week 2. This is the cool part as well. In between each week, we have a tremendous amount of homework library content. So we have you go through several different videos, sometimes dozens, within each week's live class in between. That way you have a really strong amount of information coming at you, like a fire hose of information coming at you. Because this helps with the retention. Keep in mind, my claim, help you get to the point of mastery within 7 weeks. You best believe there's gonna be a ton of information crammed in there. The other cool thing that we do to increase retention is we have these worksheets that you do inside of the live class. So long story short, while you're actually in the class, you'll see these moments where I pause for anywhere from 3 to 10 minutes and I give you an opportunity to fill out the worksheet questions. And they grade you in real time so you can also see whether you're right or wrong. Point is, it's all geared to increase your retention, okay? Week 3, we go deep into Facebook and Instagram advertising. We also have in the homework library between week 3 and 4 a TikTok advertising course taught by one of my best students. His name's Gabe. To be clear, week 4, we go through a Google AdWords mastery set of lessons. Huge homework library in between week 4 and 5 as well, extending well beyond what we talk about in the Google AdWords class, and about a 40 video course set of lessons, also taught by a student that had spent over $50 million on Google AdWords, a gentleman named Chasen. Week 5, we go through copywriting, and we talk a lot about these different chat-based tools that are AI-based, ChatGPT, Claude, some of the other ones that are available. And we go through, once again, how to actually leverage them in order to increase your efficiency with copywriting in a very effective way. Week 6, we go through funnel CRO, conversion rate optimization. And week 7, we go through a lot of different random stuff that doesn't really fit into all those other classes. Different AI tools, some of my favorite ads, some of my favorite funnels, some of my favorite softwares, period, in the marketing space. At the very end, if you go through the entire thing, we put you through a certification. It's an 88-question exam where if you pass it with more than 80%, we certify you as a master of internet marketing. Look, it's incredible. Whether you're a salesperson, whether you're a digital marketer, some of my best agency owner students I've ever had start off as high-ticket closers, to be clear. That skill set correlates heavily, once again, into the digital marketing space. And look, at the end of the day, some of you guys, the salespeople out there, you guys get super fed up with your marketers. How badass would it be if you actually knew what the fuck you were doing in marketing and advertising, so you could go to the marketing team, or hell, maybe be the marketer yourself and actually be able to understand what's going on that front so you can contribute ideas, hold your marketers you're working with accountable, or once again, just be skilled enough to do it yourself. A lot of value in there. Like I said, you don't even have to buy it. You can at least get the first week of the 7 weeks totally free. It's in the description below if you want to check that out. And of course, if you want to want to get the entire program, it's a one-time cost. It's not expensive. You're technically fucking me on the price on that because what you pay me versus what you're probable to make after with the skill set, it's once again, heavily weighted in your favor in comparison to mine. But regardless, it's every lesson that I know boiled down into a 7-week set of classes that you get immediate access to. And once again, you get all future access to any live class we teach ongoing, literally forever. Incredible value. Well, without further ado, I digress from my interruption here. Let's get back to the sales training, okay? Enjoy the next lesson.
You're gonna make sure that you're privy to those types of responses from your buyer because those are buying signals. From there, as marketer, I wanna let you know that you're working with 3 other things. 1 is your company. Your company is beneficial. At my company, I say, dude, we throw up big numbers in our company, but we're small. We run lean, which means no red tape. Means that if you need a sales meeting from me, you got a new hire that needs a little smack, call me up. Like, you got my cell phone number already from like pre-appointment. We're gonna pay attention to you. You're not just a number to us. You're gonna be a very valued client. Also, by the way, if your company is doing charitable work or you give 5% of net profits to your church or you guys clean up trash in your community, like these are important things that people might want to consider in order to do business with you because this is going to, again, create some of those emotional responses that they're working with a great company. If you've been in business for a really long time, great, that's awesome. If you've been in business for a really short period of time, you can let people know that, hey, this is our vision and this is how you can help us get there by doing business with us. Then, in addition to the fact that you're working with a kick-ass company, I want to let you know we have service and support that's 24/7, or we have chat, or we have email support, screen share support. I want to let you know that you're going to get a dedicated account manager. You're going to get a dedicated this. You're going to have the service and support so that if you have any questions, you have any concerns, you have any hiccups, problems, or need any attention, we got you. If you have a warranty, guarantees, any one of those types of things that give people that peace of mind of making a decision, this is the spot where you're going to give it to them. In addition to having a great company that you're working with, and in addition to the fact that you're going to get unlimited, unbelievable support and service from us, I want to let you know you're working with a great person. My name is Jordan. I'm the type of guy, dude, I'm up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I stay up till like 10, 11 o'clock at night. I'm crazy. You need to get a hold of me, I'm the type of person that's going to pick up the phone. And if I am sleeping, chances are pretty good I'll pick up your call. If it's raining too much over where you're at and you just got back from Walmart with a bunch of groceries and you only want to make one trip, holler at me. I'll be the person that swings by and helps you out with those couple extra bags. And let people know how great you are. Because ultimately, you're more valuable than anything it is that you sell. You're a human being. Would you guys agree with that? I see a lot of heads nodding. Good, we're all on the same page. So, you're working with a great company. In addition to that, you've got service, you've got support. And in addition to that, you're working with me. The last thing that I want to let you know here, Tom, is exactly what you can expect when you decide to do some business with us. I had a CRM company while I was getting sued because I couldn't do this. I built a software company. Anybody ever done that? I don't really recommend it. It's really hard to do. It's really expensive and wild. Anyway, I decided I'm going to start a CRM company. My ideas on it and the layout and the features and all that was great. My demo was awesome. People were like, dude, you're going to blow up Salesforce in like by tomorrow. Business owners are like, man, this is kick-ass. We've never seen anything like this. I'm like, sweet, man. I'm like, ready to get started? And they're like, yeah, no. I was like, I had a 0% closing ratio for the first month once we had kind of a go-to-market product. And I'm like, dude, I'm kind of like a sales guy. Like, I know what I'm doing here, but why is nobody doing business with me? It's because I didn't actually show them what happens when they decide to do business with us. Because in the back of their head, they're like, dude, this is awesome, love it. My whole team would love this. I can see the benefits here. But in the back of their head, they're like, who's going to do our onboarding? It took us 7 years to get our people to do Salesforce right now. Like, is it going to take another 7 years for us to implement this in our business? And by the way, who's going to take the 173,000 contacts we have inside of Salesforce and migrate it perfectly into your system? And by the way, how long does that process take? Is there any cost associated with scrubbing that data? Who's my dedicated onboarding specialist and my support? And I wasn't answering any of those questions. And once I actually put a 1 or 2 pager together to show them at the end of my demos, my closing ratio went from 0% to 67% because people knew what to expect, how much it was going to cost, how long it would take, what's the process. So these days, this is literally what I show business owners right now that work with us. At the end of my presentation, I say, hey, the only thing left for you to do is really just pick a package and sign our proposal. Then we already have a CSV form. I'm going to send that to you. You just put in your people's first, last name, and email address, send it over to us, and schedule your sales kickoff, your manager's onboarding, and all of our recurring training calls. And literally, that's it. Takes no more than maybe like 10, 15 minutes. You have to open up your calendar and then type a couple of names into a list. That's it. Now people know what to expect when they're like, okay, I'm signing up. You don't want any uncertainty there. And be mindful of the fact that you guys sell what you sell every single day. You know your product, your service, your contracts, inside and outside. So it might be like completely like we don't have to explain this to anybody, but your buyer doesn't know what they don't know, and they're not going to ask what they don't know how to ask. So be mindful of the fact that you can make a slide like this or whatever just to show them what those next steps look like. And once you implement that, I believe that your closing ratios by default, if you take nothing else away from this, are going to improve because people are going to understand what next steps are. And by the way, for those of you selling your actual marketing services, dude, everyone else probably sucks for the most part. I've hired a lot of different marketing services before, and it's the people that tell me like, hey man, we've got this onboarding thing. I'm going to send you a request for Facebook access, which is going to allow us to do Facebook and Instagram. I'm going to need TikTok access, yada, yada, yada. Here's exactly what to click on, where to go, and what to do. If you guys don't have that stuff available, people are going to be overwhelmed, and they're going to be wondering where to go in the business Facebook thing to go and give access to somebody else. Those things should be loomed out, videoed out, screen recorded, whatever, on a PDF so that people can actually follow those directions easily. Because the more friction that you guys put into any part of the deal process or the onboarding process, the less likely it is that you're going to have a successful customer. I want things to be as frictionless as possible, and as the CEO of my company, that's like the number one thing I always have attention on is how can I make it easier for people to give me their money and get exactly what they're looking for on the other side. From there, close like a boss. How soon do you want to get started? That's my favorite question. How soon would you like to get started? If you've done everything really right and you fucking slayed and you're talking to a qualified buyer, they're going to say yesterday. And you can give yourself a pat on the back and shoot me a DM on Instagram and be like, dude, they say yesterday. People do that all the time. It's my favorite DM to get. Now, of course, oh wow, this time is going fast. Damn. All right, yeah, we're still on track. So, obviously, when you ask somebody when they'd like to move forward, when they want to do something, or when they want to get started, that's ultimately to where you're going to hear objections. How many of you guys have heard an objection before? Yeah, everybody. Objections suck. They're the worst. It's like, now it's combative. We just had this really good time for 20, 30 minutes on a call. I did my job. I showed you everything that you needed to see. We've had a couple of giggles and laughs, and we've made some jokes, and now all of a sudden, what? You need to fucking think about it? Now you're going to tell me after I gave you the price 30 minutes ago that this is too expensive? Are you telling me that you need to talk to your business partner, your spouse, or your kitchen sink, or the family dog? Hey man, we're going to wait until next quarter. We're going to wait until next year. We're going to wait until our contract with our marketing company is done right now. Or we're going to, I mean, you guys have heard it all. All the other bullshit reasons why people don't want to take advantage of your offer now. So what I want to do is I want to give you guys some examples of what you can do and what you can say. At the end of the day, I have an objection handling formula. This is what those cash cards are made out of. It follows the same process, but a couple different words every other time. It goes ART plus question mark. That's the fancy formula that I have for you. It stands for acknowledge, reply, and transition away from the objection with a question. While most people say, well, what do you need to think about? I'm going to follow this formula and say, hey, I completely understand acknowledgement. that you would want to think about it. Fact of the matter is, I have a brain. I think about most of the decisions that I make as well. So I can't fault you for wanting to think about it. But out of curiosity, on a scale from 1 to 10, 10 being you've seen enough, this makes sense, you're ready to do this, is going to be a great decision, and a 1 being you wouldn't do business with me if I literally gave you what we have for free, where do you stand right now? And now I'm going to get a number from them, probably from 4 to 9. It's never going to be a 10 because they just gave you an objection. And they're not going to go lower than a 4 because they don't want to hurt your precious feelings. Whatever number that is, it doesn't matter. You say, what would make it a 10 right now? Think about it, just left. Now they're going to move on to something else. Well, you know, to make it a 10, I would need to talk to my business partner. It's like, okay. I completely understand that you want to, put this on your business partner's desk and have a chat about it. I usually like, talking to my wife and business partner and other people before making a decision too. I get it. Couldn't fault you for wanting to do the same. But out of curiosity, when I call you back on Monday and you guys have had, gone to Morton's Steakhouse over the weekend with your business partner, you've gone over all these details, you've had some wine, you've had the desserts, and you've been talking about this deal with Jordan. I'm curious to find out, when I call you on Monday, what are you going to say to me if your business partner says no? I'm dropping a fork in the road right there because they're only going to give me one of 2 different things. It's an algorithm, remember? Either they're going to say, well, dude, I'm going to do it anyway. I'm 51% owner over here. It's like, sweet. What's your credit card number? Let's do this. Or if they tell me, hey, man, I don't know if I'd move forward if my partner said no. Hey, I completely understand. You would feel some type of way about moving forward if your partner said no. Out of curiosity, what exactly do you think your partner would say no to? Would it be the fact that we've got a 12-month contract? Would it be the upfront technology fee that we have in here? Would it be the monthly retainer that we ask for? Would it be all the benefits that I just mentioned? Would it be the fact that you're working with an awesome company? What exactly would your partner say no to? Well, honestly, man, your guys' price is a little bit higher than this other marketing company we're looking for. Oh, okay. So fucking what? How many of you guys have heard that one before? Good. I hear it all the time too. Hey, I completely understand that you found some marketing services for a little bit less somewhere else. Between you, me, and the fence post here, Tom, I wouldn't be upset if you made a smart decision on saving some money. I like to save money when I can too. But before I jump off the call with you here, I'm curious to find out that if we happen to maybe, I'm not saying that we will or that we should, but if we were maybe the same price as marketing company X over here, who would you rather do business with if prices were the exact same? They're probably going to tell you because you just listened to Jordan Stupar, you made a cool presentation, you outlined all the benefits and everything that we have here. They're probably going to tell you, I'd rather do business with you. Great, excellent, most people say that. Out of curiosity, why would you rather work with us versus them if we happen to be the same price? And they're going to reiterate exactly what it is that they loved about you more than somebody else, and there's value to each one of those things. In which case you can say, great. That's what most people say. I appreciate that. When's the last time you regretted paying a little bit more money for a better service? You guys can write that line down. When's the last time you regretted paying a little bit more money for a better service, a better experience, better communication? Have you ever flown first class? Yeah, I have. Was it more expensive than coach? Yeah. Did you regret it? No. Why? Because I drank 31 shots of tequila sitting in row 2F. And I didn't have to fucking pay for it. Have you ever regretted flying private instead of first class? No. Why not? Well, I didn't have to go through TSA. I got to land closer to the place I actually wanted to go. I mean, dude, all of you guys have bought shit that's more expensive than what you could have purchased. Easily. People do this shit all the time, but we get tripped up on the fact that people are just saying it to us. It's like, I don't give a shit. I know I'm more expensive. The value's there. Quick story. I started working with a $50 million window company in Arkansas back in January. And we've been doing some really good training with their whole team. They got about 40 people in 10 states that do in-home sales. Their average ticket is about $22,000 to put new windows in a house. I told the CEO in January, I was like, dude, let's do something fun. As we do the training, why don't you double your prices? And he was like, what the fuck? I was like, just do it. He's like, dude, my people are going to struggle with that super hardcore. And I was like, they're struggling with the same objections right now. Like, worst case scenario, you do a 50% discount, you're back at your original price. They are now on track to do $110 million this year, and it's only, what, October? And they're doing more gross. They're doing a 72% more net profit than they were previously in January. Business owners keep on texting me. They're like, fuck, dude, whatever you want on renewal time, bro, we'll sign that contract. I'm like, y'all better. Because I took them from, $2 to $5 million a month to $7 to $12 million a month with literally increase your prices. Let's train your people how to bring that value and how to overcome the same objections they're already hearing. So this is a little piece of gold for you guys. I can maybe do some role play with you guys here in a little bit. But you want to know what's better than handling objections? Not having to. So you guys have probably all seen The Matrix. At the end of the movie, he puts out his hand, stops all the bullets. It's kind of how I relate to, like, let's just stop the objections, okay? Because they're all bullshit. They're all bullshit. I want you guys to think real quick, in the back of your head, maybe write down some ideas, whatever, real quick. What is the one reason, just one, the one reason why somebody might not buy something from you? What's the one reason why? I'll get to the real answer here in a second, but their subconscious is doing something. The subconscious, as I like to kind of understand it, is basically a library in the back of your head of videos, photos, memories, painful experiences, yada, yada, that you can use to pre-program what to do when you're in a certain circumstance later on in life, to protect you, to keep you safe, to keep you cozy and warm. That's typically what the subconscious does. Now, your buyer is not in their conscious. They're thinking in their subconscious and saying, well, I need to think about this. It's like, what the fuck? You don't need to think about shit. You've already thought about it. You have a brain. So, the main reason why we hear objections is because people aren't comparing the decision to do business with us to the long list of good decisions that they've already made in their past. They're just not. What they are doing is they're comparing the decision to do business with us to all the bad decisions that they've made in the past. When I lived here in Miami, I was making $400,000 or $500,000 a year. I could buy a Porsche 911 3 times in cash if I wanted to. I ended up leasing it or buying it on payments because, fuck, dude, money was cheap. Point is that it was my dream car. I've wanted a Porsche 911 since I was 4 years old. I finally worked my ass off hard enough to actually purchase one. I'm in Miami, I'm getting the 911, I'm in the store, and they print out all the contracts, and it's time for me to sign that shit and give them a down payment of 20 grand and agree to $1,876 a month for the next 60 months. I wouldn't have felt the down payment. I sure as hell didn't give a fuck about $1,876 a month. I was making like 40, 50, 60 grand a month. But for some reason, I had some hesitation. I'm like, ugh. Why? Well, because in the past, back in Dallas, Texas, where I lived, when I was knocking doors and didn't have very good work ethic, I bought a 2007 Audi S4, that unbelievable 4.2 liter V8. I couldn't afford the fucking payments. I ended up getting behind like 60 days, had to go to the car dealership, and had to trade it in for a Nissan Maxima that I didn't really like. So when I'm looking at the Porsche payments now, I'm like, it's like $1,000 more than those Audi payments, man. Am I sure like I want to do this? Luckily, I, kind of got past that, but I was wondering like, dude, why am I not signing these papers right now? Why am I not excited to just say, hell yeah, dude, here's the money, let's go. And it was because I had some painful experiences in the past that kept me from making a quick and swift decision right now on doing something that I've always wanted to do for like my whole life. So, marketing services. I know that most of you guys are selling marketing services. Somebody's telling you that they need to think about it. You're too expensive. They're going to wait. They want to talk to somebody else. That's what they're saying. What they're really thinking, more than likely, is, dude, the last 3 agencies that I hired didn't really get me the results that I was looking for. That might come out as, how are you different? I'm sure that you guys have heard that one a couple of times. But essentially, that's what they're thinking to themselves is, dude, the last dozen agencies that I hired that blew sunshine up my ass and told me that they were going to make me $1 billion didn't move the needle at all. They were hard to communicate with. They didn't give me the service and support that they said that they were going to do. And now you're there, popped up, ready to go. You're with a reputable company, giving a great service. You know exactly what to do. You know how to get these people results. But now you're having a hard time getting it because of the last couple of agencies that worked with them. You might also have people that have never hired an ad agency and they've had a little bit of success running some ads on their own. And they're thinking, well, you know, we're kind of good right now. We don't need you. It's not like we're going to go out of business if I don't hire your agency to help increase our revenue or our leads or whatever. So that's what they're thinking. The thing that we need to do is we need to have the balls to confront reality. And you can say, the only reason why you wouldn't sign our agency agreement right now, let me inside your Facebook account and literally crush advertising for you, is because you don't think this is going to work for you. And the truth is that it won't, and it can't because you haven't signed my fucking contract yet. The only reason why it's not going to work for you. You haven't hired us yet. And then I'm going to bypass that subconscious and I'm going to ask them, when's the last time you hired someone? When's the last time you took a chance? When's the last time you did something that you didn't feel 100% comfortable with and you got some results that you were happy with or exceeded your expectations? Now what they're going to do is they're going to have to put some attention on that question. They're going to think about the last time they hired a salesperson and it was like, man, I don't know if this guy's going to work out, and they crushed it. They're going to be thinking about the last time that they hired a different type of person, or they did something and they got a great result. And they're going to communicate that to you because you just asked them a question. It's like, dude, great to hear. Let's add you working with me to that list of smart decisions that you've made. After all, you've made a lot to get to where you're at right now. I'm not here to subtract from that. We're only here to contribute to the success that you're going to have in the future. What's your credit card number? And you go in for the kill and you go in for the close that way. But again, now what you're actually doing is pulling that conversation from their subconscious into your buyer's neocortex, where all the analytical and smart decisions are made inside of the brain. So this is actually pretty decent. I could go on and on, but I'm probably out of time a little bit. One thing that I definitely want to do is give you guys an opportunity to connect with me. If you guys are interested in having me train your team or yourselves, or you want to get involved in any of the things that we do, everything that we touch turns into extra revenue because we have a process-driven approach. I would love for you guys to drop me an email, a follow, whatever it is that you need, or one of those little contact forms. That's the QR code. And of course, I'll be in touch with you guys.
How can you guarantee that I'll make money on this investment? So I'm going to give you a few different answers here based on what niche you might be in. Let's start with the information product niche. How can you guarantee I'll make money on this information product? Very fair question. It's really up to you. This is an information product. At the end of the day, if this is just going to be another course that you buy, another program that you purchase, another mentoring offer, and you don't do anything that we say, yeah, you're definitely not going to make money with it. If you are the wrong type of person, I would not encourage that you buy this offer, because at the end of the day, what really guarantees if you're going to make money with what we teach is you taking the information that we teach you and using it in your day-to-day. If that is not you, do not buy this program. You will not get results if you are not an action taker. We do a lot to make it as simple as we possibly can, to load you up with as many resources as we can, to be there for you when you have questions in real time, so you have the best possibility of getting a result with what we teach. But at the end of the day, it comes down to you. How can you guarantee me that you'll actually take action on what we're going to teach you so you can get results with it? Okay, now for the investor niche, which could really be, once again, people raising money or potentially these automation businesses. There's different perspectives that come along with these two different offers. Typically, automation businesses do offer a money-back guarantee on the offer, and you could be transparent about why it's so easy to be able to offer money-back guarantees. So as an example, if I'm selling an Amazon automation business, or even like a Facebook shop, or a Shopify e-commerce store, pretty much anything other than a drop shipping asset, that asset becomes worth more even if no sales are made. If you just have an Amazon account or a Walmart account that's been there for like a year, it's worth more at the end of the year even if no sales have been made through it, because we can turn around and resell that asset
as an aged store, which has a higher probability of making more money with the right products on it and being optimized properly, and it has a lower probability of being disabled because of its length of time on those platforms. So if we're transparent with people about the fact that, listen, you're going to invest money with us today, we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that everything that we know to get products sold through the storefront we're going to create for you, we're going to make sure that happens. And to be clear, in the instance that we literally make no money together over the next 12 months, we offer that 12-month money-back guarantee. And let me tell you why it's so easy to offer that to you. With the money that you put up today, you're going to create a brand new store. And over the course of the next 12 months, that store becomes more valuable because it's officially an aged account after the course of a year. So if you don't want that store, we as an organization will happily buy it back from you. We'll buy it back from you for the same amount you're about to sell it to us at now. So to be clear, if you put up $40,000 today and you want $40,000 a year from now and you want to get out of your store, we'll happily do that. Why? Because we can then turn around and take that and sell it as an aged store to somebody who wants an aged account. Like I said, there's a lower probability that those types of stores get disabled. There's a higher probability they can make more money, rank higher in the search engines, and overall be trusted more by those platforms because they've existed longer. So we're happy to offer the money back guarantee, to be clear. And we do so with an incentive. If I'm an investor, I want to compare it to every other way they can invest money. Every investor watching this is, you and I both know, there's no guaranteed amount of money that can be made through an investment. You know, it's all relative to the markets. And sure, there's some things that we can do and influence in order to get a higher probability to make money, but we have to disclose with people just by comparables how it really works. So as an example, hey, investor, how can you actually guarantee that I'm going to make money on this investment? Well, client, very fair question. I can't. Simply put, we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that the probabilities are at their highest, that you're going to be able to get a return on what you invest with us today. But you know how it is. As an accredited investor, we can't do that. We can't do that from a regulation perspective, and we simply can't control what the markets are going to do. What we can do is our absolute best to manipulate and control what is within our control to increase the odds of you making back that investment. But I'm sure you've put money into a real estate deal that's gone bad. I'm sure you've put money into stocks that have gone down at some point in your lifetime. But I'm sure you've also done some killer real estate deals. I'm sure you've also done some killer stock returns. And at the end of the day, you understand how it goes. The market conditions have to be right for us to be able to get a great return for you. But as I mentioned, with what we do, let me walk you through once again how we stack the odds in your favor that you're going to have a high probability of getting a return when you put money up with us. Let me walk through it with you. Okay, the next objection, how do I know my money's secure with your company? I like to think this question comes down to credibility and trust. If the people can't trust you, there's a low probability they're going to do business with you. If you're a new business and there's not a shitload of information about you on Google that vouches for you, hey, you're probably going to get this question a lot, or technically this objection a lot. What we want to have is called credibility assets. So ideally, we have some press from credible institutions that we can send to people that are already in the search engines that they see. Ideally, our personal brand or whoever the founder is has gone on some podcasts or some type of content spree, also flooded the search engines with that kind of stuff. If you are a newer business and you don't have those things yet, we ideally will have some type of testimonial page. To be clear, in my business, we take screenshots of testimonials as they come in on the platforms that they come in on. So if we get a random Facebook comment, we will just screenshot it. We will not copy and paste what that person says and just paste it somewhere onto our site to make it look fancy. We'll literally just screenshot it. So here's an example of what we do for one of my information products called Master Internet Marketing. And you can see, same kind of concept. It is a never-ending list of testimonials from students who have gone through that very program. So to be clear, if somebody asks one of my salespeople, hey, how can I know that my money's secure with your company? Well, I can make sure once again that we give them a lot of credibility assets that vouches for the fact that we're legit and do everything correctly. Now, the other things that we could do, we can get independently audited. There's a lot of auditing companies out there, including the IRS, if you've ever been audited by the IRS, that essentially acts as like a stamp of approval, especially in the investment niche. Now, there's also a lot of third-party auditing companies that really don't cost that much. And what they do is they come in and they just simply audit your books. They make sure that if, as an example, you're raising money, that you're not putting it into the founder's personal accounts. They make sure that you're actually putting it into a clearinghouse, as an example, or a brokerage that you have a broker-dealer license with. They make sure that you're actually doing the things that you claim you're going to do, and then they give you a stamp of approval. There's a lot of third-party auditing companies, once again, very credible institutions that have a lot of credibility that they can bring to your organization. We call that authority hijacking. So I'd encourage, once again, that when you look to overcome this specific objection, that you attempt to do so through credibility assets, okay? Don't just try to use words, try to build the trust through some type of third-party assets that show that you're legit. Okay, okay, next objection. Can I speak to the owner, or better yet, have a face-to-face sit down with him or her? To be fair, right off the bat, certain instances, it is absolutely fair that they can sit down with the owner or have a face-to-face with him or her based on the amount of money they're putting up. So as an example, we work with some investor niches like PE firms, funds, syndicates, real estate guys, multifamily funds. And it is sometimes very legitimate, once again, to have them sit down with the CEO of the organization if they're putting up like $1 million plus. In some institutions, $500,000 might be enough money to have like a sit down with the CEO and just kind of go over it from the same perspective, but from the CEO's viewpoint. In other instances, people who are putting up smaller amounts of money, like we have these automation stores that are putting up like $25,000 to $100,000, and you're typically not dealing with as serious of an investor in those instances. You're dealing with more of what's like a retail demographic, just regular people, and that can sometimes be a lot of money for them. So to be fair, it doesn't make as much sense, obviously, for every person to have an opportunity to sit down, especially in a one-on-one scenario with the owner. However, there are certain instances where owners have the time to at least do a once-a-week group session with anybody who's on the fence that wants to speak with them. So as an example, hey, is it possible if I can speak to the owner or like do some kind of face-to-face with him or her? Yeah, actually, every Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have a group call with the CEO. You're happy to come into that call, pop your camera on. He'll be there to answer any questions that you have. And you can go back and forth. You might even get some additional perspective from other people's questions who will also be on that call. And don't worry, it's not a ton of people. You'll definitely get all your questions answered. And to be clear, there's other people who are just like you who are kind of on the fence that want to make sure they speak with that person. And like I said, it's a great way to be transparent and kind of learn at the same time from multiple perspectives. That's also a great way to overcome that objection by actually having a sit-down meeting that's over Zoom, that's done once a week to make it efficient for everybody. Or you can do it twice a week as an example with a different time for people that might not be available at that specific time, at like Thursday at 6 p.m. EST as an example. Maybe do it on a weekend or on some other day in the morning. Now, to be clear, the other ways that we can overcome this objection is just typically by shutting it down altogether, but being direct about why they're asking. So typically it comes down to trust. Do they trust you enough as the salesperson? Probably not. It's probably why they're asking. They might think you're full of shit, or they might think that you're just not as credible, or they might think that, I need this decision validated by the owner before I really choose to pull the trigger on giving you as much money as you're asking for. So we want to call out that behavior. Hey, I appreciate your question. Let me just be direct with you though. What's your intention behind asking? Do you not trust us? Is there something that we haven't spoke about that would push you over the edge? Is there anything that we're doing that is, off-putting to you or giving you skepticism about us? I'd love to address it directly if you have any specific questions for me. And let's get that question out of them, right? We want to see what actually is holding them back. And it could play into what we talked about in that last objection handling video with using some trust and credibility assets to overcome that. I'd encourage doing the group call. I think the group call is a very efficient and effective way to go about getting people in direct contact with the CEO of the organization or whoever's leading the business in a very efficient way for both parties. I'm traveling this week. Let's move forward next week instead. I want to be clear. I don't really think that's an objection. Certain instances, we can overcome it though by saying that there's like a certain amount of work that we need to do up front that we don't really need the person there for, and we could already have the deal advanced by the time they get back. In other instances, you might need the person to do some stuff with you if you're going to close a deal with them, and it just depends on like how hands-on you need the client to be in order to actually get the deal closed. Okay, so as an example, if you actually need the person to be hands-on, it's better, hey, I'm traveling this week, I'd rather do it next week instead. Great. What day do you get back? Oh, I get back on Tuesday. Awesome. How about I give you a day or two to settle in? Let's get a follow-up call scheduled on Thursday. We'll treat it as an onboarding call. That way we can get everything done on that, and we'll get you locked in and move forward on next Thursday. Does that sound fair? Yeah, great. All right, cool. What time works for you? We want to do that in the instance, once again, that we need the person to actually do some work with us. Let's use the opposite example, though. We don't need the person to do any work for us, and they hit us with, hey, I'm traveling this week. I'd rather do it next week instead. Client, I just want to disclose to you, once you actually pull the trigger on this, there's nothing that we really need you to do. We do all the work on our end once you just simply say yes. Once we get you locked in, sign this agreement, which, to be honest, was going to take less than maybe 30 minutes to review, if that. I just need you to give me the go-ahead. We can get all that work done. You come back from your trip, you're already a week ahead I hate coming back from trips and feeling behind. I don't know about you, but I'd rather get you ahead than just add another task of something to do once you come back from your trip. Does that sound fair for us to get started today instead of next week? I saw a negative review of your business online, and I'm afraid that can happen to me. First of all, if you're watching this right now, you're likely one of my clients, or once again, you're in the sales team of one of my clients. I want to be very direct in saying this. You as a business likely operate with a very high level of integrity and ethics to even be a client of ours in the first place, to be clear. So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you treat your clients very well, that you give them the greatest experiences possible. And I'm going to talk through this as if maybe that person is a Karen and they didn't get their way, or they were, over the top with their ask, and maybe you even refunded the person and now they're just trying to trash you online. I'm going to assume once again that you're a great business operator and that you're not actually out there burning people in terms of how I encourage you to retort. Okay? So, hey, I saw a negative review about your business online, and I'm afraid that's going to happen to me. It's very fair, client. Have you seen all the good reviews about us? Have you, just to be clear, I know the review you're talking about. That was this lady, and it was a very unfortunate situation. She signed up with us. She had the wrong expectations. She wanted a lot of communication that we just, simply couldn't provide to her. We ended up refunding the lady, but unfortunately, she still went online and she trashed us about the experience, and she just kind of tried to tarnish our name because she was very upset with us that we couldn't get her the result that she wanted. So, as unfortunate as that is, we have a little over 4 different testimonials about our business online. We've got a lot of credible people that'll vouch for us, and I'd be happy to show you all of that data right now on this Zoom call, if you don't mind. Have you looked at those yet? And I just want to kind of overcome that by showing them all the positive experiences people have had with our business in comparison. Because at the end of the day, you will get an occasional crazy, or you will just occasionally fail, and you'll have a bad review about your business online, and sometimes that will hold people back. But try to overcome it with all the good that the business has done in comparison, and make sure that if you get that objection, that you hammer it with positive testimonials and positive reviews. If you so happen to have fucked up a lot in the past, and you do have a shitload of bad reputation, testimonials, you have terrible reviews about yourself online, then yeah, you got to clean it up. Obviously, you got to do a better job at actually delivering results for people. You got to do a better job at controlling your online presence. You want to do a lot of search engine optimization. You want to get all those negative reviews pressed down off that first page in the instance that you do have them. And remember, that really just comes with operating as an ethical and integrous and high morale individual. That way you don't have these types of issues where there are actual issues that hold the business back. We've had one client in the past, and we didn't know this when we took them on. It wasn't really happening when we took them on. They scaled up extremely aggressively. Like, they made a whole bunch of money really fast. And their operations team really fucked them. He actually had a business partner that was responsible for the operations, and the business partner was not doing a thing to deliver results for the people who were signing up with that business. All those clients and customers got burned. All those clients and customers then went online, went on Rip-Off Report, trashed them on every public place you could imagine. Trustpilot, Google search reviews, their Facebook reviews. They even created a Yelp for the business and then trashed the business on Yelp. Every ad that business ever ran would have those people. Those people were so adamant about destroying those businesses that business had to rebrand under a different business name. It even got to the point where new customers who were willing to work with the business were told by their banks when they were going to wire that, hey, don't wire to this business. We think they're a scam. That's how far it can go in the instance that you actually do a terrible job of delivering for your clients. But to be fair, that same client has done an incredible job at turning the delivery around. They do a great job now at actually getting results for people. And more importantly, everybody that they previously burned, they did an above average job at trying to deliver great results for after they were already burned and after they'd already got their money back. You got to do a lot to overcome it in the instance that happens to you, but hopefully you don't let it happen to you in the first place. I didn't expect it to cost that much. I bet you won't expect it to make as much as it does for you either then. I didn't expect it to cost that much. I want to be clear. This objection usually comes up either at the very beginning of the sale because you do what I mentioned and you bring up price. We're literally at the top of the conversation. So ideally, you're talking to them about this like right at the top of the sales call, okay? So if that happens, hey, I didn't expect it to cost this much. Well, I'd encourage that you sit around here. Let me give you about 10 minutes of perspective on why it costs that much to justify that it's not actually that expensive. It's all relative to what you're going to make off this. That's why we charge what we do. We are great at getting people results, and typically making far more than what you're about to put up in upfront capital to get this started. Hear me out for the next 10 minutes. Is that fair? You know, and like I said, you should be getting this at the beginning. If you're one of those salespeople that is leaving the price for the very end, oh, I didn't expect it to cost that much, you're going to essentially have to do what I articulated anyway. You're going to have to reiterate why it costs as much as it does, which is essentially why we always lead with price in the first place anyway. One of my favorites though, I didn't expect it to cost that much. Well, it costs what it costs because we make people a lot more than that. I'd love to go over the details with you about why it costs that much and how much we make people on average. Hear me out for the next 10 minutes. I'll walk you through it. Okay, so in sales, one of the most important things that you could possibly do is keeping your morale high, okay? So when we first come into businesses, especially businesses that have fat cat closers, the biggest issue is we'll introduce strategies like the Hydra, which is where a fuckload of people will fill out a lead form every day. They'll answer a handful of very direct questions, interested in what the offer is. And the salespeople, instead of just getting a bunch of scheduled calls in their calendar from people who watched videos, they'll have hundreds of people that they need to communicate with within a week, and they'll need to get calls scheduled. They'll need to have sales calls sporadically. They'll need to text people back and forth. They'll need to be following up. They'll need to do what a real salesperson will do. And what I've seen, and it's a true like rapid spreading cancer, is their morale drops, okay? When the morale drops, there is no possibility a sales team will perform well. Absolutely no possibility of that. If the leaders of the organization are in a desperate position, or if the salespeople themselves are in a desperate position where they have to get results, they have to get money today, there's a high probability that if they don't, that morale is just gonna keep getting knocked down and knocked down. Sales do not happen when salespeople have low morale. The CEO of the organization or whoever's leading the sales team, their essential responsibility outside of just training and making their people great is to keep morale high. You have to constantly be acknowledging the momentum you've created. You have to constantly be acknowledging all of the positive actions, the positive results that you have done, okay? I go to NBA games quite frequently. I live here in Miami. I go to the Miami Heat games all the time. I sometimes go with clients. I sometimes go with my fiance. I sometimes go with friends. And we typically sit on the floor right by the player benches. And it's so interesting to watch. You know, in real time, when you look at NBA games, especially when you're there in person, it's really a game of who has the higher morale. So just recently, when I'm filming this, last year the Boston Celtics beat the Miami Heat in the semifinals. If the Heat would have won in Game 7, they would have gone on to play the Warriors. But we all know that's not how it ended up happening. The Celtics ended up beating the Heat. And this season, here in 2022, we're in the end of 2022 while I'm sitting here filming this for you, this particular season, the Heat and the Boston Celtics just played one another for the second regular season game. And it was so interesting to watch. The Heat were down by about 9 to 10 points throughout essentially the entire game. During the fourth quarter though, the Heat, they really pick up, I don't know why, but like in the last 2 to 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, almost every game, the Heat just start going crazy. And they, you know, you can feel the shift in energy of the entire stadium. As an example, if the Heat are doing really well, they'll make 2 to 3 shots in a row. They'll come back down on defense. They'll prevent the Boston Celtics from scoring for maybe 2 to 3 runs in a row. And then they'll go back. Maybe they'll make a 3, and everybody just starts losing their shit, you know? It's like, I get chills right now even just thinking about the level of energy that raises in the entire stadium. It's like you see it in the players. You watch them run faster, you know? Everybody's more excited. People are standing in their seats. They're going freaking nuts. They're chanting. You can hear it in the announcer's voice. Everything changes. Versus in just a few plays, in just a few down and backs, if the Heat miss a few shots, if the Celtics make a few threes or just make a few points, or God forbid that you just get dunked on, you know, or maybe somebody gets a bad foul called on them, the opposite happens. The entire stadium feels drained, you know, just like the life gets sucked out of people. Everybody sits down. You can hear people next to you saying things like, man, that was a terrible shot. How are these people even in the game right now? Swap that guy out, you know? You can see it in the players. They seem almost more clumsy when they don't have high morale. You know, when the momentum's against them, you can like literally see it playing out in real time. You're watching the other team in a stadium full of fans who hate them start to thrive. You know, you get to watch the Boston Celtics just take off. They create their own energy and they keep their own morale high. but it can happen in a few plays. So to be clear, it's very important that you acknowledge when salespeople, they can die out fast. Just as in basketball, we can watch in real time when a team in just simply like 2 to 3 plays in a row can go from a huge shift in morale upward to a huge shift in morale downward and vice versa. We in sales have to make sure that we are constantly on the up and up. Okay, there will be days where you don't make sales. There will be days where people don't show up for calls. There will be days where you just kind of feel like you got the shit kicked out of you. You better wake up that next day and have some actions that build the morale of your organization and of you as a salesperson. Because if you don't, it's a high probability you're going to do terrible at your job, waste a fuckload of ad spend for the business, and lack the ability to produce revenue. And it's not because you're bad at what you do. It's because your morale is low. We have to keep morale high. We have to do things that fucking raise us up. Okay, so let me give you some examples. Back to the Miami Heat. When people in the stadium who work there can recognize the morale is low, okay, or the coach as an example can recognize the morale is low, or the star players like Jimmy Butler recognizes the morale of his team is low. People step in and they make changes to the environment in order to raise the morale again. So as an example, the people who run the sound clips, they'll start playing chants like defense, defense. They'll try to get everybody to hype up again. They'll play certain songs when there's timeouts and shit like that that have a little more energy than just the normal ones. You know, they'll put that thing up on the big screen and it says noise level. And typically when people see it, you know, it's really low at first, and then when people see it, their goal is to try to be as loud as they can to get the noise thing to go as high as they can. They do that when they want to raise the morale of the stadium. And the environment then contributes to the player morale. So like right here in this very room, I have a crazy sound system. I'll come in here if my personal morale is low for whatever reason, I'll fucking crank it up. I'll play a song like Thunderstruck, or I'll throw some Little Baby on there, you know? And it's hard to be in an environment where there's something like hype music as an example, and to just be sitting there with your morale all low, you know? It's easy to have low morale and have low sustained morale when everybody around you has low morale. It's hard to maintain low morale when there's a bunch of people around you and the environment around you is pushing your morale higher and keeping you in the fucking zone. That's where you have to be. If you recognize your morale is low, you better get that morale up. You better help the people around you keep their morale up, because they will affect you. Your environment will affect you. You, more importantly than anybody else, will affect you. And if your morale is low, once again, sales will not occur. You will be absolutely terrible at your job. You will waste so much money for the organization if you maintain a low morale and if you get the shit kicked out of you mentally with everything you got going on as a salesperson. Your number one prerogative in the day, besides make money and close deals, keep the fucking morale high. Makes a huge difference. I'd rather get started next quarter. Man, I hate that one, huh? Okay, so first of all, we have to have real reasons that people need to act now. If you remember from one of the trainings before all this objection stuff, I talked about incentives. Why is somebody gonna do it today versus starting next quarter is gonna be because you better have something like a fast action bonus, better pricing for them, something added to the offer that happens if they do it now versus then. We have to have something that actually, once again, gives people reasons to do it now versus later. And to be clear, if people don't care about those reasons, then they're gonna end up doing it later. So to overcome this objection, all you really wanna do is reiterate the incentives and reasons, okay? If they don't care about our incentives and reasons, we wanna ask the direct question. What's holding you back from doing it right now? Can you be honest with me? What's missing from what we're currently offering that would make you pull the trigger today instead of waiting 3 months? You know, can you be honest with me? Let's try to get that additional data and then work with it from there. But remember, if you have good enough incentives and reasons that people actually give a shit about to do it today versus 3 months from now, they'll do it today. So look at your incentives, reiterate the incentives, and once again, ask direct questions to get the honest answers that you're looking for to work through this one a little better. Why are you better versus everybody else that can do this for me? So I want to be very clear. You better actually be better than everybody else that can do it for them. That's how you overcome this objection. You overcome it with facts and reasons that are logical when compared against everything else that that person could buy in the marketplace. It's like, as an example, let's compare it to hypercars. You could get a Bugatti, you could get a Pagani, you could get a high-end McLaren like a Speedtail as an example. You could get a LaFerrari. You could get a freaking Aventador SVJ. They're all relatively the same price. You can get a Cohen Sig, you know? Each one of them, though, has a little couple things. They all have a little couple things that do actually make it differentiated in comparison to all the other vehicles, okay? Each one of those hyper cars all have little things that make them different from one another. And it really comes down to the preferences of the individual. So if you are actually the best in comparison to everybody else that's currently out there, you could do the hypercar comparable, where you could be like, listen, in this industry, there's a lot of people who do what we do. Here's the reasons why we do it better. Here's the reasons that kind of differentiate us from everybody else. But at the end of the day, it's a preferences game. You know, you could go out there and you could get a new Bugatti, you could get a LaFerrari, you can get an Aventador SVJ, you could get a Pagani, you could get a Cohen Sig. At the end of the day, they're all really sweet cars, but they all do subtly different things that make it a specific, highly desired car for different demographics. We find that the people that are most attracted to us and our offer is this type of person. And we think that you fit the bill. You want to get started? So remember, you got to have, first of all, just actual positioning in what you do that makes you actually better than everybody else. If there's a bunch of other people that are just as good as you or like close and similar to you, but just in different ways, make sure you show how those other people are different than you, and then bias towards the fact that that person who's potentially talking to you wants what you want versus those minor differences that everybody else lacks. Next objection, my business partner and I will need to review this together before we move forward. Sounds fair to me. Do you want to schedule a follow-up call together tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon with your business partner on? That way we can get all the questions answered. Hey, I got to get my business partner and I to review this before we move forward on this. Sounds fair to me. What questions do you think they'd have that I can answer for you today after I get those questions answered? Great. Glad I was able to answer those for you. Do you think we'll be able to schedule a call tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon with your business partner so we can get this deal closed? I'm looking forward to being able to help you guys out, and I would hate for you to lose out on our fast action incentives. Get the person on the phone with them. Should have done that initially, but if the business partner comes as a surprise at the end, get them on a call together. That way you can get the deal closed. Okay, so the first objection. So what happens if I invest and you go out of business? What happens to my money? First of all, I just want to disclose. We have two clients in particular in the automation space that literally made so much money, they created insurance companies. The insurance companies are really sophisticated with how they do this. The insurance company will actually distribute a bond guaranteeing the money back to that client who puts up anywhere from, let's say, $25K to $100K, sometimes a couple $100,000 if they buy more than one automation store. So literally, the money that that person puts up is guaranteed via bond from an insurance company that is bankrolled by the automation business. So the insurance company will not go out, and to be clear, if it does, there's a whole bunch of regulations that ensure that money, kind of like FDIC insurance does for bank accounts. That is a sophisticated way to be able to answer that question. However, most of you watching this likely do not have insurance companies that you've bankrolled, and you will need a simple word track in order to overcome this. So I'm going to give you the objection one more time. So what happens if I invest and you go out of business? What happens to my money? Very fair question, client. We like to think this question comes down to risk tolerance. You know, when I'm driving, I have very fast cars. You know, I have Porsches, I have a Range Rover SVR, I have a Ram TRX. All these cars go super fast, you know, like V8s and superchargers and twin turbos and all that fun stuff. Where I live out in the farms here in Miami, and it takes me about 45 minutes to get in and out of the city. I can cut about 20 full minutes off of that trip, both there and back. So 40 minutes each trip. If I take that trip 12 times in a month, that's 48 hours a year in saved time just from driving faster than what the speed limit is. However, I significantly outweigh the value of a full 24 to 48 hours of saved time per year in comparison to the cost of a ticket. I want to be clear, I do value my life. I do love myself very much, but I drive safe, even though I go faster. To be clear, I am not as risk adverse as some of those same drivers on the road alongside of me. I'm willing to take risks. That's what we do as entrepreneurs. To be clear, everything you do in a day is a risk. From driving in your car, to flying on a plane, to making all these other investments you do into your business. You could hire a new staff member and they could perform terribly, you know? It's a risk that you take. In business, I know this isn't foreign to you, you're gonna take risks. This is just another risk. I'd encourage you to do it anyway. If you are too risk adverse, this might not be a good opportunity for you. This is something that's newer. It's a great opportunity. It's proven based on how many times we've done it in the past. We have a great track record. Everything's there for you to trust us. But at the end of the day, if you're a little risk adverse, it might not be good for you. you want me to send over the contract and get started? Okay, next objection. I have to get my lawyer to review this before I can move forward. I want to be clear. I don't really view this as an objection. I view this as you're just not going to get the deal on that call, and you need to schedule a follow-up time when you're actually going to move forward. So we'd want to reiterate to the person when we're going to get that follow-up conversation scheduled. So as an example, just to role play it, hey, I have to get my lawyer to review this before I can move forward. Sounds fair to me. Interestingly enough, a lot of people who do that, they'll get back to us within a couple days, and usually they'll pull the trigger. Other people, I don't know what kind of lawyers they have, but they take months. And I just want to reiterate to you, if you do the deal in this time frame, we give you these incentives. If it takes longer than that, then those incentives are stripped away and the deal just, it's not as sweet as it could be if you move fast. Do you think it's fair if we schedule a follow-up time later this week to talk with one another if your lawyer's going to review it in that time frame? Or is your lawyer one of those slow ones that's going to move like a turtle?
If you made it this far, first of all, just let me say congratulations. I mean, you're probably one of the, literal handful of people that started this video and actually made it all the way to the end. So awesome, truly awesome. Congratulations. First of all, share it with somebody who you think would find value in it as well. I hope that it lived up to everything that I said it could be at the beginning of all this. I hope you didn't get offended by, my passion that I inject into certain points that I'm attempting to make. And, more important than anything else, I hope that you pulled a tremendous amount of value from it that you're going to be able to turn around and use inside of your sales teams, your sales you do yourself, whatever the hell you got going on. I hope that you are obviously able to take this and make a whole lot more money with it than whatever you're doing right now. At the least, I'm sure you pulled a good 1 to 5 things that are, going to tremendously help you, even if you just use a few. Look, you saw a few of my plugs throughout this whole thing. All I ask at this point in the video, do me a favor, subscribe to the channel if you're not already subscribed. My entire channel is dedicated to helping you make $1 million months possible, realistic, and happen for yourself. To be clear, there's a lot of other valuable stuff on the channel. If you want to go check that out, like the video, comment something that you specifically pulled from it that you find the most valuable. And once again, truly, congratulations on making it this far. I won't even pitch you on anything else. That's how good you did, Congratulations. All right, well, go out there and make some money. Talk soon.